Senate will come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Baisley, Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Cutter, Danielson, Exum, Fields, Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Hansen, Hinrichsen, Jaquez Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Coker, Liston, Lundeen, Marchman, Moreno, Mullica, Mullica,
Excused.
Pelton B, Pelton R, Priola, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Smallwood, Sullivan, Van Winkle, Will, Winter, Zenzinger, Mr. President.
Here. The morning roll call is 34 present, 0 absent, 1 excused. We do have a quorum. Will the good senator from Avon please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Senator Liston, do not embarrass us in front of Neon Dion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wouldn't dare doing that, and I want the chamber to know that this is my last day of doing the reading of the journal, the last day for limericks. So I want you to pay attention. Pay attention because we've got a couple of special ones here. You think writing the limericks is easy, but it's not. It takes all the mental acumen that I've got. It's very difficult to be a poet, but fun to do, and I know it. After a few drinks, they come without thought. And last but not least, colleagues, we're halfway home, colleagues. This might seem scary, except for the fact that time itself is imaginary, and only God is eternal. Therefore, Mr. President, I move the journal of Thursday, March 9th to be approved as corrected by the Secretary. Thank you very much.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no? No! The ayes have it, unfortunately, and that motion is adopted. Senate Services.
March 10, 2023, correctly printed Senate Bills 182, 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, 188, 189, 190. Senate Joint Resolution 7, correctly engrossed Senate Bills 88, 93, and 150. Correctly re-engrossed Senate Bill 24, 60, 83, and 144. Correctly revised House Bill 1087, 1106, 1111, 1121, 1139, and 1141. Correctly re-revised House Bill 1004, 1058, and 1125. Correctly enrolled Senate Bill 50, 84, 95.
Committee reports.
March 9, 2023, the Committee on Health and Human Services, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 160 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 162 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. With the recommendation, it be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 167 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1031 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1040 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable favorable recommendation with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. March 9, 2023, the Committee on Local Government and Housing, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 148 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Finance with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1011 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 159 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. March 9, 2023, Mr. President, the Committee on State, Veterans, and Military Affairs has had under consideration and has had a hearing on the following appointments and recommends that the appointments be placed on the consent calendar and confirmed. Member of the Colorado Civil Rights Commission for a term expiring March 13, 2024, Mayuko Fiuga of Third Colorado to serve as a representative of a statewide Chamber of Commerce and as an unaffiliated, occasioned by the resignation of A.J. Menon of Fort Collins, Colorado, appointed.
Introduction of resolutions.
Senate Resolution 5, Senators Zenzinger and Rich, concerning recognition of Single Parent Day in Colorado.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Resolution 5 lay over until March 21st.
The motion is to lay over Senate Resolution 5 to Wednesday, March 21st. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Resolution 5 will lay over until Wednesday, March 21st. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege by the senator from Denver.
The motion is to proceed out of order for moments of personal privilege. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. We will now proceed out of order. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Moment of personal privilege, please.
Granted.
Members, I just wanted to, before we have some tributes and recognition of some special guests, also recognize the members of the Black Caucus who represent the House, who are not able to come down to the well and join us today, but wanted to recognize, do we have Representative Regina English? All right. We also have Representative Elizabeth Epps. We have our chair of the Black Caucus, Jennifer Bacon. We have Representative Junie Joseph. We have Representative Naquita Ricks. We also have Representative Eman Judah. And last but not least, Representative Leslie Herrick. Can we acknowledge them as they join us today?
Senator Fields.
Good morning, Mr. President and colleagues and staff and faculty and Coach Prime. We welcome you to the Colorado State Senate. Thank you, Mr. President, for this moment of personal privilege. We have a tribute that I will be reading, and I'll be sharing this tribute alongside my colleague, Senator Buckner. She will wrap it up, and I will do the introduction. The state of Colorado, the Senate and the House of Representatives convened the first regular session of the 74th General Assembly, hereby extend our heartiest congratulations and commendation to Dion Coach Prime Sanders.
Yay!
The Colorado General Assembly hereby extends sincere congratulations to Dion Coach Prime Sanders. Coach Prime was named the 28th University of Colorado head coach on December the 3rd, 2022. He joined CU from Jackson State, where in 3 seasons he compiled a 27-5 record and won back-to-back Southwestern Athletic Conferences, which is the SWAC championships. It's a big deal. He was 2-time SWAC Coach of the Year and was the 2021 Eddie Robinson Coach of the Year. Coach Prime is an NFL Hall of Famer and was the 1994 NFL Defense Player of the Year, the 1988 Jim Trophy Award winner, a 6 6-time first-team All-Pro, an 8-time Pro Bowler player, a 9-year Major League Baseball career, and is the only individual to ever play in the Super Bowl and the World Series.
May I
Senator Buckner.
continue, Mr. President?
Senator Buckner. Yes.
At CU, Coach... Oh, I'm sorry, I have to ask for another moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. At CU, Coach Prime has already brought the Buffs to the forefront of college football. As of this morning, over 35,000 tickets have been bought for the spring game on April 22nd. To put that in perspective, in the last 7 years combined, the combined attendance was $30,000 and tickets were free. Yeah. Should I read that again?
That's messed up, man.
Season tickets have renewed at 96%, the highest clip ever, and over 18,000 interest forms were collected for new season ticket purchases. Coach Prime has also been getting it done on the recruiting trail, bringing in a top 25 class in his first year on the job. This also included the #1 recruiting class in the transferred portal. We offer this recognition of Dion, Coach Prime Sanders, at the Colorado State Capitol on the request of Representatives Jennifer Bacon, Leslie Herod, Naquita Ricks, Iman Judah, Elizabeth Epps, Junie Joseph, Regina English, and Senators James Coleman, Rhonda Fields, Janet Buckner, and Tony Exum, given this 10th day of March, 2023, State Capitol, Denver, Colorado.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. And may I have a moment of personal privilege?
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we're so grateful for Coach Prime and what he's done for our state. He's just getting started. But we also wanted to recognize, if I can ask folks to move so we can see her, we want to recognize our region because she's been here, she'll remain here, and she is here now. So the state of Colorado, the Senate and House of Representatives convened in the 74th General Assembly hereby extends sincere commendations to CU Regent Wanda James. Ms. James was the first in her family to earn a college degree and joined the Naval Reserve Officer Training Corps program at the University of Colorado and received her commission. She earned her own stripes as a naval officer where she worked with the integrated undersea surveillance system. Following the completion of her tour, Ms. James moved to Los Angeles where she quickly rose in the ranks of the corporate world. She served as the corporate director of marketing in Southern California Presbyterian Homes and the Southwest Regional Sales Director for 2 Fortune 100 companies, Unum Insurance and Avery Dennison. Ms. James met her soulmate, former Marine Scott Dura, with whom she owned and operated 5 award-winning restaurants. Upon moving back to Colorado in 2004, the couple opened their first dispensary as the Apothecary of Colorado in 2009. They became the first Black licensees in the United States to own a dispensary, grow, operation, and edibles company. As the second Black woman sworn in to serve as the Board of Regents for the University of Colorado, Ms. James brings a needed leadership voice to the University of Colorado system and continues to fight for more leadership opportunities for people of color in the private and public sector equally. Ms. James is a fierce advocate for those without a voice. The Colorado General Assembly extends sincere commendations to Wanda James for her remarkable career and wish her well on all her future endeavors. This is on the request of Representatives Jennifer Bacon, Leslie Herod, Nikita Ricks, Eman Judah, Elizabeth Epps, Junie Joseph, and Regina English, and Senators James Coleman, Rhonda Fields, Janet Buckner, and Tony Exum, given this 10th day of March 2023, State Capitol, Denver, Colorado. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you, Mr. President.
Coach Prime, thank you so much for everything you've done for the community in Colorado so far. I know there's a lot more to come. I don't think people have been this excited about the University of Colorado Buffalo since Leslie Herod was there. The Senate will stand in a brief recess to greet our guests. Senate will come back to order. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate continue to proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege by the senator from Arvada.
The motion is to proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will proceed out of order. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I have a moment of personal privilege?
Granted.
Members, I am here today to offer up a tribute. Hopefully, some of you had an opportunity to go downstairs into the West Foyer and partake of the wonderful goodies and treats that were there for us this morning. That breakfast was provided in honor of the Persian New Year, the Persian New Year. And we actually have a number of folks that help celebrate this occasion with us every year who are here. And I would just like to read this tribute in their honor. The Senate of the Colorado Legislature convened in the first regular session of the 74th General Assembly hereby honors and commends the Colorado celebrants of Nowruz. On the occasion of the Persian New Year, we recognize that the cultural observance of Nowruz is nature-based and promotes social and environmental equity as it reminds all who celebrate to think, speak, and do positive deeds contributing to the world regardless of ethnicity, ideology, and lifestyle. March 20th is Nowruz Day, and with spring marks new beginnings and sets intentions for love, health, abundance, beauty, reflection, growth, joy, and enlightenment, and connects the Iranian-American community to the community at large. The Women, Life, Freedom Revolution, rooted in Iran, calls for a secular democracy honoring human rights, especially women's and children's rights, gender equity, economic justice, and environmental protection. To honor Iranian Americans living in Colorado, as well as all global citizens who are connected to the people and the culture of Iran via tangible and intangible World Heritage assets, we honor Nowruz and the Iranian people's plight for a secular democracy. On the request of Senator Rachel Zenzinger, given this 10th day of March 2023, State Capitol, Denver, Colorado, signed the President of the Senate, Steve Fenberg. And members, we do have many of our organizers and celebrants of Nowruz who are here with us today, and we just want to say welcome to the Capitol and thank you so much for providing such wonderful treats today.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. Request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you. This is the best breakfast of the year. I love this day every year, and the reason I think it's so smart is because in getting my master's degree in religion, spent a fair bit of time looking at interreligious dialogue. And my wife, Anne-Marie, actually practiced some interreligious dialogue work in Israel in between her undergrad and her graduate work. And the big lesson that they were taught was that when you're trying to build cross-cultural understanding between groups that maybe don't see eye to eye on some things, you don't start by discussing the divinity of Christ. You don't lead with that. You maybe work your way up to that later, but what you lead with is food. Food brings people together. Food is something that we can all enjoy, and this breakfast every year is the most enjoyable. Thank you so much for the great food. The weight of my heart is through my stomach. Thank you.
Will the clerk please add Senator Mullica to the roll? Committee reports.
March 10th, 2023, the Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 97 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole. Favorable recommendation with the recommendation it be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 94 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole. Favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 87 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole. Favorable recommendation with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 58 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole. Favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 49 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 22 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 17 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1116 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 156 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 155 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 154 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. Senate March 9, 2023, the Committee on Finance, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 165 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for an announcement by the senator from Colorado Springs.
The motion is to proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Request a moment of personal privilege or announcement?
Just make the announcement.
Okay.
Just proceed.
Thank you.
I don't know.
Thank you, Mr.
It is
President.
an announcement, but-
Members, a long, long day, and I would actually ask the senator from Greenwood Village to join me here in the well, to his great surprise. But members, before everybody gets distracted with whatever they get distracted on a Friday like this, I wanted to call your attention to the fact that Monday is Aerospace Day here at the Capitol, and exhibits will be returning to the first floor. Those of you who have been here longer than last week will know that those exhibits down there are really cool. The swag is great for your children and grandchildren. Lunches will be handed out at noon, and the exhibits will be up until about 2:30. So just put it on your calendar. You'll want to go down there and visit. And my colleague from Greenwood Village and I want to, on behalf of the Aerospace and Defense Caucus, invite all of you.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are a mile closer to space here in Colorado. We have the largest aerospace industry per capita in the entire country. Only California has more total investment in aerospace than Colorado. This is an incredibly important part of our economy. These are great people doing incredible work for space and aerospace, and we would love to see you all there.
Cool
on
exhibits, too.
Very cool exhibits. And swag. The swag cannot be beat.
Okay. Thank you,
Thanks.
Mr. President.
Third reading of bills. Consent calendar. Will the clerk please read the titles to all of the bills on the consent calendar?
Senate Bill 88, Senators Pelton B. and Fields, Representative Winter T. concerning an offender's eligibility for release from confinement. House Bill 1139, Representative Martinez, Senator Simpson, concerning the modification of the salary categorization of locally elected officers in specified counties. House Bill 1141, Representatives Lindsay and Story, Senators Henriksen and Mullica, concerning the authority of History Colorado to dispose of 3 properties and in connection therewith authorizing the disposal of the real properties known as the McFarland House in Central City, the Pierce McAllister Cottage in Denver, and the Pueblo Museum Support Center in Pueblo. House Bill 1087, Representatives Catlin and McLaughlin, Senators Roberts and Will, concerning a requirement that the state comptroller promulgate fiscal rules governing advance payments for the purchase of state agricultural products by a charitable food organization using state grant money. House Bill 1106, Representatives Evans and Byrd, Senators Coker and Will, concerning authorizing the Board of the Fire and Police Pension Association to provide non-compounding cost of living adjustments. Senate Bill 150, Senators Roberts and Will, Representatives Froelich and Frizzell, concerning a requirement that certain persons labeled disposable wipes.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all the bills on the third reading consent calendar, which includes Senate Bill 88, House Bill 1139, House Bill 1141, House Bill 1087, House Bill 1106, and Senate Bill 150.
Is there any discussion? Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, it has come to my attention that there has been some communications we may have received in the last 24 hours regarding House Bill 1141. House Bill 1141 came out of the CDC, and it deals with 3 properties that the state owns and is looking to sell. All 3 are owned by History Colorado. 2 of them are historic properties that have received very little use and don't fit the purpose of History Colorado anymore. And the 1 property in Central City has become an issue where the Opera House would like that property. That property was originally donated to the state by the owners, who were concerned at the time that the Opera House might not be good stewards of that property. And the state has been a good steward of that property and has leased it for some time to the opera, or to the Opera House. They are probably ideal buyers of this property, but per statute, the state needs to list that property at market value, and there is some desire that the state would just donate it. That can't happen per statute, so what we're doing is in the interest of statute and in the best interest of our state, and I ask that for an aye vote on this bill.
Further discussion. Senator Hansen. Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recorded as a no on House Bill 1139.
Senator Priola, we are not quite at that stage just yet. Further discussion on the consent calendar. Senator Hansen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Just one question for our members from CDC on that particular item that was just discussed. My understanding is there is a lease on that particular property in Central City, and just would love to know how that lease would be handled in an eventual sale.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you for that question to the good senator from Denver. They are currently in conversations. History Colorado and the Central City Opera, who has the lease with that, are currently in conversations. I think what the good senator from Pueblo was discussing is that to be able to sell this piece of property, we have to have legislation that you can't give away state assets. It's against the law, and so I think that there's plans for good faith negotiations to happen. Central City Opera already owns 27 buildings in Central City, which I think might encompass a good chunk of that municipality, and so I think there's going to be good faith negotiations, and there is that lease, and so I don't know if that answers your question, but yeah. Thanks.
See no further discussion. Are there any no votes on any of the bills in the third reading of bills? Senator Priola.
Good morning, Mr. President. Thank you. I would like to be recorded as a no on House Bill 1139.
Senator Priola will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1139. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recorded as no vote on House Bill 1139 and Senate Bill 150.
Senator Van Winkle will be recorded as a no vote on House Bills 1139 and Senate Bill 150. Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1139 and Senate Bill 150.
Senator Lundin will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1139 and Senate Bill 150. Senator Smallwood.
Good morning, Mr. President. Thank you. I'd like to be recorded as no vote on House Bill 1139 and Senate Bill 150.
Senator Smallwood will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1139 and Senate Bill 150. Senator Gardner. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the way to save time is to say ditto, but more to be precise, I request to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1139 and Senate Bill 150.
Senator Gardner will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1139 and Senate Bill 150. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be a no vote on Senate Bill 23150.
Senator Kirkmeyer will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 150. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1139.
Senator Baisley will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1139. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would like to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1139, labeled.
Senator Liston will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1139. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 88 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators. Nobody. With a vote of 28 ayes, 7 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1139 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Pelton R. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1141 is passed. Co-sponsors. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1087 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Kolker. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1106 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Roberts, Jaquez Lewis, Sullivan, Janal, Marchman, Malika, Bridges. With a vote of 30 ayes, 5 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 150 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Kolker, Jaquez Lewis, Rodriguez, Marchman, Zenzinger, Priola, Majority Leader Moreno, Malika, Exum, Cutter, Hansen. Please add the president. Disposable wipes are a big part of my life at the moment. Because of the kids, not because of me. Third reading of bills, final passage. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1111?
House Bill 1111, Representative Byrd and Senator Hansen, concerning harmonization of the unauthorized insurance premium tax rate with the surplus lines insurance premium tax rate.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of House Bill 1111 on third reading.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1111. Are there any no votes? Senators Smallwood, Minority Leader Lundin, Pelton B., Kirkmeyer, Rich, Gardner, Baisley, Pelton R., Will, Van Winkle. With a vote of 25 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1111 is passed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1121? Move it.
Go ahead.
House Bill 1121, Representative Byrd, Senators Hansen and Liston, concerning the repeal of infrequently used tax expenditures.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move for the passage of House Bill 1121 and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1121. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Pelton B., Pelton R., Minority Leader Lundin. With a vote of 31 ayes, 4 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused. House Bill 1121 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators, Majority Leader Moreno. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 93?
Senate Bill 93, Senators Cutter and Hawkes Lewis, Representative Wiseman and Brown, concerning increasing consumer protections in various medical transactions.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move Senate Bill 93 and ask for your support.
Is there any discussion? Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, colleagues, I want to just briefly explain my yes vote on this bill because nobody was here when we talked about it on seconds. Excuse me, not enough people were here. Not enough people, in my opinion, were here when we talked about this on seconds. Yeah, so, except the senator from Weld County, she was definitely here. So, I know at first reading some folks might think that this maybe doesn't seem fair, that the provisions in this bill are sort of tilting the scales towards somebody who's in debt. And you know, where do we do that in society, right? We don't do that with somebody who's got credit card debt or a mortgage or a car payment. But this to me really is different. And again, the other 8 months out of the year, these are the folks that I deal with who so often did not choose to acquire this debt. So unlike buying a car, buying a house, buying a new television, putting oneself into debt and needing to face the needing to face the consequences of the interest rate on that debt, this is a purchase that most people didn't want to make in the first place. Right? This is somebody who did not expect to be in the emergency room out of state and being out of network and now all of a sudden facing tens of thousands of dollars that they did not plan for. In fact, most likely would not have wanted to incur any of those expenses. So that happens far too frequently. So because of that, I am in favor of making sure that when folks get into debt like this, that we're doing everything we can to make sure that they know where that debt's coming from, to be able to get an itemized list, because sometimes you're paying a physician, a lab, a hospital, and candidly, I will tell you, colleagues, the accounting on that isn't always clear. You make a credit card payment here and write a check there. It can be very overwhelming when you've got hundreds, if not thousands, of individual line items of expenses across the board. So to help now the debt holder be able to reasonably sort out which of these expenses they really have paid for, which ones they haven't. And I will tell you, physicians' offices make mistakes. Hospitals make mistakes. Lab imaging facilities make mistakes when it comes to the proper accounting of who has paid what. It's complicated. So I am definitely in favor of trying to help as best we can those folks identify whether or not those debts are valid. Second is, as we already touched on, the interest rates on these. I feel very confidently that I can say at the mic that I have a commitment from the proponents of this bill to work on that number this summer. To put 3% into statute, as I mentioned on second reading, to me seems short-sighted. It's great in a world of 0% interest rates and 2% interest rates and 5% interest rates to say 3% sounds like a fair number. But again, there's a handful of us in the room who remember 17% interest rates and 19% interest rates. And in a world like that, 3% probably isn't realistic. So what I'm going to propose this summer in working with, I believe it's the Attorney General's office, is to maybe consider something like a rate of interest of prime minus something to recognize the fact that this debt, many of us agree, might be better treated a little bit differently. So prime minus something with a floor of 3, a floor of 2. I don't really know. We haven't thought that out, but I feel pretty confident that that commitment will hold and that we can work on that final piece. And again, in the spirit of trying to help people with debt that they did not so often choose to receive, I'm going to be a yes vote, and wanted to let the sponsors know I appreciate them working diligently on the amendments that I had very politely requested. So thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 93. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Pelton B, Pelton R, Rich, Liston, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Kirkmeyer. With a vote of 26 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 93 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Marchman, Winter, Exum, Majority Leader Moreno, Kolker, Priola, Buckner. Please have the President. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. My arm is working faster than my brain today. My apologies, which should be removed as co-sponsor from 1106.
Senator Bridges will be removed as a co-sponsor on House Bill 1106. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up the following bills on special orders consent calendar: Senate Bill 49, Senate Bill 87, Senate Bill 97, Senate Bill 154, Senate Bill 155, Senate Bill 156, and House Bill 1116 at the hour of 10:01 a.m. Colleagues, these are the bills that passed the Appropriations Committee this morning, and they are on the consent calendar, and a calendar has been distributed to your desks.
The motion is that the Senate take up Senate Bills 49, 87, 97, 154, 155, 156, and House Bill 1116 on special orders consent at the hour of 10:01 a.m. This does require a 2/3 majority. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That motion is adopted. The Senate will take up the bills previously mentioned and listed on the calendar that has been passed out on special orders consent at the hour of 10:01 a.m. Special order, second reading of bills, consent calendar. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion is adopted and the Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the special order, second reading of bills, consent calendar, and Senator Henriksen will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title of all the bills on special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar? Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There has been a request to remove Senate Bill 87 from the consent calendar. Colleagues, that will be on a regular special orders calendar later today.
Thank you. Right. That will be moved to special orders regular.
87.
Will the clerk please read the title of all the bills on special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar?
Senate Bill 49, Senators Zenzinger and Van Winkle, Representatives Snyder and Bockenfield, concerning the registration exemption for special mobile machinery and in connection therewith, eliminating the requirement that an owner of such machinery regularly have at least 1,000 items of such machinery in the state to obtain a registration exempt certificate for the machinery. Senate Bill 97, Senators Zenzinger, Gardner, Representatives Byrd and Sober, concerning the adoption of the 2023 recommendations of the Colorado Commission on Criminal and Juvenile Justice regarding motor vehicle offenses committed by a person who was not the owner of the motor vehicle. Senate Bill 154, 154, Senators Sullivan and Hinrichsen, Representatives Parenti and Taggart, concerning the continuation of the Veterans One-Stop Center in Grand Junction and connection therewith, implementing the recommendations in the 2022 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies. Senate Bill 155 by Senator Zenzinger, Representative Wilford and Young, concerning the continuation of the regulation of nursing home administrators and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations in the 2022 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies. Senate Bill 156, Senators Kolker and Liston, Representative Snyder and Marshall, concerning the continuation of the issuance of certain tax information to taxpayer by the Department of Revenue and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations contained in the 2022 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies for the issuance of private letter rulings and information letters by the Department of Revenue. House Bill 1116, Representatives Hartsook and Doherty, Senators Rodriguez and Bailey, concerning insurance contracts for healthcare services that involve electronic payments to a healthcare provider.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for the passage of all the bills listed on the special orders second reading of bills consent calendar and their associated committee reports, which includes Senate Bill 49 and the associated Finance and Appropriations Committee reports, Senate Bill 97 and the associated Appropriations Committee report, Senate Bill 154, Senate Bill 155, Senate Bill 156 and the associated Finance and Appropriations Committee reports, and House Bill 1116 and the associated Appropriations Committee report.
Is there any discussion on the committee reports? The motion before the body is the adoption of all the committee reports on the special order second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it and the committee reports are adopted. Is there any discussion on any of the bills on the consent calendar? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I rise in regards to Senate Bill 97. I wanted to speak about this bill and provide a bit of context because I understand and recognize that there has been a lot of concern out in community about the rise in auto theft that we have seen across our state, and particularly in my district. I want to share a little bit of information with you all that comes from Colorado State Patrol that last year nearly just over 40,000 vehicles were stolen, and yet just under 4,000 arrests were made. So about 3,900 arrests made in over 40,000 auto vehicle thefts stolen. Off of that number, of the arrests that were made, 80% were already charged as felonies. So if you had your car stolen, there was a 9 in 10 chance that there was never an arrest made in your case. And that if you were lucky enough, if you were one of the fewer than 1 in 10 people who had an arrest made in your case, it was already charged as a felony. Now, for people who are navigating the experience of having their vehicle being stolen, there is an 80% recovery rate, meaning that 8 times out of 10, you had your vehicle recovered. The last piece of information I want to share with you all for your committee's, for this body's information and awareness is that regardless of whether or not Senate Bill 97 passes or not, people whose vehicles are stolen are still subject to having to pay the impound fees, still subject to having to pay any fines associated with recovering that vehicle. I recognize that there is a lot of work to be done on this issue. And I want to be clear that this will not solve the problem of auto theft in our communities. And so I've received a number of emails from my constituents, folks who are frustrated saying, why are you voting yes on this bill when it won't actually solve the issue? And so I want to be clear and direct with my constituents on this matter, that because this has gone through a deeply vetted process that was stakeholdered, that brought in the concerns from opposition over the course of not months, not days, but well over a year of discussion. It is what drives me to be a reluctant aye vote on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further discussion on any of the bills on the special orders consent calendar? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of all the bills on the special orders second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bills are adopted. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 49 is amended, Senate Bill 97 as amended, Senate Bill 154, Senate Bill 155, Senate Bill 156 is amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1116 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 49 is amended, Senate Bill 97 is amended, Senate Bills 154, 155, 156 as amended, passed on second reading, ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1116 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over Senate Bill 53 to next Friday, March 17th.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 53 until March 17th. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? I think the ayes have it. Senate Bill 53 will be laid over until March 17th. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a senatorial 5.
The Senate will stand in a senatorial 5. Members, Coach Prime was pretty exciting, but this is going to be even more exciting. You may think that we already did the pledge, and you'd be right. But we're going to do it again.
Here we go. Everyone up here, can we see you all?
See you all, come on up.
Come over to the side.
Your district?
No, it's these are Jesse's daughter.
Yeah, we need to have them on the rail so we can see them. All right, everybody out there.
All right. I think Isabel is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning with her entire class. So let's help her get started. I pledge allegiance.
Good job, everybody.
I just want to say something. Watch out, Bianca. Thank you, colleagues. I accept the fine for, I know we're in senatorial 5, but I want to thank Cindy and the team for allowing these young people to come and visit our Capitol today. This is Miss Ganji and Miss I's kindergarten classes from Stevens Elementary in Wheat Ridge, Colorado. And I just want to thank you for welcoming these young people for a tour of the Capitol. And I hope the kids, you enjoy your time here. This building belongs to you. And learn a lot. And we want to see you again. Young leaders of the future. Okay, thank you so much, everybody.
The Senate will come back to order. General orders, second reading of bills. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself in committee to hold for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the committee of the whole for the consideration of the general orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Coleman will take the chair.
The committee will come to order, and the court rule is relaxed for everyone. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 170? Oh, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to lay over Senate Bill 38 to the end of the calendar.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 38 to the end of the calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we'll lay Senate Bill 38 over to the end of the calendar. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 170?
Senate Bill 170, Senators Sullivan and Fenberg, Representative Bacon and Wiseman, concerning extreme risk protection orders.
Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 170 along with the State Veterans Military Affairs Committee report.
To the SVMA Committee report, Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the State Veterans Military Affairs Committee, we adopted 2 amendments. One provides clarification around the definition of law enforcement. It adds in a definition of faculty member and cleans up some language around physician and licensed providers, so it's consistent. We also did an amendment that put school nurses and school counselors in the correct area of statute. Rather than under educators, they're under healthcare and mental health professionals because that is where their profession made most sense to be listed.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of the SVMA Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the State Veteran Military Affairs Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Sullivan.
It didn't matter.
Okay, go ahead. Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we are going to be discussing several bills today. I think it's appropriate that we start with this one, which is Senate Bill 170, around improving extreme risk protection order petitions in the state of Colorado. It's important that we don't just simply adopt a law, pat ourselves on the back, and say, job well done, we did something important this year, and then never come back to it. This law, I think, is a very important law that was adopted several years ago, thanks to the leadership of my co-prime on this bill. It's about making sure that we are continuing to ask ourselves, how do we have policies on the books that save the most lives, that create safer communities? There is no one law or one policy that is going to end gun violence in our communities. I think we all know that. It's a series of policies that work together not just with our gun violence prevention laws, the ones that are explicitly about access to firearms, but also how they work together and complement the other laws that we have in the books around behavioral health, around domestic violence, around education and security and crime. But when folks feel like we can't send our kids to school without fearing for what may happen, when folks feel like they cannot go see that midnight movie showing without fearing what might happen, without folks being able to go to the grocery store and just get some last-minute items for their dinner, without fearing what may happen to them or their loved ones, it means we need to do more. It means we need to constantly ask ourselves the question of what can we do from a policy-making perspective to save more lives. And that is the North Star that has guided this conversation that many of us have been having since before session started. What can we do? What are the policies that can save the most lives? Not how do we make a point, not how do we get on TV, not how do we really just stick it to our opposition. There's one goal in mind here, and it's genuine. And we all are going to disagree on the policies today, that's for sure. But I think we can all agree that every single person in this chamber today wants to do everything we can that will result in saving lives. This is not just about violence in our communities that shows up through a mass shooting, tragic event, or crime. This is also about people who take their own lives, which is a very large portion of the gun deaths in our country and in our state. This bill, Senate Bill 170, is about making sure we are asking ourselves if the laws on the books that we have now, if they're effective, if they can be improved, if they need to be changed. And this bill is changing and improving the extreme risk protection order laws that we have on our books. Nearly 20 states have a version of this law, what are called red flag laws. 8 or 9 of them have laws that are very similar to what this bill will make Colorado's law, which is expanding who can file a petition to a court to ask for firearms to be removed from someone that they believe is at risk of hurting themselves or others. We will have a conversation today probably about due process, about using this law as a weapon against a former spouse. There is due process. This is a civil proceeding that someone who has authentic fears for their lives, for their loved ones' lives, or for complete strangers' lives, to ask a judge what he or she thinks based on the facts and the circumstances, and to make a decision on if it rises to that point where firearms should be removed from the situation temporarily. We can never say, when it comes to gun violence prevention, we can never say that a law absolutely saved X number of lives. But I know that this law, when it was passed, the Extreme Risk Protection Order, over the years, that it has saved lives. Those saved lives are not going to be on the front page of the newspaper, because we may not have ever known they were in danger. But I promise you, they saved people's lives. Maybe it was a mass shooting event that was prevented, but more likely, it was individuals that were in a moment of crisis, and their life was saved because of this law that was on the books for several years now. This bill does simple things. It does not change anything about the extreme risk protection order process. Nothing has changed. It simply adds people that can petition the court. So previously, the law was that a family member or a member of law enforcement can file an extreme risk protection order petition to a court. Based on what has happened in our communities and around the country, based on conversations with advocates, we felt it was necessary to expand that list to include a larger definition, a broader definition of law enforcement, to include district attorneys, to include mental health professionals, folks who are dealing on the front lines with people in crisis, healthcare professionals, emergency room docs that are seeing the impacts, the tragic impacts of gun violence in our communities, and educators, who are also, in some ways, for better or for worse, on the front lines of the behavioral health crisis in our communities. This is about those people that are working with people very regularly on an individual basis and gives them the optional tool of filing an extreme risk protection order. I don't think this is going to dramatically increase the number of petitions that are filed in court. I don't think anybody wants to file an ERPO. I've never been through the process, but I'm guessing it's not fun. You're talking about some very serious issues, and at times you were talking about a loved one or a patient that you wish wasn't in this situation. But the fact that we have communities where we do have some law enforcement that are vocally opposed to using this tool that is in their toolbox, I think it's important that people, whether it's a teacher, a counselor, a therapist, a district attorney, to know that if their sheriff, for whatever reason, doesn't think it's appropriate, that's not the end of the road. They still have other options. And at the end of the day, it's up to a judge through a due process to decide if that temporary order is granted or not. I want to hand it over to my good co-prime senator who knows all too well how our policies need to be right, that we need to constantly be asking ourselves if there's more we can do to save lives. I think this law, Senate Bill 170, if it is passed, I think will dramatically improve the tools that we have in the toolbox to curb gun violence in our communities. And I also think it's important that we constantly are educating our communities that this is a tool. You don't have to use it, but folks should know that, and that's what this bill does as well. It directs the Gun Violence Prevention Office to run annual campaigns of just making sure people know this is out there and how it can be used to save the lives of their loved ones or their community members.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. President, for that. Yeah, the President did a great job talking to you all about the policy and about the history and how things have been and where we're looking for them to move forward. It's very clear to me. I know, who I am. I know what I represent. I help to represent putting a name and putting a face to the policies that we talk about here every day, the policies and the statutes and the laws that the people of the state of Colorado live with. Right here in the bill that we passed in 2019, we put a name in there. And that name was Deputy Zachary Parrish III. It's because that's what these policies impact, is they impact real people. And they're people who were outside of these walls and outside of these rooms. But But from time to time, these people who are impacted, they come down here and they let us know. And I get, every day is different, and thank goodness, for that. And I realize, we're all here in the same place at the same time, doing the same thing, but we see and we hear things differently. We are impacted or not impacted by our surroundings differently than somebody else is. I can tell you that last Friday was one of the most exhausting days I've had in the 5 years that I've been down here. And it started really early, and I know you don't care. I had a Washington Post reporter, show up at my house at 6 a.m. because she thinks her readers want to know about a day in the life of a state senator in Colorado. So she wanted to get on the bus with me in the morning. She wanted to transfer over to the train. She wanted to ride on in and pick up our complimentary burrito and work our way through everything. And that's fine. I've done those kinds of things many times. But what it ends up doing is I lose that space, that quiet time of mine on the bus when I come in. I get an hour long to do some reading, maybe thinking about things, just staring out the window to get myself ready, because I have to get ready to come in here every day to deal with what happens in here every day. And then I got down here on this past Friday, and there was a gallery full of students and family and community members. They had marched down the street because one of their classmates had just succumbed to the injuries of a gunshot out in front of the school or near the school a couple of weeks earlier. And we all had our opportunities to talk to the people, that were here. But then we got the rest of our work done, and we headed out. And I don't know about anybody else, but when I walked out and got to that front door, Santos, who was Luis's brother, was standing right there with his two little cousins. They were waiting for me. They wanted to talk to me about Luis. And I don't know that you've ever, maybe you have, but they stand in front of you with that look of, help me. What am I supposed to do now? Where do I go from here? And Santos was standing right there, and he had some plans. He had some plans of his own. He wanted to get to the mayor's office. I told him he was in the wrong building first. I said, but we'll get you over across the street, but there's a governor downstairs that you could maybe talk to. And he got himself all situated, and him and the cousins, they went off. There was teammates that were there. We talked with them. And then in the long run, it took me an hour to get from this door over to where those steps are over there, because there were activists, there were parents, there were students who all wanted to come up to me and tell me about Luis, ask me what we could do, and how we could move forward. Quite frankly, those were some of the lengthiest conversations I've had in this building about gun violence prevention in the 5+ years I've been here. You see, most of the conversation that I get are people talking at me. They come to this podium, they come to the House podium, they sit in a committee, they stand here, they blast out at me and everybody else, but nobody wants to come over and actually talk to the parent of a murdered child about what are we going to work on together. I want to say I understand that, and I had a conversation with somebody about why more people don't get involved in the activism of gun violence prevention. Why do they look to other things? And I came to, yeah, that's why people will get into climate change or climate denial, you know, because that tree doesn't look like somebody's kid. The blue in that ocean and sky is never going to be as blue as the eyes of your son or your granddaughter. It never is. So it's easier for you to deal with something inanimate like that than actually getting involved in doing something about people's lives. And that's what I was getting out there. Parents from East High School, tears coming down their face, wanting to hug somebody. What do I do? How can we do something about this? And that's where we are, and that's the things that I keep trying to work on and trying to get everybody, you know, to understand. And hoping today on this lengthy conversation that we're going to have on a number of different issues, and I've got all the data. I mean, you want to ask a question about about the ERPOs, how many were taken last month, what counties they were in. We got that number for you. You want to have I got the report from the AG's office how the first year went. You want to ask on the information that the Anschutz Center went and put it all together about how we're doing on the first year. Yeah, we've got that information. You want that information? You all have access to that information. It's just, I'm the one who's always asking for it. I asked, as soon as I got here, I walked into those offices and said, I'm going to need this information. You need to make sure that you send it to me. And if you don't send it to me, we'll be calling you. And we've had to do that a couple of times. So if you want to go through the policies and stuff, happy to do that. But the stuff that we did a couple of years ago and the changes that we are making now, again, because of the incident we had down in Colorado Springs has really brought that more to the surface. We talked about this in 2019. We tried to get those groups to help us through this. It was imperative at that time, you know, to me and the others that were putting it together that we needed, you know, medical providers, we needed teachers, we needed district attorneys, we needed other people to be on board with this. And they were reluctant to do that, but we moved forward and kept, you know, talking to them, kept working with them, so that this time when we sat down and we talked to them, they were on board. And we could see how the more people that we can kind of get on board with this, because that's what happens. We need people who are involved in people's lives. Our lives really expand of the people who are around us, and they're not the traditional groups of people that you may normally have thought of, you know, mom and dad and grandpa and, you know, your uncle and that. It spreads itself out, you know, a little bit. And we're dealing with a lot of different changes, you know, in people's lives, you know, because of that. I was reading when I came in this morning. All the times they give us these books, they leave books here on our desks. I set those aside. I always read them. So if you got, I'm reading the one about talking to strangers, which is kind of weird. I'm on a bus full of people, and a part of this book is the guy rides on buses so he can talk to people, and I'm on the bus reading the book about him being on a bus talking to strangers. So so I'm going to try to finish as fast as I can so I could just be there. But in the book, they're talking about how kids 18 to 20, college-age kids, are lonelier than they have ever been. And that causes all kinds of other problems for them. And it wasn't always like that. And that's why things like this, about getting the ability to talk to their doctors, getting a chance to talk to the educators, you know, and that will move us ahead. I spoke during the press conference, and I spoke during our committee hearing how that House Bill 191177 wouldn't have made a difference, I don't think, in the murder of my son and the other 11 in the theater massacre, because there was no connection between Alex's killer and the police department, and his family emailed him and didn't really interact with him the way that you normally would think. If a doctor called you and said, your son has just stormed out of my office and said he's never coming back, and I have some great concerns, this father would have gone to the desk at Southwest Airlines and bought that $99 flight from San Diego, and I would have been walking down the hall to my son's apartment, knocking on the door, finding out what the problem was. That father did nothing more than send an email asking if they could come and visit him in August. And we ended up where we are. So, looking forward to the conversation today. I hope by the end of it, we can all be on the same page and we can get your support and get this bill passed and move on to the rest of the work we got for the day. So, thank you.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What can we do? We start this debate in, I think, perfect unity, seeking to find solutions to make our society, our communities, our families, ourselves safer. We desperately want to do that. All of us, every single one of us. I want to pause and thank the sponsors for the policy effort that they are bringing forward. I want to pause and acknowledge the life experiences, some of them incredibly tragic, unimaginable to my heart and mind, that they have brought to their concern over the development of policy and this broader conversation. I want to acknowledge right up front that this is a set of conversations around a set of policies that are very, very fundamental to who we perceive ourselves to be as people, who we understand ourselves to be as a culture, and quite frankly, how we govern ourselves under a constitution that gives us limited but enumerated rights and the ability to live the richest, most complete life we can pursue under that. Deeply held convictions, personally felt experiences, and this will be a policy conversation that we want to hold at a policy level that will be challenging as we walk through it. The testimony of some of the individuals I did not sit through the entire 12-hour hearing of the three bills that we will be discussing today, but I did sit through portions of it and was able to listen to some of the testimony and have listened to testimony before. I think that testimony informs our debate and dialogue in a very meaningful way. And as I listened to testimony again this time, and I've perceived this before, that generally you can see there's a bad joke. The bad joke is there are two kinds of people in the world. The kinds of people who divide the world into two kinds of people and the kind who don't. Bad joke. I see there are three big buckets with regard to this particular debate that we're going to have. We'll consider today an extreme risk protection order bill, which is also colloquially called a red flag bill. We will consider also today a bill that speaks to the product liabilities associated with firearms and elements associated with the firearms. And we'll also speak to a bill and consider a bill today that would delay the age of attainment for possession or purchase of a firearm. And as we listened to and heard the testimony, the three broad groups of perspectives that I heard in that room were people who respect firearms, people who fear firearms, and quite frankly, I would say a meaningful part of the hard to get our hands around piece of this policy conversation we're having are a third group of people who neither respect the firearms nor fear the firearms, and they don't respect, quite frankly, other human beings, and they don't fear the consequence of failing to respect other human beings. When we back up to this big question of what can we do? What can we do to save lives? We start the conversation approaching it very, very differently. As you recall, when I was at this podium the first day of session, I had dropped on everybody's desk a book, Crisis of Our House Divided, a guide to talking politics without the noise. When you get into this book a little bit, when you read through it, it identifies the two fundamental approaches that we have in American society to getting at things. One approach says it's about individuals. Give those individuals the ability to be who all they can be and let them be responsible, call them to be responsible for who they are. The other says collectively we need to come together and create protections around what life should look like. We need to restrict people's abilities to take action in order to provide what we all would consider to be the end goal, which is a safe, healthy, happy society. And I think we're going to feel that, we're going to sense that, we're going to experience that in great detail today as we walk through this discussion. There's going to be very disparate approaches to how we get after this. To the core question, that peel the onion all the way back question that you've heard from the podium here already, and I've recited again, is what can we do to make people safer? And quite frankly, I thought I heard insightful comments from the sponsor as well that this is about the integration of a number of different things that we can do at the policy level. And I would say let's raise it up even beyond that. I think that this really goes to the question of who we are as a culture and what can and should we be doing in our communities, in our families, in our neighborhoods to really deal with the biggest change agent, and that is just how we are as people, how we interact as people. We can put together a layered portfolio of policy ideas, and it will deal with behavioral health, it will deal with firearms, it will deal with product liability, it will deal with crime and all the aspects we see it and feel it and are experiencing it in Colorado. And that enormous portfolio of policy issues we put together, I will argue, still pales in comparison to the biggest thing we can do. And that is to lean into our culture in every aspect that we can, because at the end of the day, it is a truism. Culture trumps policy. Doesn't matter what your policies are. If your culture chooses to ignore the policies, it doesn't matter what your policies are if your culture chooses to violate the policies. It's about what we can do to improve and get at culture. So in our society today, I would argue that we have allowed a culture that demeans and disrespects life. And that is tragic that we have allowed that to happen. And it is in that backdrop that we start to rail against the challenges, the threats, the loss of life, the loss of friends, the loss of families that we experience. And so we say, what can I do about that? Because it's really, really hard to change culture. Well, let's do one thing we can. We have this authoritative power of government. Let's create laws. And then let's hope that everybody obeys those laws. The challenge we run into is the group of individuals that create the chaos that we're seeking to try to deal with today are in that third group of people. They don't respect human beings. They don't respect firearms. They don't fear the threat of law. They don't fear, quite frankly, what may happen to other people. And they run outside of bounds that we can control. So then our response is, well, we've got to do something. And so we do something that ultimately has little or no effect on those who would choose to be out of bounds of what we consider our culture what our culture should look like, and they are completely out of bounds of the policies that we put in place. So I would argue that the broader problem that we actually need to get at is to change our perspective. And what's the tool we have? The primary tool we have is policy. Through the policies, we advance into the bigger issue. But the bigger issue is this incredible crime wave that we have, and it is a function of the fact that we've allowed a culture that has said, you know what, if you just steal a car, it's not an individual thing, it's just property, it's insured, the insurance company can pay for it, and we, little by little, bit by bit, allow for a culture to seep in that demeans and diminishes other human beings, and their property is a part of how we diminish those other human beings. We allow that to happen. In Colorado today, and these statistics are just in the last year, the trend has continued to move up and up and up. Violent crime is up 25% compared to pre-pandemic levels. These are numbers coming from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, CBI. Pre-pandemic, the last 2-3 years, we're up 25% in violent crime. Murder is up 61.4% compared to pre-pandemic levels. From 21-22, homicide in Denver alone, just in the last year, has increased 24%. That's the 12th highest rate of growth in the nation. 21-22, homicide in Aurora has increased 35%, even more. 7th highest rate of growth in the nation. Robbery is up 16% compared to pre-pandemic levels. In 21-22, robbery in Denver has increased 7.3%. From 21-22, robbery in Aurora has increased 21%. Assault up 45% compared to pre-pandemic levels. 21-22, aggravated assault in Denver increased by 11.3%. In Aurora, up by 27%. It's the 5th highest increase in the nation. And motor vehicle theft, car theft is up 111% compared to pre-pandemic levels. So the question that I would beg of us to ask is how did that happen? How does that connect with the policies we've created or failed to create, or the policies we've created that have caused us as a society through our enforcement mechanisms with regard to the laws we put in place, found that we are unable or unwilling to enforce, and how does that have a negative impact on this big question that all of these bills seek to get at, which is what can we do to make ourselves safer? I will get into the specifics of the Extreme Risk Protection Order Bill as we engage more deeply in this. These comments at this point are intended simply to frame to the broader set of questions that we're dealing with, this package of bills that, in fact, we have before us, and how we're seeking to do this. And I want to call it out and make it really clear that the core question, the core issue, we agree on. What can we do? How can we approach this to make our communities, our neighborhoods, our families, and ourselves safer? Now, when we get into the details, you will hear the difference in perspective. There are many individuals who testified, and I would argue effectively and conclusively, that these bills would in fact make them less secure in their person, make their families less secure, and have the exact opposite effect under certain circumstances that these bills would prefer to or would intend to cause. And that's because those people live in life circumstances that are fundamentally different than the life circumstances shared by some of the individuals who are seeking to solve a problem that is rooted in their life experience. The rural environment, where you have a significant delay in the ability of law enforcement to get to a moment of crisis, puts individuals in a spot where their only hope is to be secure in their person, secure in their family by virtue of the protection they can provide for themselves. And so that's a consideration that we must take into effect as we walk through this. Very different life experiences. And I seek, as I hope you would know, I seek to understand the perspectives of others before I advance my perspective, because I know that I can't know everything. I know that my life experience is limited to what I have experienced, what I can read about, and I care to read a lot and understand people's perspectives from the words I can take in and the experiences I can get from other people's lives through reading, from the places I travel to that are different from the places I have always known, and from the people who've had different life experiences than I've had. And so I seek to understand clearly their perspective as I bring my perspective into a dialogue about our effort to create solutions that get at the core issue we're seeking to get at. And I would say the core issue we're seeking to get at, as represented by the sponsors, is one that I share. What can we do to make ourselves, our families, our communities safer? And we've got a long way to go. We've got big, big challenges, but narrow efforts, such as some of these bills would be, narrow efforts such as what would be prescribed by some of these bills, may in fact have the exact opposite effect of what we would want to have. I want to dwell just a second longer on this bigger idea of culture trumping policy. The tools we have are very, very limited. They tend to be tools that only function within the environment of our ability to enforce. That's one aspect of policymaking. Another aspect of policymaking are the signals we send and the extent that may create an influence in society. I would say the layers of things we can do, the sorts of things we can do from this podium and from the other chamber together to advance and sustain and support the idea that all life is precious, that we care deeply, richly about all life, and we want to, in fact, defend that, begins to create the tone. It creates the culture of support that gives us a better foothold a better place to stand when we're seeking to actually address the issues that are purportedly being addressed in this particular set of bills that we're going to have. So I'll jump back up here in a little while to talk a little more in detail about, specifically about the Extreme Risk Protection Bill, Senate Bill 170, but for now, I just wanted to give this big framing, acknowledge my respect for the sponsors, the efforts that they are bringing in terms of this policy, acknowledge that I cannot have the life experience, the depth of life experience that they have had, and the height of life experience they've had, and I seek to learn from them and the experience that they bring to this conversation. And I also want to call out that it is critically important that no one's perspective is dismissed as we engage into this, because everyone comes to this conversation with a different life experience, a different set of life circumstances, and different perspectives that, when we bring them together, honors the greatest idea, and that is an idea that a free people can come together, have a dialogue, and figure out how to govern themselves. And in so governing themselves, influence, I believe, not control, but influence the culture in which they live for the better. Mr. Chair, thank you.
There's a member of the desk. Would the clerk please read L10?
Amendment L10.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L10.
To L10. Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is a simple amendment. It is based on feedback from the different professional communities that are now included in this law. It is not, I think, substantive to the policy. What it does is the first piece is a request from medical professionals, clarifying that it's the respondent or the respondent's child. The second piece is from the insurance community for medical professionals to ensure that ramifications cannot be civil or criminal or administrative ramifications can't be on the medical professional for filing or not filing the extreme risk protection order. And then lastly, it adds in school psychologists and social workers that work in schools because although it's in there in one form or another, they wanted it to be added in because it is a slightly different license than folks who work outside of the schools. But it does not change the underlying aspects of the bill or the policy or the structure of it.
Any discussion on L10? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this amendment ought not be controversial, and I think the issues we have before us are perhaps much larger, but when I struggled through law school twice, there were two kinds of actions, civil and criminal. And it wasn't that we didn't have administrative actions at the time. They're civil, not criminal. And my only concern about this with respect to the good senator from Boulder, Mr. President, is by doing that, we seem to be sort of straining and creating some third category of action. And I'm not going to urge a no vote. It's just one of those things of maybe there's too many lawyers in the pot here. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding is the word administrative is in regards to the profession. So there can't be administrative actions against the doctor or the pediatrician that wouldn't be criminal, but they would impact their their profession, their livelihood. So this was to clarify that an action can't be taken against them administratively simply because they did or did not engage in an extreme risk protection order.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you. And I would just maintain that's a civil action, but very well.
Any further discussion on L10? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L10. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L10 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I appreciate the remarks of both the proponents of the bill, the sponsors of the bill, as well as what I would refer to not as the good senator or better senator, but the best senator from El Paso County, with apologies to the better senator from El Paso County. The debate over this bill, and I want to talk to the bill, but this bill is part of, frankly, a package of bills that we are dealing with. And they constantly pose a conundrum to me, a puzzle to me as they're brought. And this has been my experience across all of the sessions that I've been here, in that they probably have an underlying objective. And if you listen closely to the debate, you may divine the objective of the bill sponsors. But I often wonder if all 35 of us, all 65 across the way, really focus on what each bill is trying to do. We have heard that in some implicit way, I think, if not explicit, the problem is guns. And we have to do something about guns. Now, when I was a young man and was in the military, they taught me to refer to that as a weapon or a firearm. A gun was something that was on a naval ship. And I don't say that to be light or offhanded. I think gun has become pejorative to the point that discussing this inanimate object that has many purposes, defense, safety, crime. I think this three-letter word has become the pejorative to just lump it all in. As we proceed today, and as the senator from Monument pointed out, each of us come to this debate as a product of our personal experience. This is true in everything we do. Our personal experience, either direct or indirect, vicarious, but nevertheless, our experience. For my own part, just as a matter of understanding, for my own part, I was raised in a rural part of South Texas in a town of 3,000, not far from the very large city of San Antonio, but nevertheless, a rural area. And I often tell people, you know, I took guns to school when I was a teenager. I did. And so, over the course of my lifetime, the import of taking a firearm to school with you has become a very different thing and a very different connotation. I took a firearm to school with me in the trunk of a car because we went hunting in between athletic seasons, mind you. As soon as we could hit the bell, we'd hit the car and we'd go sit out on the side of people call them different things, tanks, ponds. Wait for the dove to fly over. Teenage boys aren't notably quiet even when they know they're supposed to be, so we weren't always that successful, but nevertheless. Others, and I don't presume to know your experience or understand it or share it, grew up in environments where there was no safe use of a firearm, and that only two groups of people primarily had firearms: law enforcement and criminals. And that I just ask you to understand and to think about it in the same way that I think about my experience and how it differs from yours and how it causes me to have a different perspective. And I understand why your perspective is different. I ask that you grant that to each and every one of your colleagues as to how they come to this. And I sincerely hope that as we discuss those, as we discuss the issues informed by our experience today, that we continue what is a very civil and constructive discussion for the people of Colorado who sent us here to deal with their concerns, and we do so in the way that we have begun today. The thing that is critical in discussing any bill, not just these bills, but any bill, is a clear understanding of what the problem is you're trying to solve. How many times have you heard from someone in the lobby or from a colleague, you know, about this bill? I'm trying to figure out what problem they're trying to solve. Doesn't mean there isn't one, but defining the problem is often half the battle. And other people are quick to say, well, we ought to base our legislation and our decisions about legislation on the evidence. And of course, I made a living, and if I would leave the legislature, could make a living again. I still practice and always practice, but making a living at it depends on being there and not here. I learned that there's evidence on both sides of everything. Some better than other evidence. And I remember a profession that is retained to advocate positions. So my evidence may not be evidence that you fully accept. Nevertheless, here's something to understand as we talk today about deaths by firearms. And we need to ask what each one of these bills and the Extreme Risk Protection Order, ERPO bill, is trying to get at. There's not a legislative declaration that I see, so I can only assume from the remarks of the sponsors and others what they're trying to get at. But over half of all deaths from firearms are suicides. Now, in Colorado, it's pretty interesting. That's a national statistic. In Colorado, it's interesting that that's more like 3/4. Now, I don't know if that's a function, that the different statistic there is a function of the time in which it was taken, the snapshot was taken, because all these statistics represent snapshots of a time, or whether we in Colorado, because of behavioral health issues, as well as maybe doing well in other issues, have a higher percentage of firearm deaths due to suicide, leaving anywhere from a national figure of something like 45%, give or take, of deaths involving firearms to be murders. In Colorado, I have statistics that would say that's more like 20%. And then there are some that are just undetermined or accidental. We hear that guns are the leading cause of death among children and teens, and yet really 60% of the deaths are suicides, which is not to exclude firearms, but there are many other weapons used as well. Here's an interesting statistic to consider as we talk today. In terms of victims, women make up 86% of the victims of intimate partner firearms violence. That probably shouldn't come as a surprise to you, but it is an extremely high number. The gender difference in the use of firearms is phenomenal. Striking, shocking. I heard a colleague say something to the effect yesterday of it's very hard to know whether a bill like, to demonstrate whether a bill like 170 or the red flag law is effective, or to prove it's effective, because you can't prove what didn't happen. You can't always prove what did happen either, of the deterrence of violence because someone else was armed, the deterrence of a death because a woman had access to a firearm. I do think that these statistics and life experiences that we have lead to two different positions, and there's always a continuum, but at the ends, these positions are this, and I think this is what all of the debate today and for the last 15 years that I've been involved in it publicly is, and that is, as the ERPO bill would imply, we can solve this problem by controlling access to firearms. And whether it is the ability to go and take someone's firearms from them, or whether it is a prohibition on someone possessing a firearm, or making the possession of a particular kind of firearm illegal, or limiting the access to firearms by essentially going into the market, if you will, and making it very expensive and costly for someone to produce a firearm, either by taxation or liability. That's the access control idea. And we already have that in many ways. We have background checks. We have prohibitions on who can possess a firearm. If you're a convicted felon, we're doing a possession of weapon by prior offender bill, sponsored by our colleague from Pueblo, who is adding one crime, but not enough crimes, to that list of offenses that if you've been convicted of them, you cannot possess a weapon. It's all controlling the access. On the other end of the spectrum, the position is firearms are inanimate objects. They have to be dealt with carefully, like so many other things. They have to be dealt with carefully. And access, many on that side of the debate would concede, ought to be controlled. But the crux of the argument, the crux of the debate on this side is we need to be willing to deal with violence. Notice I didn't put the pejorative word in front of violence, because violence can be committed with a firearm, with a knife, with your fist, with a motor vehicle, frankly. And it is frustrating to many of us, and to me personally, it is frustrating that there is an unwillingness to have that discussion. An unwillingness, as we look at something like the extreme risk protection order, that we don't also look at, or in conjunction with this bill, look at how do we deter violence, and how do we deter lawlessness, possessing weapons when we already have laws on the books, by criminal penalties that fit them. Violence with firearms is not going to go away. Doesn't mean we shouldn't do something about it and that we can't raise the cost of being a person who engages in violence to one that people don't want to deal in, that they're deterred. You know, an example, and if you've listened to me on this topic from the well, and if you haven't, I don't blame you. really comes from the Clinton administration of all places. And this you ought to hear me say is it's the one time that Bob Gardner, I don't call myself senator, I call myself Bob, says the Clinton administration got one thing right. And it was in their emphasis on firearms, they empowered United States attorneys based on something that was very successful in Richmond, Virginia, to form task forces and to prosecute those who have firearms illegally or possess firearms that are illegal because they're stolen, because they've been modified, whatever, to prosecute those people in federal court where the minimum mandatory sentences are on the order of 5 years and 10 years, depending on which offense. And to take those people from the community. It was called Project Exile. Why was it called Project Exile? Because it took these violent offenders out of their community where they were part of the big violence problem and sent them to the other side of the country to a federal correctional institution on the other side of the country, far away from the people with whom they engaged in violence. I was interested to see, as I did some research on this, that the city of Baltimore, murder capital USA, it has a lot of competitors for that. Baltimore, Richmond, and Rochester have reinstituted Project Exile. And that U.S. attorneys, along with local prosecutors and law enforcement, are taking violent offenders, those who use firearms to commit their violence, off the streets. That seems pretty straightforward to me. I'll be really candid, though. Why did Project Exile fall into disuse? Why did it become unpopular, mind you? Maybe for the same reason, or not even maybe, for the same reason in some sense that we have rising crime in Colorado, an unwillingness to impose prison terms on community members that are a danger to the community. Now people say, well, you need to have prevention. I agree with that. And over the long term, over the longer haul, community intervention is an important piece of dealing with violence. But it won't deal with everyone, and it won't deal with everyone now who chooses to engage in violence. Now, the extreme risk protection order, as near as I can tell, is to deal with, I don't know, I haven't sort of written them down on my pad to see if this is the exact paradigm, but it seems to be dealing with those who might use a firearm to commit suicide, although that doesn't seem to be the primary emphasis. That's a problem, but it never seemed to be much about suicide by handgun. Mass shootings, that seems to be, based on the proponents' advocacy for their bill, that seems to be the thing it's about. And domestic violence, maybe workplace violence along with that. Although, as many of you know who have experiences in these matters, domestic violence and workplace violence, have a tendency to be part of the same thing from time to time. But let's just say domestic/workplace violence. The person with anger issues, behavioral health issues, either in their social or their work situation that does this. And it seems to the proponents that red flag is the answer. And it's interesting to me that we're doing this bill this year. To quote Yogi Berra, deja vu all over again. This bill starts out with a summary, and the summary says, the bill repeals and reenacts the statutory article related to extreme risk protection orders. And what are we doing? Well, primarily we're adding to the people that can request an extreme risk protection order. And for those that were present for the first debate, what was that, 2 years ago? Those that were present for the first debate will know that we had a whole debate about who could ask for an OPO. Now the bill says, after all that debate we had, that we need a different group of people. And we're going to talk about that more today. I think we have some amendments. But I want you to keep in mind what this bill is focused on. I think it's focused on an attempt, and by the way, I don't want to denigrate the motivations of the sponsors or imply that, but whether it has been successful or not and whether these changes will make it more successful is what we ought to talk about. And success would be an effective plan that did not infringe the constitutional rights of our citizens, and at the same time would really make a difference with respect to mass shootings, with respect to domestic and workplace violence, family violence, if you will. All coming at a cost, though, of freedom, liberty guaranteed by the Constitution, and is that going to be effective? I appreciate your attention, and I appreciate the ability, the willingness to have this discussion today and engage in civil discourse. Thank you.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, colleagues, bill sponsors. Really kind of a day to really take stock of where we are, what life has been like. I think about, my circumstances from a broader perspective, as a 61-year-old, thinking about how really society, we've just become more tolerant. I don't know how this has happened, but over time we've become so much more tolerant of criminal behavior and tolerant of violence. I think about violence when we celebrate successes, when sports teams win the national championship or the World Series. More often than not, now that's followed by and associated with violence. All the way down on the other end of the spectrum. Well, again, thinking about horrible instances that happen. Instances where people's lives were taken at the hands of law enforcement, and the violence that routinely follows those instances. Think of what happened here at the Colorado State Capitol in the summer of 2020. It's just unnerving to think about how we as a society have changed over years, all the way down to 6-year-old kids on a soccer field, and we resolve, discrepancies and challenges too routinely with violence. Violence against, I see the good senator from Colorado Springs, the official, being the recipient, officials being recipients of violence over what really should just be learning experiences for young men and women. It's so disturbing for me to try to figure out what led us to this space we're at today and how accepting we become of really poor, bad behavior that does end up routinely in violence and taking other people's lives, and how we've really got to a point of nearly almost tolerating that you see it too often, almost on a daily basis, and something has to change, and that's part of the debate will unfold for us here today about the different prescriptive measures to try to figure out how do you swing the pendulum back the other way. It's, again, challenging for me to understand what happened. It's challenging for me to think about how you take actions, again, to try to move the pendulum and strike a balance, and where the fundamental rights that we all enjoy and that people sacrifice to provide us, how do you strike that right balance in that space? That's what today's conversations and discussions will be about. I just wanted to, again, just take an opportunity to kind of give my perspective of overall where we have come so far from what I grew up with and what an abundance of you all in this chamber grew up with as well. I appreciate the time, Mr. Chair, and look forward to the conversations and the discussions, the professional discussions today. Thank you.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, fellow senators. If I could, Mr. Chair, address briefly both this bill and the kind of package that we'll be dealing with today. An issue I have essentially with the basics of the package is that it once again seems to target the law-abiding citizens. Criminals who have their mindset on doing evil do not care about today's debate or the words that we put on paper, or if there is a sign that says gun-free zone. Criminals don't care about those things. The people that do care about those things are law-abiding citizens. When an evil perpetrator shows up with the intent to kill and destroy, we, the everyday citizens, need to defend ourselves. We need to have the ability to defend ourselves, our children, and the innocent bystanders, as opposed to giving free rein to an unchallenged perpetrator as they, wait helplessly, in many cases, for first responders. In Uvalde, members, it took 77 minutes for the first responders there to find a key. That is a truly horrible fact, and I have worked tirelessly in my time here at the Capitol to make sure that that could never happen in the state of Colorado, and I don't believe that that could happen in the state of Colorado because we have advanced since Columbine to today our school safety measures to a level much higher and much greater than many other states, and I don't believe that could happen here, but whether it's 77 minutes or 7, that is unprecedented terror by a truly evil person while defenseless and innocent victims are trapped and helplessly held at gunpoint. We took an oath to uphold the Constitution, including the Second and Fourth Amendments to the Constitution, which I believe the red flag measures are opposed to, in fact. We should be telling our youth and the general public that we support an immediate response to evil perpetrators by those who are willing and able, the good guys and the good gals with guns, trained and prepared to stop evil perpetrators from accomplishing their devastation. Guns are simple tools. When we say things like gun violence, I believe that is a very insincere term. Guns are not inherently violent, they are tools. If a gun were here, it would be just sitting here until someone were to do something good or evil with that, just like any other tool. But they offer enhanced protections to citizens like you and me, and we should provide assurance to our public that the guns are respected and useful tools in the hands of law-abiding and armed citizenry, in law enforcement, and others. Now, of course, training and preparation is a must, but we the people, the willing and able citizens of the United States, need everyday people to be armed and willing to stand up and protect the innocent and unarmed in the face of evil when law enforcement can't be there in seconds. My church is a great example of this. We know that the fastest police response typically is about 10 minutes to get to my church. Now, churches have been targeted by evildoers, and we at the church rely on trained, everyday citizens who go to the church to protect us. I'm worried that these bills are targeting the law-abiding, trained citizens who could become victims in the face of evil. Members, I urge us to let us advance bills and legislation that help improve our healthcare system, our mental health care system. Let us secure our schools, as we have been working on in a very bipartisan fashion for several years, and I hope we continue to do that. And I hope we can once again find a way to respect life, respect our Constitution, and respect our fellow neighbors from harm and their property. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Basil.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, there was mention earlier that the aerospace industry is going to be here on Monday, and I'm very happy about that. There's a concept, of course, that's probably familiar to most of you about trajectory and the launching of a rocket. When the trajectory is wrong early on, then you have a lot of making up to do trying to correct that trajectory as the rocket continues to travel, and that's where I feel like we are here. This is a package of 3 bills that address symptoms rather than the initial trajectory, which is the disease that I believe that we wrongly create in the bigger decisions that we make here under the Golden Dome that create these issues in the first place. I fear that not only will we have these 3 bills as symptomatic adjustments to make this year and others that will follow from the House, but next year we'll be back and we'll be talking about more tweaks, more adjustments to try to fix the trajectory that we were wrong on in the first place. And that will happen year after year after year. More and more little nips away at individual rights to try to correct the much bigger problem that we have created through bigger issues, through bigger decisions that have been made. The kind of decisions that I'm talking about are having our state become the raiser of people's children, becoming the provider of all. The decisions where law enforcement is discouraged and criminal behavior is protected. And we are absolutely double-minded when it comes to life. We're here discussing more than anything else how much we value the preciousness of life And yet last year, we decided that life was disposable all the way up to the moment of birth. How double-minded are we? We go as well in this, when it comes to what we require to be taught in our schools about where does life begin in the first place. How does life come about? Was it just an accidental event, or is there any purpose behind it? Well, new science has understood the correction for Charles Darwin. Charles Darwin has my deepest respect as a true scientist who was trying to understand the evolution and the coming about of life in the first place. He theorized and presented in his famous big book that life comes about by two principles. One is random mutations and the other is natural selection. Well, he had half of that right, and he acknowledged that he may have the other half wrong. So natural selection is observable. We can observe natural selection in nature. We can observe that. It's a fact. It's provable. It's repeatable. But the mutations, as it turns out, are not random. In our DNA, as has been discovered since Charles Darwin, we found that very fingerprint of the Creator. Now, think about going back to the original Big Bang that hurled all matter out into the universe, in fact, created the universe at the same time. And all of that matter that coalesced through attraction into suns and planets around them, how in all of that was there information placed in every cell of every living being? That information, that instruction. Instruction did not just come about as part of a big bang. There is very evident, there is great evidence, I should say, for intent. I would commend anyone interested in the topic to read a book that's only about 4 years old called Evolution 2.0 that explores this with in a great detail on the instruction of DNA, that all those mutations and even specific mutations that Charles Darwin had discovered were not by random. That's very intentional, deliberate mutations coupled with natural selection. All that to say that we need to teach this kind of thing to our youth. We need to stop telling them that they are here randomly, that they are here by accident, by simple chance, but that rather that they are here by design. Something behind all of that tells each of us that there is purpose in life in general. There is meaning for life for us individually. We hurt when that student was murdered from East High School when they all came and visited us last week. That hits us directly. Why is that important? Is it important if life has no purpose, if there's no intelligence behind it, then it is dismissible, but I don't think any of us deep down believes that in the first place. I think that's why we're having this conversation, because we do value life. We do love people in our lives, and we want them protected. And it hurts us deeply when there is a murder. It hurts us deeply when there's a suicide. But that lack of hope in the first place comes from a belief that there is no meaning here anyway, and when life is tough, let's just stop the toughness and be done with it. We need to get better at that. I am mostly concerned that with the bigger decisions that we make that create the situation in the first place, that we then work along the lines year after year with multiple bills that attempt to address the symptoms, that we do not fulfill what we keep saying to ourselves, which is we need to do everything possible to fix this problem. The problem exists. The problem is awful. We've got to do everything, but everything includes having the humility to believe that we got a few things wrong in the first place, and that there is a God in heaven, and there is intent in our life. Life has meaning. Life really is precious. And we need to acknowledge that, embrace it. You know, it is right in our founding document that the rights, including the right to our lives, is endowed by a creator. And that our purpose, it goes on to say, is not to take away those rights, not to give those rights. We don't have that authority. The authority comes from the laws of nature and of nature's God, as it is stated in the opening paragraph of the Declaration. But our role as government is to secure those rights that are endowed by that Creator. I believe we need to step up, be humble, acknowledge our Creator, acknowledge that He has intent, that our life, our rights, the rights of all of those individuals we concern ourselves with, that right was endowed by that Creator. Our role is to step up and to ensure that right to their lives through the acknowledgement of that Creator, the acknowledgement of His intent in all of our lives. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Baisley. Before we hear from our next speaker, I just want to give a general reminder. We want to make sure we stay on the topic of the bill, this bill being Senate Bill 170, which is extreme risk protection orders. I chaired the committee where we heard this bill, and I did not gavel down once. I thought it was important to hear from everyone's perspective, but I also want to make sure I acknowledge we have everyone that may have something to share, and if you do have something to share, let's make sure that it is specific to Senate Bill 170. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the comments. I appreciate the burden you carry to maintain decorum and order in this chamber. You do it very well in the committee and in this chamber. I thank you for that. As we've identified, and quite frankly, the presenting sponsors acknowledged, it's a portfolio of issues. It's a portfolio of policies. It's a portfolio of societal effects and impacts that we are seeking to get to. And I think a broad debate, a broad conversation as we actually seek solution to get to safer communities is an appropriate thing. And I would ask for latitude as we seek to frame up, as we seek to seek out, tease out, and find that portfolio of potential policy issues and societal changes that we might be able to influence, impact, have some engagement with through the course of whatever policy we may develop, and quite frankly, through the course of the conversations we have in this well and the influence they may have more broadly. So, to be clear, my ask is for latitude as we pursue this. I trust your judgment and just wanted to clarify that there is a request for latitude as we move forward.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Right, do I call you President? Thank you. Thank you. That's what I thought. Oh. And thank you, Mr. Chair. I truly appreciate the comments that were made, opening comments that were made that said this is about saving lives. I agree 100%. I think that's part of the reason why I respect this body so much, is because we can all agree on that basic principle, that we're here to do good, and saving lives is at the core of that. You know, and that's, you know, part of the reason, and, you know, I don't know, none of us have definitely found the answer yet, but that part about saving lives and trying to do something is part of the reason why at the Joint Budget Committee we agreed to, and I signed on to help sponsor the bill that creates the Office of School Safety, because that's extremely important. And even though the evidence doesn't show overwhelmingly that it's done a whole lot, we spent $105 million with regard to the programs that are going into the Office of School Safety since 2017. I think it's important that we still try, that we still look at what could we be doing. And so that's why I support creating that Office of School Safety. And it's taking a bunch of school safety programs and trainings and pulling those together in the Department of Public Safety, adding on and doing some additional things with regard to threat assessments, additional trainings, trying to get to the stuff here, training academies, threat assessments. I think it's worth it. We've got to try. It's also why the reason the other day when I saw the good senator from Centennial's bill come through about additional training for resource officers. I agree. If we can provide additional training for resource officers and work with them, we should be. If we can encourage our law enforcement agencies to work with their school districts to test and train ahead of time, we should be. We should be trying to do all of those things that we can. You know, there's a lot that has happened. In fact, since 2013, there's been several bills that have been passed. Bills that ban the sale of magazines that hold over 15 rounds, bill that requires all gun owners to go through a background check to buy a gun, a companion bill to the universal background checks bill, another bill that the red flag bill in 2019, the first one, the safe storage bill, guns must be stored safely. I mean, it just always kind of blows my mind that says we have to pass bills that tell people how to be responsible, but apparently we do. That's what most of our bills are about. We had another one about lost or stolen guns have to be reported within 5 days. And the list goes on, you know, eliminating the local preemption, closing loopholes, creating an Office of Gun Violence Prevention, things of that nature. It's when we get to Senate Bill 170, however, that it's not just about the Second Amendment. The extreme, what's it called? Extreme Risk Protection Order petitions. This bill, Senate Bill 170, it's not just about the Second Amendment. I heard the good senator from Boulder say that, you know, people have an authentic fear for their lives and that it somehow is due process. But the principle of due process is at the very core of this bill, and I'm sure we're going to get into it further. But this bill further enhances or even emboldens a system where a person must defend or actually prove their innocence against an action that has not even been taken. That's in the 14th Amendment. And the United States Supreme Court affirmed the right of an individual to keep and bear arms as protected under the Second Amendment, that it's incorporated in the Due Process Clause, which is in the 14th Amendment. Then there is Section 3 of our state constitution. Provides that all persons have certain inalienable rights, among which may be reckoned the right of enjoying and defending their lives and liberties, of acquiring, possessing, and protecting their property, and of seeking and obtaining the safety and happiness. There's Article 7 of our state constitution. Provides that the people shall be secure in their persons, papers, and homes and effects from unreasonable searches and seizures. And then there's Article 15, or Section 15 of Article 2 of our Constitution. Provides that private property shall not be taken or damaged for public or private use without just compensation, which the Colorado Supreme Court has indicated includes illegal interference with the physical use, possession, and disposition or enjoyment of their property, including temporarily. So Senate Bill 170 is not just about the Second Amendment. To me, it's about an issue of protecting everyone's constitutional rights. We take an oath of office to uphold the Constitution. We do that in front of a judge. So at issue, especially with this bill that's coming up, Senate Bill 170 that we're talking about, it's about protecting constitutional rights. It's about keeping our oath to uphold the Constitution. It's not just about the Second Amendment. It's much broader than that. I'm sure we're going to have a lot more discussion on it, but there's a lot more here that we do need to unpack. Taking away the constitutional rights under the guise that it's for the greater good or for your own good is a very dangerous path for us to continue on. It started in 2019, and now we're expanding it here today.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And members, I wanted to see if I could get us back on track a little bit. We were powerfully reminded last week by the students from East High about the importance of this debate today. And what I heard from them directly, I had a chance to talk with the soccer team, I had a chance to talk with the principal, Principal Teresa Walker, I had a chance to talk with some of the other students who were here that day, and what I heard from them over and over again is, what are you doing right now so that I'm safer when I go back to my school next Monday, next Tuesday, next Wednesday? What can you do in the legislature? Now, this is a deliberative body, as we are approving today. But we have to get back, I think, to the urgency of this moment that the students reminded us of, that my own high school student reminds me of, when he was in lockdown on the exact same day that there was the shooting near East High. This is not some theoretical, distant thing. This is a part of our everyday lives in this city, in this state. That's the reminder we got last week. This is not a debate about creationism. Pretty sure that debate has been settled. This is not a debate about whether a gun is a tool, a firearm is a tool. It's responding to the urgency that we heard from the high school students. I have yet to hear any debate about whether or not we should improve an existing piece of statute, the Extreme Risk Protection Order that we passed in 2019. Should it include medical providers? Should it include medical health professionals, licensed educators, and DAs? That's what Senate Bill 170 does. That's where this debate needs to get back on track. I strongly believe that this bill is a massive improvement to the bill that we did in 2019, the work we together started to create the Extreme Risk Protection Orders. I do believe medical providers, that mental health professionals, licensed educators, and DAs should be able to file these proceedings. And we can think of real-world examples of how that may have prevented a tragedy. We can think forward about moments, scenarios in the future that may prevent a tragedy. The Extreme Risk Protection Orders are designed to reduce danger to the person or to someone else. We've already had that debate. We've already put that into state statute. If we're going to have a debate today on Senate Bill 170, I want to hear compelling reasons for why we should not include these 4 new categories of professionals, licensed professionals in the state of Colorado, from being able to file these legal proceedings. That's what Senate Bill 170 is about. I'm in strong support of that. I believe this bill will continue the great work we started in 2019 and save more lives. And that's the urgency that we heard from the East High School students. That's our work today, and I'm proud to be a part of it.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, we're having a good discussion about this important bill of Senate Bill 170, something that, as I've listened to the arguments on both sides, good ones, I'm going to try and focus in, something that I've not heard at all yet is really the role of the family. What about the family name? And this does relate to Senate Bill 170 because right now under current law, it's under ERPO can be issued typically by a family member, which makes some sense. Rather than we start reaching out to healthcare professionals that may or may not know about this person, the district attorney that may or may not know about this person, a teacher who may or may not know the ins and outs. It really should come from the family. You know, before we start adding whistles and bells and ornaments to the ERPO legislation, we need to get to the crux of it, and something that is highly lacking is the family and the role of the family. You know, when I grew up, and probably true for a lot of us here in this body, the family name really meant something, and hopefully it still does. There was the reputation of the family. I look at my colleagues, and I don't want to single anybody out in particular, but with all due credence and respect, the utmost respect, I look at my good colleagues from Eastern Colorado, the senators from Weld County and Northern Colorado, and the senator from Cheyenne County, as we euphemistically like to call it, Peltonia. But I empirically know, I just know, is the name Pelton, the last name of Pelton, really, really means something in Eastern Colorado. And the people that are held the most accountable to that name are the parents in Pelton, Peltonia, Pelton land. And I say that with a smile on my face and a nod to them, because I know that if the kids of the Pelton family do something that is egregious or wrong, they are going to be held accountable by the parents of Peltonia. And with all great respect to our chairman, the name Coleman means something in the Denver area. And the same thing is if the kids of our esteemed Senator Pro Tem, is if those kids or other Coleman family members get out of order, they are held accountable. That really means something, with all due respect, Mr. Senator. I just know what would happen. And, you know, and it's not just the parents, it's the uncles and the cousins and the other family members that are cohesive. We have lost that to a great degree, is the parents have given up on their kids. It's the parents and the family members. Is I've given them a cell phone. I've given them, you know, all the fancy things. I've given them a car, but I haven't given them the family, good family values of duty and honor and being a righteous, being a good citizen that really means something. Is that that today there's no accountability. Is that when little Johnny does something, it's somebody else's fault. It's not my fault as a parent. It's, you know, typically is that we need to bring that family back into you know, back into focus. You know, I think back, unfortunately, and I think this is true with the murders of Columbine, Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris. As far as I know, and I think I'm correct me if I'm wrong, there were no repercussions at all to the family at all. In fact, the family, quite frankly, if I remember correctly, one of the kids was building a bomb in the family home, and the parents were clueless. And there were no repercussions at all whatsoever. So as it relates to Senate Bill 170, I want to encourage us, you know, before we start expanding it to other people that may or may not know what's going to happen with other family members. Let's hold the family members responsible first and foremost. If anybody should know, and if there's should be problems, it should be the family first and foremost. So with that, I just wanted to plant the seed, and I yield my time to other members. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Peltonar.
Thank you, Mr. President Pro Tem. I want to build a little bit on the good senator from Colorado Springs, the topic he was talking about. I think when we get right down to the crux of what is going on, it has a large part to do with the lack of family structure in our country anymore. Our society has been very good at tearing down the father figure, the male of the family. And when we do that, we lose that masculine influence in raising of our children, that respect, the positive, strong father figure that is beneficial to our children and our young people as they go through life. Those lessons that fathers teach, just in the way they conduct themselves and the way they do life, is a great example for the family members. The good senator from Colorado Springs talked about family names, family heritage, for lack of a better term. The Pelt name in eastern Colorado does mean a lot. And so I carry that with me in the way I conduct myself. And that all leads to respect for life, for ourselves, for just property in general. When we go to expanding and getting more people involved with the ERPO process, there can tend to be biases that are involved. Mental health issues, mental health professionals need to be involved, I agree, but not in the issuing of an ERPO. They need to be there whenever that ERPO is served, because that person is going to be left with some dire consequences if the right people aren't there to support them after this tragic event in their minds happens. Some people think, oh, just taking their guns is no big deal. To some people, that is a very, very big deal. They take the protection of their family and their themselves very seriously. So we need to put these professionals in the right order, in the right place in this process. Too many times in this building, we create policy that addresses the symptoms. It's just nibbling around the edges. It's not getting to the root of the causes of the different things that happen. It doesn't get at some of the societal issues that cause this lack of respect, this anger that makes people want to lash out. I think one of the main issues at the center of this is mental health and the lack of strong family bond. I very much have done a lot of work in this building around mental health, trying to get more resources down to the local levels, to the people that actually need mental health. Some of my efforts have been futile. Some of them, I think, have been fruitful. But let's look to more of those kind of solutions that really work on the issue that is causing this. With that, I will conclude my remarks for now. Thank you.
Senator Pelton B., also from Peltonia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to echo my the same sentiments from the good senator from Cheyenne Wells about mental health. You know, we have we have seen in our communities what mental health has done with the lack of it. And the stigma that we have out in rural Colorado is that we're tough people, we're resilient, we can go through anything. We are tough people, we are resilient. And it's been awesome to see that aspect that we are tough, but sometimes people need help. And in rural Colorado, we don't have the services or the resources that are needed. Sometimes we have to go to the Front Range. Sometimes we have to go to Boulder. There was a young lady that I knew from my community that had to go to Boulder to receive mental health treatment. And when she went there, I thought about this over and over when I read this bill. Is that mental health professional from Boulder going to have the same values that we have when it comes to our protections, when it comes to our firearms, when it comes to that? Are they going to have the exact same values when somebody from rural Colorado comes to the Front Range to get the help? I don't know. It makes me nervous, makes me worried about it. But that's how we have to, sometimes we have to go get our professional help from the Front Range. And it makes me nervous with putting professionals in this bill that can do that. I think that mental health needs to be part of something in this, or something like the good senator from Cheyenne Wells. Well, if the ERPO is served on somebody, maybe then we should have a mental health professional there. Just like we have with the people who ride around with our police officer and law enforcement that ride around and help with the addiction specialists and that sort of thing. But maybe we should do that with this here. Rural Colorado is not the same as the rest of the state. We appreciate the state. We appreciate our diversity and how different we are. But it's just a little different out where I live. I want to thank you for this time, and I will yield my time to the good senator from the Western Slope.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President Pro Tem. I have a little, it just brought to my attention that all the cool senators in here today are wearing bolo ties, so thank you. I didn't want to come up and say a few words about this, I think the three bills we're talking about today, but in respect to the 170 as well. But I have to tell you, and I have to tell the bill sponsors that, if I felt what we're doing here today with these bills, this particular bill, 170, that we're debating, if they would do any good, I'd be standing right here beside you. If I really thought they would do you any good and do this state good or this nation good, I'd be standing right with you. But the way I see it, they won't make a difference, and the only difference they make is affecting the rights of law-abiding citizens. It was talked about, criminals don't care, and they aren't affected by whatever policy we do, or ERPOs, or raising the age to buy a firearm. Let's talk about where we can have some good effect. I know the good senator from Monument and Colorado Springs talked about growing up. I grew up in Peltonia too, and I'm sorry, the representative from Colorado Springs didn't bring that up, but I grew up in Peltonia. I can tell you, when I grew up, I went to school every day with a firearm in my vehicle. Every day. We went duck hunting before school. We went duck hunting after school. We all had firearms in our vehicles. I can tell you that my vehicle, the door locks didn't work, so they weren't locked up. And I can tell you all the kids that I went to school with, didn't have vehicles that their door locks worked. So everyone had guns on the school grounds. It was encouraged by our coaches. It was encouraged by our football coach. We would sometimes hunt with our football coach. We would sometimes hunt with our shop teacher. It was encouraged by our teachers. What I'm saying here is something has went wrong. There's been a little bit of talk about how that happened and where it happened, but it's been a transition. No one thought about using firearms in a bad way. And, you know, I admit we have a problem. The problem is not the firearm. So I say let's focus on doing policy that protects the rights of law-abiding citizens. Some of my notes there. I didn't want to talk about growing up as a kid there, but I guess the take-home message here is so many times we point to the firearm or to the person in the case of an ERPO, but I can tell you in all cases, the firearm is never guilty. That object is never guilty. I can lay a fully loaded AR-15 right here, and 100 years from now, if no one picks it up or touches it or does anything with it, it's not going to hurt anyone. It's not going to do anything. It's going to be 100 years from now, it'll be laying right here on this counter. So, you know, that's the situation with the guns. ERPOs, I can tell you, in rural Colorado, there's a whole lot of people that might even fit within the criteria of what's in this bill, the Senate Bill 170, but they're no threat or harm to anyone. They just want to be left alone and not bothered with some of the policy and laws that we create here. And so I think I'm in strong opposition to this addition to these people that can write these or petition for these ERPOs in this bill. Thank you.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, thank you to the senator from Denver trying to bring us back onto topic to talk about actual policy that's in Senate Bill 170. I've got some data here on the suicides here in the state of Colorado. It was the second leading cause of death for people between the ages of 10 and 24, second leading for 25 to 34, eighth leading for ages 55 to 64. Last year, the number of deaths by suicide in the state of Colorado was 1,302. Nationally, we had 45,979 deaths by suicide. 50% of all suicides are done with firearms. So if we think the only people that kill people with firearms are criminals, then here in the state of Colorado, approximately 650 people who killed themselves with a firearm, you're designating as a criminal. No, these are somebody's father, someone's grandfather, someone's son, someone's daughter. They're the ones who have killed themselves. And the most lethal means of completing their attempt at suicide, which they only attempt with a firearm less than 10% of the time. So everybody says, oh, well, they can find another way. Those are less fatal means. If they take a firearm, put the firearm underneath of their chin and pull the trigger, 90% of the time they are successful. They're not criminal, folks. They're dead. Those people are dead because of their easy access to a firearm. And we've tried in other cases, and we're moving forward on that. That's why we create things like safe storage. That's why we have programs in our schools about Be Smart that are teaching families and parents about how they can secure their firearms. So this problem that we're having here in Colorado, and particularly in our rural districts, men just like me who live in a rural neighborhood have a 5 to 8 times higher propensity to kill themselves than I do living in a rural neighborhood. And you're absolutely right. The things you deal with out in the rural neighborhoods are completely different than what I deal with. And the stress and whatever else is happening in your lives raises that level of you taking your own life 5 to 8 times higher. It's one of the few age brackets that we have that is actually going down is men my age, men between 55 and 70. And the reason why is we are killing ourselves because we can't figure out how we fit in, about where we are and what is happening. But they're not criminals. We haven't criminalized suicide. It's what happens. What we're trying to do with legislation like this, and you're right, we have to work on it piece by piece. We can't, can you imagine what a conversation would be like if we had a gun violence prevention omnibus and poured that in here? We would never leave, okay? I mean, we just would never leave. So what we're gonna do is talk about this and work on this and keep making progress on this. And as bad as things are, and as many students that continue to come here to talk to us, we are making the progress. Things are getting better, but I can't tell that to Santos. Santos doesn't believe that things are getting better. The moms from East High, they don't think things are getting better. So we've got to keep working on this stuff so that we can continue to do the work to make things get better. Thank you.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, as I noted earlier, what this bill does is repeal and reenact with some changes the entire red flag law in Colorado. It was puzzling to me, still is puzzling to me, because ostensibly the only thing that's added to the bill are the parties which can file for a red flag order. And it would seem to me that it would have been a little more straightforward to simply do that. As it is, as I alluded to earlier, as it is, the entire bill is on the table for debate. The efficacy of the program, whether it should be, it's almost a sunset bill. Almost a sunset bill, although it doesn't, the current ERPO doesn't sunset, but it goes back in and does all of that. So let's start with the efficacy of the bill. You know, while I had the opportunity to sit through the entire state affairs hearing, I had some other things and did not do so. But there was some compelling testimony that was pointed out to me, and I want to read most of that testimony to you from a lady by the name of Nikki Gosser, who is the executive director of the Crime Prevention Research Center. And in her written testimony, she tells the committee who she is and that she's the executive director of the Crime Prevention Research Center, but also a victim of violent crime. Nevertheless, she opposes Senate Bill 170 because it is unconstitutional and violates due process. And we continue and will continue to have that debate. She says there are unintended consequences to gun control like red flag, extreme risk protection orders, that will impact citizens in Colorado like myself and victims of violent crime. If you are concerned about suicides, simply removing guns is not a serious response. Now, let me interject there. I am sure that the proponents of the bill are quite serious and believe this to be a serious response, but that's what this testifying citizen says. It does not address the real underlying issues. Those who are determined will find another way. Red flag laws can cause people to be afraid to talk with others about their problems and thus make suicides more likely. Violence is a behavior, not an object. Ms. Gozer goes on to say that 13 years ago, my husband Ben was shot 7 times and killed in front of me by a man who I only realized that night was stalking me. This occurred inside a gun-free zone restaurant in Nashville, Tennessee. I had asked management to remove him from the restaurant as I realized he was stalking me. I left my legal gun that I normally carried for self-defense locked in my vehicle. I followed the gun control law. My stalker carried a gun illegally. I was stalked and defenseless. As anyone can imagine, I dealt with depression, nightmares, grief, and trauma. I had concerns for my safety. These are normal human reactions to something this horrific. Ms. Gozer goes on to say, I remember thinking that if God wanted to take me in the middle of my sleep, I'd be okay with that, because this was very difficult. Was I suicidal? No. But you can see where someone may misinterpret that. Even someone well-meaning could have filed a concern knowing that I own guns. My basic human right of self-defense being stripped away from me would be trauma on top of trauma for me, especially after my stalker had violated me in such a horrific and violent way. Not having the ability to defend myself would make my situation even worse. ERPOs offer no hearing first. No mental health care professionals being involved first before guns are confiscated. I would have to spend thousands of dollars to hire an attorney to defend myself in court to get my guns back. This would be a huge cost to me when I have already lost so much. I'd be guilty first until I could somehow prove I'm innocent. That is not the way it is supposed to work in the U.S. There is no need, and she goes on to say, there is no need for ERPOs, as we already have involuntary commitment laws on the books in every state across the nation. There is due process up front where the individual in question is put on hold, and there are mental health care experts involved in a hearing before a judge. Someone like me would be able to defend myself in court before my rights are taken. A defense attorney would be provided for me under involuntary commitment laws. That is not the case with ERPOs. Under ERPOs, I would be forced to pay thousands of dollars to hire a defense attorney to defend me in court and to try to get my guns back so I can protect myself and loved ones from the type of violence I just faced. Under involuntary commitment laws, judges have a whole range of options, including outpatient treatment, involuntary commitment, and if deemed necessary by a judge, removing guns. Use of the existing involuntary commitment law if you truly believe and have evidence that someone is a danger to themselves or others. Even as a victim of what some choose to call gun violence, I believe due process is vitally important before the basic human right of self-defense is ever stripped away from anyone. And Ms. Gozer signs her testimony. I don't normally come down and read the testimony of witnesses from committee, but this witness did an extraordinary job of describing what the problems are with the bill. Let's start, because the bill is a reenactment of the Extreme Risk Protection Order. I'm going to skip for a moment past the definitions, although the definitions are important, and go to the first operative section of the bill. The first operative section of the bill, and when I say the section of the bill, really the section of the statute that the bill enacts, 1314.5103. This is for temporary extreme risk protection orders. And I have to say, this is the one section or a section that gives lawyers a great deal of pause. Because what it allows is an ex parte hearing. Now, ex parte, that means without the other party. Almost everywhere in the law, with the rarest of exceptions, when you are about to be deprived of life, liberty, or property, you get service of process, notice, the attachment of jurisdiction by the court. If you're going to be evicted, somebody has to come to your door. If you have an automobile accident or get in a bar fight and somebody sues you for damages, we'll leave aside the criminal thing for a moment. Someone has to personally serve you. Say, there's a court action against you and you might lose out. Bad things may happen to you. The other party might get some action against you and take your money, drive you into bankruptcy, take your rights. There might be a court order issued to tell you not to do something or to surrender something or whatever. Even in the most emergency of cases in the state and federal courts that allow for so-called ex parte injunctive relief, the court rules say that the filing party has to make efforts, and I don't have the court rule in front of me, but to be quite honest with you, I think all lawyers believe that to be every reasonable effort you can to give some kind of notice to the opposing party, to the party who's about to be enjoined or ordered or told they have to do something. In my experience, this has meant that I'm asking a judge to issue an order against somebody to prevent them from doing something that's going to cause immediate harm. And they have to call, counsel has to call the other party or their lawyer on the phone, or try to contact them personally in some way and say, you know, I filed some papers against you at the courthouse. Here's a copy of those papers, or let me, can I email them to you or something? And I've asked the judge to give me a forthwith hearing this afternoon at 2 o'clock. The court might want to contact you. Find out what your position is on this matter, because I'm asking the court to do something adverse to you. I'm to give me something, not let you take an action. And the first thing the judge says to you whenever you show up at 2 o'clock is, Mr. Gardner, have you contacted the other party? And I better be able to say, even if I wasn't able to contact them, I better be able to say to the court, I attempted to do so, Your Honor, and I made every effort. I had a phone number, I had whatever. As far as I can tell, they've left the country, or they're not available. I made some inquiries of people who might know. Believe me, the court doesn't like ex parte actions. They don't. But this, the extreme risk protection order, is exactly that. It says a family or household member of the respondent, a community member, let me back up here, a community member. I think we may have had that affected by the committee report. I guess not. That was one of the definitions that remained intact. Well, what's a community member? That's a licensed healthcare professional or mental health professional who, through a direct professional relationship, provided care to the respondent within 6 months before requesting the protection order, or an educator who, through a direct professional, we did say educator means a teacher employed to instruct students, or a school administrator in a school district. Interacted with the respondent or the respondent's child. So we're not just talking about the educator having interacted with the firearms owner. We're talking about an educator who maybe has the third or fourth grader in their class and heard something about guns. I don't know if any of you have raised children as I have, or have grandchildren as I do, but, you know, third or fourth graders, they have very active imaginations, and based on their personalities and everything else, you might hear some really astounding things. Everyone I ever knew who taught school said, you just hear some wild and crazy things, and when you ask a few questions about it or something, you find out it wasn't that way at all. But that, quote, community member might be someone who can ask for an order. Who else? Or a law enforcement officer or agency may request a temporary extreme protection order without notice. Without notice. Now, it has to be signed under oath and under penalty of perjury, but it's not perjury to state false facts if you believe them to be so. It happens all the time. happens in your committees. They're not under oath, although we could take oaths in committee. It's not our practice, statutorily permissible. But you say, people will say, well, there's protection there, affidavit under penalty of perjury. Well, there's no cross-examination. There's no, hey, wait a minute, let me ask you a few more questions about this. Now, here's something that's really problematic. If you read on down, it says if the petitioner is a law enforcement officer or law enforcement agency, this is some of the addition here. You end up with district attorneys and their offices being able to ask for these things. They shall, not may, they shall concurrently file a sworn affidavit for a search warrant pursuant to section 16.3.301.5 to search for any firearms in the possession or control of the respondent at a location or locations to be named in this warrant. And I've always thought that this was really problematic. If a law enforcement agency wants to file for an ERPO, they must also file a search warrant. But a search warrant is supposed to be supported by, does anybody know? Students of civics, by probable cause. And the probable cause for a law enforcement search warrant is about there being evidence of a crime or something that would lead to the evidence of a crime. It's pretty broad, but so far, all of the things, and we will go through those later, the requirements of 1314.5, 1043, they don't require for an extreme risk protection order the commission of a crime in the past. They don't even require the intention to commit a crime. What is it that the affidavit, or what is it that the judge is supposed to find without having given notice to the person who legally owns firearms? I mean, I hate to digress, but let's start with this premise here. We're not talking about a felon in possession of firearms that we're doing an ERPO, because if you go to the police and you say, I don't want to choose anybody's name. Well, John Smith, whoever, all the John Smiths in the world, I guess. John Smith, my neighbor, he's a convicted felon. He's somebody who committed a crime under the Palpo statute, possession of a weapon by a prior offender. He committed a robbery earlier in his life, and he's a convicted felon. And I saw him sitting on his front porch cleaning a shotgun yesterday. Would the sheriff want an ERPO? No. The sheriff would, based upon that citizen who has no, I mean, and they need to kind of find this out, that has no nefarious motive or anything else, the sheriff would, based upon that informant's own affidavit, testimony, report, use that to support probable cause to say, I looked at the records, John Smith is a prior felon, he can't possess a firearm, a reliable citizen that I have any reason to question that citizen's veracity, says with reasonable certainty that John Smith was sitting on his front porch cleaning a shotgun yesterday, and you'd probably want a little more like John later went in, took a shotgun into his house. That would be evidence of a crime and probable cause. And they would, well, there was a time they would have arrested John Smith. Now they'd probably just give him a citation and let him go about his business. And they'd take a shotgun and that wouldn't do anything about the 38 that he had in the basement. I won't go down that any longer. Just ponder that, members. Ponder that about violence with firearms and why we're there. So, back to the ARPA. We don't have probable cause that a crime was committed. We have preponderance of the evidence. Now, that's more than probable cause, I give you that. The respondent poses a significant risk of causing personal injury to self or others immediately? No. In the near future, by having in respondent's custody or control a firearm, by purchasing, possessing, or receiving a firearm, the court shall issue a temporary extreme risk protection order. Now, I have to say, when I argued against the passage of the prior bill, I wondered, and I had real concerns about ERPOs being issued all over the state and in large numbers. Turns out the most likely place to have an ERPO issued against you is, anybody want to guess? Denver. Denver. I thank the sponsor of the bill for knowing that. But in El Paso County, there's been about, it's less than 100. It's, Denver was, I think, I saw the number this morning, was like 91. El Paso County, less so. Less so. Turns out that judges have been pretty true to their responsibility to really try and test the evidence here, particularly on an ex parte basis. I think it's because, in my experience, judges are very reluctant to act on ex parte matters. We do allow for civil protection orders on an ex parte basis, but those don't take people's property from them. They say you just have to stay away from the complaining person, and probably it's wise to stay away from people who don't like you anyway. So what happens when you go in and you do this? Well, it's interesting. And let me back up. It says, if a petition filed pursuant to 2765-106 is also filed against the respondent. When I read stuff like that, I always wonder what lay people do. I read that and I go, and I know why we draft the way we do, but I'm like, what in the heck is 2765-106? Now I'm running over and I get another book. My associate attorney says, why do you always have a stack of red books next to your desk? And I say, because I read one and it says, as provided in this wholly different section of the CRS and this wholly different title, which means I have to take 5 books off to get through one section, and that's what you have to do here. Turns out 2765-106 is temporary holds for mental health evaluation. And it says if a petition filed pursuant to that section is also filed against the respondent, a court of competent jurisdiction may hear that petition. Well, this is interesting. I was troubled 2 years ago, and I remain troubled. If someone has firearms, and if they haven't really made any statements that constitute a threat to someone, which would be a crime, communicating that threat. If I said to the good senator from Monument, I'm going to kill you, and it was said in a serious way, and in a way that once reported to law enforcement, they'd say, you know, that's a crime. Now, I love my colleagues, so I would never do such a thing and have no thought of that at all. But that's a crime, and it allows arrest. And so we don't need ERPO for that. And you say, well, what if someone has firearms and they're really unstable? I mean, I don't think I've seen a mass shooting incident in a long time where it wasn't clear that the perpetrator was really unstable. So much so that they could be regarded as an imminent threat to themselves or others, pose an imminent threat of harm. I'm loosely stating the statement, but it's an imminent threat of harm, not a in the near future threat. But if someone really owns firearms and they haven't committed a crime or had sufficient information and acts that they've committed that constitute probable cause, then what are we going on? What are we doing here? What's the evidence? It turns out, and in places like my own jurisdiction of the 4th Judicial District, a lot of these are not successful, and the reason they're not successful is not because judges are irresponsible, but because the evidence, even on an ex parte basis, when you get to the courthouse for your temporary order, is not sufficient. Not sufficient to prove, more likely than not, that's the preponderance standard, that the respondent poses a significant risk of causing personal injury in the near future. Now, I think it causes, if you know the community from which I come, and you read the newspaper at all, then, you know, it's fair enough to say, but Bob, what about that Club Q thing? Horrific. Tragic. A lot of discussion about why wasn't there an ERPO. And we happen to have a sheriff, our immediate past sheriff, who was very vocal about ERPO. And I have to say, I admire, he's a friend. On top of that, I admire him greatly. Because I said to him one day when we were sitting across the table from each other, visiting about various legislative things and all, that what's your difficulty with ERPO? And he said, you know, I think it's unconstitutional. And I said, you know, I'm just a simple country lawyer, but I think I had more constitutional law than you, although you probably, you know, Sheriff, you probably know the cases on search and seizure better than I do, because, you know, that's a in the trenches thing. And he said, I don't believe it complies with the Fourth Amendment. What did he mean by that? He meant, you know, everything else I do, I have to have probable cause that a crime has been committed, that there's evidence of the crime to be discovered, or that a weapon or something that has been used or will be used would be discovered there. This is very uncomfortable with that. So you might say, well, for all the things that surrounded and swirled the why did the Club Q perpetrator, why did he have his record sealed? He had his record sealed, by the way, everybody, because many, many, many of you voted for a bill to have his record sealed. And why wasn't he prosecuted? Because a family member or members didn't do what I think they needed to do. Now you say, well, that militates in favor of a DA asking for an ERPO. Well, it turns out that that perpetrator, who is entitled to a trial, and I won't conclude, but I think the evidence can speak for itself. In that earlier incident that everybody read about in the paper, that perpetrator's firearms were confiscated. And on the day or night of the shooting, those weapons were still, as I understand it, being held by the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. Well, what weapons got used? Weapons obtained illegally. Weapons that neither the sheriff nor the DA would have known about. Who would have known about it? Who did know about it? Family members. Under the existing law, they were probably the only ones with the information to have done something about it. Could the sheriff have asked for an ERPO? Well, he didn't have the information to do so. Did not have the information to do so. So we're going to add some folks. Somebody asked me when this proposal surfaced that we would add district attorneys to the list of people who could file for an ERPO how did I feel about that, or was I up in arms about it? Now, I'll go out on the limb here with folks on my side. I shrugged, and as to the DA, and I shrugged and said, I think that it'll be just the same as the sheriff in most cases. After all, the positions of elected sheriff and DA are in the same community, largely with the same constituency, largely with the same reservations or the same, advocacy of ERPO. So about that, I was just kind of like, okay, well, so now one more elected official in the 4th Judicial District or in El Paso County will have the right to request an ERPO. Two things about that. One, I don't think that particular change makes a lot of difference. And two, if it doesn't make a lot of difference, why? It's something. But I thought the purpose was to spend our time dealing with violence with firearms. And I wonder if it's worth the time. Now, as the bill developed and as it came on, I find out that it's not just publicly responsible individuals, if you will, publicly responsible in the sense of being elected and being engaged in law enforcement and around the courts, or family members who have their own obligations. Family members who really ought, for the good of their own family member and the community, take responsibility. And by the way, as a side comment, I don't know if any of you are following the trial of the parents who enabled their child to have access to a weapon. That's just, you ought to follow that case and the pro and con of criminal responsibility there, and whether they should be held criminally responsible or not morally. People who have family members who shouldn't have weapons, and they really know that, and other reasonable people know that, bear a heavy moral responsibility. But who are we adding? We're adding community members. And those include educators, include mental health professionals. So, I'm a guy who owns firearms, and I'm speaking hypothetically. You might think my sanity's in question. If you do, okay, but I'm just speaking hypothetically. I'm a guy who owns firearms, and my sanity is questioned by many. Maybe I should say that. So a lot of people question my sanity. And, there are a lot of stresses. Being a lawyer, being a legislator, just living today. And I go to my mental health professional. I just go for some counseling. And I tell them what kind of day I had on Friday, March 10th at the Colorado General Assembly. And my mental health professional, what do they say once you tell them something? They go, "How does that make you feel, Bob?" And what if I said something like, you know, sometimes I just want to shoot myself. Now, my family always says you shouldn't ever say things like that flippantly, and they're right, but people do. Sometimes I just want to shoot myself. Or maybe I'm really angry about some of the things that happened on Friday, March 10th, 2023 at the Colorado General Assembly, and I'm just tired, you know? And I say, sometimes I just want to shoot some people. What does my mental health professional do? Because what I told him or her was, you know, the argument was about, the debate was about guns, and, you know, I own guns myself, and I feel really strongly about it, and that they shouldn't be taken away from people. And I've just said to my therapist, sometimes I just want to shoot some people. Now, that's Bob 1, just for the sake of argument. Bob 2 is a simple country lawyer. And he has as a client someone he advises from time to time, a mental health professional. And the mental health professional calls Bob 2 and says, everything I say to you is confidential, isn't it, Bob 2? And I go, yes, absolutely, it's attorney-client privilege. At least it still is last time I looked. Despite the efforts of the Colorado General Assembly to chip away at that privilege, it's still there. Well, I'm trying to figure out what to do because Senator Bob 1 came to see me. He's upset about firearms. He had a tough week, and he said, I'm so angry, I just want to shoot some people. And he sounded pretty serious to me. He sounded pretty serious to me. What does Bob 2, the responsible, simple country lawyer, say? Well, I think, given this ERPO law, even though there seem to be some protections for liability here, I think you need to apply for an ERPO. Protect your liability. So my mental health professional files for an ERPO, and that kind of ruins our confidential psychologist relationship. It also, once I go to the judge, they show up at my door and they take all of my weapons, first of all. And because I'm a legislator and I don't really want any of this problem, I hand them over. But by the way, I think this is a pretty intrusive thing that happens at my house, because I say, well, I want to cooperate, deputy, I'll go get them. Well, the deputy's going to say, no, Senator, why don't you tell me where they are and I will get them. I don't really want you. And I go, I get it. You don't want me accessing my gun safe, pulling it out and turning around and shooting you, right? And he goes, well, that's a little more candid, Senator, than I would be about it, but that's the concern. They've gone to my house, they're going to take all my weapons, but I tell them where they all are, and I help them get there, and they, you know, I have one in the back closet, past, you know, all sorts of things, private papers. You make up whatever you want that might be in the back of your closet, or I don't know. Whatever you do in the privacy of your bed, right? No, because the deputy just went back there to get the firearms. Because that's what he had to do, because he had this ex parte order to go into my home and to take all my firearms. And even if I'm cooperative, it's not like he would be by best practice going, well, it's okay to go upstairs and get them and hand them to me. They might let me do that if I seemed calm enough, but I don't know. I'd be interested to ask a deputy what they'd let me do. I wouldn't let me do that. Not if I was a deputy there to execute on an ERPO order. I wouldn't let the subject of the order go and retrieve the weapons. And so now they've intruded in my home. Now, I don't think they'd find evidence while they were doing that. I don't think they'd find evidence of a crime in my home. Don't think. Because I don't think I'm violating any laws, although maybe I'm in possession of some environmental substance you're not supposed to have anymore, but the deputy won't care about that. But my point about that is you may think I have nothing to hide. Those of you who ever get asked to consent to a search, don't. So they get their weapons, they take them. I go to my hearing, miss a day at the legislature. Or worse, if I was a working person and I needed every dime, I'd miss a day in my office or at my job, or, going and fixing people's drywall or ranching or whatever I do. And say the judge says, well, there's nothing else there. Nothing. I convinced the judge that when I was telling my therapist, sometimes I just want to shoot some people, that I was just being hyperbolic. I didn't have an intent to do that. And maybe I'm calm enough to go, but I understand why my therapist felt like he or she had to do what they did, because Bob, too, the lawyer, wanted the therapist to not risk liabilities or be second-guessed. I mean, I have questions about whether or not the liability protection here for those people is very good. But I'll tell you one thing that Bob 1 will never do again. He won't go to his therapist again. Or if he decides, well, maybe I'll get a new therapist, I'll get a gun-toting redneck therapist if you can find one. But I won't ever say to that person ever again, what I really think about my frustration and everything else, which is I'm supposed to be able to be candid. I need to be candid. They need to know. They need to know. Who else is a community member? An educator who, through a direct professional relationship, interacted with the respondent or the respondent's child. Well, I've already alluded to that. If your 6-year-old gets it strange, I don't know. I tried to think about this. Anybody here remember when they were 6 years old? I remember a few things. I remember the rifle and the shotgun on the rack in my home that were above the reach of a 6-year-old. But I remember my father taking them off the rack and when he was going hunting, and probably about that year or a little after I went with him. But the other thing that he taught me to do after you fired your weapon, or even if you'd just been out and so forth, you had to bring it home and clean it. And I sat there with him at the table and we cleaned his rifle. Now, I have to tell you, I was pretty fascinated with it, but I mean, my father thought it was pretty important, and it was. But if I just started to run away or you know, leave or something, it would have been like my father to say, now, Bobby, he didn't call me senator either. Sometimes it was Robert. I was really in trouble. Watch what I do here. It's really important. Watch this. Maybe that was traumatic for me. It wasn't, but maybe it was. And I go to school and I'm talking to all my little friends about, and I didn't live in rural Texas where all of my friends had a gun, but I live in Metro Denver. And I start telling my friends about how my father owns a gun. And I say, why do we own a gun? He said, because we go hunting, and also we might need this someday. Somebody tries to break in. Well, I start getting fascinating horror stories, and I'm just, I wasn't a kid like this, but there are kids that are. And I tell my teacher, and my teacher's not from a western Colorado or Colorado Plains rural place originally. She's from a community where, in a background where guns are feared. Not respected, but feared. What if that community member goes and files a temporary extreme risk protection order? So, what's my protection? I mean, I'm not even to the permanent order here. I'm just to the temporary. It says the petition must comply with the requirements of section 13.4.51043. And so 14.51043 says, where are we here? 104.3. A petition must allege that the respondent poses a significant risk of causing personal injury to self or others by having in his custody or control a firearm, allege that the respondent poses a significant risk of causing personal injury to self or others by having in the respondent's custody or control a firearm, stating the specific facts, actions, statements, or facts. What if that teacher, who doesn't understand about firearms, what if her worldview is, his worldview is, having a rifle on a table in front of a 6-year-old while you clean it is dangerous? Well, you say, well, that has to be a reasonable fear. Identify the locations. Well, one may or may not know that. Have to say whether I'm a cop or a law enforcement person of some sort or a military person, although military people don't generally take their weapons home. What if I did have a domestic abuse protection order? You know, you could get a temporary domestic abuse protection order itself. You know, it seems to me that complying with the petition requirements, I thank the senator from Douglas County. He is the better senator from Douglas County for having seen to my personal needs. He may not always be the better senator. I mean, seriously, there's not much in the way of what a petitioner has to do and say. They have to do it by affidavit. They have to state their belief. They can't be acting maliciously. Now, in the domestic context, that gets a lot harder because you don't know. You don't know what motivations are within a relationship. Now, you get to the judge, and the thing that happens, it seems to happen more in conservative areas. The judge really kind of looks at that and says, "Yeah, that's not much." But I think after incidents like the Club Q shooting, I think if I sat on the bench in Colorado, I don't think I'd want to be the judge that denied one. I mean, God bless them. I thought that judges would be reluctant, but nevertheless would be faithful to the law and really, really strain these things. But you make the wrong call as a judge now, your name will be in the newspaper. And to be honest with you, I think who actually becomes a shooter and not can be something of a roll of the dice. I sat on the school safety interim committee with a good senator from Denver who seems to have not been enthralled with my discussion. And one of the things we learned was, you know, there are a group of people that you can predict that they're a danger, and there's a group of people that you can pretty well conclude that they're not, and then there's a whole group of people that you just don't know. One and some number of them are going to be a shooter, but which? And it's very difficult. So a judge looking at any of these petitions, I would have a hard time questioning them just erring on the side of caution. And yet, once they sign that temporary order, all of those things follow that I spoke about earlier. The deputy or a police officer shows at your door and knocks and says, "Sir, I'm here to take your weapons." Have I committed a crime, officer? No, you haven't. I have this order from the court. What did I do? Well, the court has found by the preponderance of the evidence, I'm not sure that, hopefully the deputy would be this well schooled, found by the preponderance of the evidence that you pose a significant risk of causing personal injury to self or others in the near future by having custody or control of those weapons. Who filed this? Your next door neighbor, your ex-wife, your ex-husband, your former domestic partner. Well, I'm already don't like them very much, or we wouldn't be having this discussion probably. And maybe I'm a little hot-headed and, I think this is America and you can't do that to me, so I slam the door in the officer's face. Now, I wouldn't do that, but I've had clients over the years that did, and it's like, that was a bad choice. I mean, good people. But they're like, you don't have a warrant for my arrest and I haven't committed any crime. What do you mean you can take my weapons? And even if I behave clearly rationally and obey that ex parte order about which I had no notice until that moment, the deputy gets to march through my home and each and everything that might be evidence of crime that's in plain view. I told you I don't think I have anything like that, but I don't know. I mean, there are a lot more things that are against the law today than they were 30 years ago. Actually, in my experience, there are a lot more things against the law in Colorado than 17 years ago when I first came here. As a Fourth Amendment matter, the state has entered my home, and because I don't put my firearms in the front living room, but rather keep them in a remote part of my home, that deputy, and by the way, I don't think they're trained to, when they enter a dwelling, a strange dwelling, I don't think they're trained to keep their eyes forward and not look around. As a matter of safety and everything else, they're trained to case the joint. For many of you who are concerned about civil liberties, concerned about people being arrested for crimes, concerned about being thrown in jail and not having bond, I would really encourage you to think hard about whether this whole ERPO thing doesn't have implications for an otherwise law-abiding citizen who may have said something rather hyperbolically. You say, well, people shouldn't talk that way. Well, I don't know. People go on social media, and people that I know to be completely, totally mild-mannered, thoughtful, and rational, they go on social media and talk about war. Yeah. They talk about really off the, and by the way, we didn't even discuss what things people might put on social media that would be shown to a judge, because people say on social media stuff that is just insane. I use that term generically and not clinically. I mean, the things that I see on social media that are off the wall, I have to say, members, we need to think about ERPO generally and whether or not its utility after 2 years justifies the intrusion on people's civil rights and liberties. And you can scoff and say, well, what you know, if we save one life, I get the argument, but I have to tell you, that is not ultimately the American tradition about the Constitution. I thank you for your attention, and you know, I could talk all afternoon and might later, but there are people just begging to take my place, and so and by the way, I won't yield the balance of my time because we have all the time in the world, but I will yield the podium to my colleague.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request a Senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5 has been requested and granted. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the committee rise, report progress, and beg leave to sit again.
The motion for the committee to rise, report progress, and beg leave to sit again. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee will rise, report progress, and beg leave to sit again.
We'll report on it. I think so. Oh yeah, I guess you could do this. I think we're good. Yeah. The Senate will come back to order. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and a number of bills in consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Senate Rule 21C, I move that the Senate excuse the members of the Joint Budget Committee to meet while the Senate is in session.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. See you guys later. All right, Jeff, time for you to leave so we can talk about you. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we resolve into the committee of the whole for consideration of general order, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will re-resolve itself into the committee of the whole for the consideration of general order, second reading of bills. And Senator Coleman will take the chair. Easy peasy.
The committee will come to order, and the court rule is still relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 170 as amended?
Senate Bill 170, Senators Sullivan and Fenberg, Representatives Bacon and Wiseman, concerning extreme risk protection orders.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Mr. Chair, Mr. President Pro Tem, thank you. Colleagues, 2 years ago we passed the act that this bill is an effort to reenact. We're seeing what it's doing. We're beginning to feel the effects in society of what that extreme risk protection order bill as passed may be doing. And yet we're moving ahead swiftly, I would say, in terms of the process of policy making and societal change. We're moving forward precipitously, almost, you might even say, to change the act that we're just now beginning to understand how it affects. As I did with the prior act that became law, I have serious and significant concerns, constitutional concerns, policy concerns about what that act specifically does. So the underlying bill, underlying act now, underlying law, I have challenges and problems with, and I think there are many people who are far more adept with the law and with policy and the application of the law, such as the many sheriffs across the counties that are expected and required to bring this bill into enforcement, where they have concerns over the existing law such that it is. The district attorneys also far more legal skill. I have none. My experience in the law is the fact that I've lived under it for 63 years, and I served on the House Judiciary Committee for 4 years. So I guess for 4 years I played an attorney on House Judiciary Committee, but I am not an attorney, nor do I have significant expertise with regard to the law. But those who do have, many of them have significant and serious concerns about the underlying law, which is now in its infancy in terms of application, and yet we are moving precipitously forward to change that law. Well, let's talk a little bit about some of the things that these changes would do. If you turn your attention to page 4 of the bill, you will see that it's going to give authority to petition for an extreme risk protection order to a number of individuals, new individuals, individuals who didn't have authority previously, and I would argue it's probably not appropriate for many of these people to have authority, and in fact, there are several of these categories of individuals that I believe giving them this authority, putting upon them a requirement to interact on this authority, will have a detrimental effect to exactly what we're trying to achieve in society more broadly, a safer, better community, safer and better neighborhoods. The individuals that I would argue should not be given this authority are individuals who live in a rarefied and special area of our lives. When we are not quite sure that we're finding our footing and moving forward in a productive way, it's kind of the land of mental health is the broad word we put on it. We reach out to individuals who have specific expertise and skill to help us find our footing and move forward, to find better mental health. Those individuals are now, let's talk a little bit about who those individuals are. Under the bill on page 4, the definitions of individuals who would be included are physicians, physician's assistants, advanced practice registered nurses, primary provider health services to the respondent being the individual against whom the extreme risk protection order would be lodged, psychiatrist, licensed emergency room medical care providers, mental health providers, psychologists, social workers, marriage and family therapists, licensed professional counselors, addiction counselors, licensed. So this is a group of individuals who provide care to us as we're trying to navigate that complicated thing called life, and we're struggling perhaps emotionally, we're reaching out to someone who might be able to help us. Well, what are the conditions of that relationship? I tell you, if I am struggling emotionally, if I am struggling mentally, I want to go to somebody I can trust to help me manage that pathway forward. And so trust is a key component. The bond between a therapist, a caregiver, and an individual is rooted in and dependent upon trust. Well, I think that this bill will not only with regard to the cases of extreme risk protection orders, but more broadly in society at a time when we're seeking greater broad mental health across society, break down the basic understanding and trust of many of these people who provide care in the minds of the people who would seek their care. So that's the list of individuals who are actually seated, rooted into their profession, know their profession. But this bill goes beyond that, and I think this is really incredibly challenging. It says it adds 4 different candidates. These are individuals who, by definition of their experience, are inexperienced. They're developing the skills, they're developing the experience. They're perhaps not as well seated or rooted into the profession as others. Added to the categories of individuals who would be able to petition, psychologist candidate. Candidate means someone who is not yet fully impressed into the role that they are seeking to get. Social worker, clinical social worker candidate would also be added to the list. Marriage and family therapist candidate and licensed professional counselor candidate. So here we have individuals who, by definition of their description, are junior in their industry, junior in their profession, junior in their practice, and we're giving them the authority to issue these extreme rest protection order requests. The reality is this creates a chilling effect that I think would have a resonant and negative impact on exactly what we're seeking to find, and that is broader mental health in society. So what are they authorized to do? Well, these individuals are authorized, if you move to page 10 of the bill, they are authorized to disclose protected health information. This is very private. This is very personal. Under the law, it's protected. It's not casual information. It's not the sort of stuff that's just private. It's so private that we, in the body politic, have said this information must be protected. And yet we're allowing it to be released. Now, in the process of doing that, we don't just allow the release of the information, but we give a certain degree of impunity in the release of this information to those who would release it. So I don't want to say any professional, counselor, therapist, etc., would be casual with information, but the law as written is saying to them, you know, that protected information that we said was so critically important, we're going to loosen your grip on that. We're going to loosen how we all interact with it and handle it. It's maybe not so important to be so protected anymore. We're going to let it go. And in addition to treating it in a way that may become potentially the great risk, and I'm not saying in every case this would happen, but you know how we write policy. You have to write policy to the extremes. Best case scenario, worst case scenario. What can happen under the band of the law that we lay down? Well, quite frankly, as written, it could be treated instead of as a protected set of information or information set, it could be handled in a cavalier way. Well, why would that happen, you ask? Well, because not only do we say you can give it away, but then we say you have no responsibility for it. You know, under the law, in our society, we provide provisions, we provide ways for people to say, hey, you did something that harmed me, and I want recourse, I want redress, I want recompense, I want, hopefully I would never say retribution, but I at least want to be restored to my fullness, and the way we do that is sometimes through the courts, an action that says you need to give me something, money usually, to help me be restored to wholeness. Well, page 6 of the bill says that the decision of a licensed healthcare professional or mental health professional to disclose or not to disclose records or documents relating to the diagnosis, prognosis, or treatment. Think about that for a second. Treatment. We're talking about what a therapist has said, here's what we are going to help you do in your life. Here's the program to get you back to a place of greater mental health, greater stability, greater family or other individual relationship. Here's the program, the treatment program. We're now making that potentially publicly available. It's protected within certain bounds, but at the same time, going back to the thread of this threat is between the trust between a patient and a therapist. It's being released and treated in a more cavalier way, and clinical records of a respondent when made reasonably and in good faith. So the therapist is saying, well, all things considered, my good faith judgment is that I'm going to release this. It shall not be the basis for any civil or even criminal liability with respect to the licensed healthcare professional or licensed mental health professional. Well, you've got to do that sort of thing, the bill sponsors would argue, in order to move forward with what we want to do. But my response is no. What this is going to do is break down a critical bond, not only between the therapist and a potential respondent, but between everyone else in society who now knows that that individual who is supposed to be most trusted in my life in a time of potential crisis is now potentially going to be releasing information about me, ex parte, as the senator from El Paso County said earlier, without your knowledge, in a way that breaks down a critical support for broader mental health in society. So I believe that is a significant and wrong-headed challenge that this bill brings forward. Let's talk a little bit about the search standard, or just legal standards. You know, there's an array of standards that we deal with in the legal world, from scintilla to beyond a reasonable doubt. Well, this bill only interacts with a couple of the standards, but they are in a rank order of difference. The standard to take away someone's rights is a lower standard, the preponderance of evidence, and this is on page 7 of the bill, than the standard to get your rights back. To get your rights back, you have to get to a higher standard, clear and convincing evidence. And that is on page 20 of the bill. That's where you seek relief. So it's important to call out the misjudgment, the misbalance, I believe, that exists in this bill, specifically with regard to the evidentiary standards of what needs to be done. So let's talk about the petition standard. What do you have to do to actually bring one of these petitions? Well, in order to get to standard searches, you've got to have a higher standard than is required in this particular bill. All you need to do in order to get to a petition is raise an allegation. That's allege. I allege there is this potential. This is page 11 of the bill, that the respondent poses a significant risk of causing personal injury to self or others by having in the respondent's custody or control a firearm, or by purchasing, possessing, or receiving a firearm, and must be accompanied by an affidavit, et cetera, it goes on to say. This is page 11 of the bill where we get to this standard, and that was, as I was referring to it earlier, the preponderance of evidence is the evidentiary standard that's required to get there. Now, something that's interesting about the bill is designed to get at one specific thing. The question before us, the question we're trying to answer is if the respondent poses a significant risk of causing personal injury. You see that reappear. We've got a temporary order and a permanent order. On page 14, line 23 of the bill, you've got a couple of issues that you can use to cause a petition to be called for. Whether or not, and let me read this section here, starting on page 14, line 23, this is one of the causes of action. A recent act or credible threat of violence by the respondent against self or others, whether or not such violence or credible threat of violence involves a firearm. So, a cause of action, you can use as a piece of information that says we want to go get this extreme risk protection order, is involving whether or not the potential violence is a threat, whether or not it involves the use of a firearm. So, legitimate question. We started this conversation earlier today about how do we make ourselves safer. So the question is about an individual and creating safety. Recent act, a recent singular act. Now, I'm more expert in the land of business than I am law, but here's something that's just a fact of life. If you have an incident, you've got a data point. If you get 2 incidents, you can define very loosely a trend. If you get 3 incidents all in the same direction, you have what you could legitimately call a pattern. Well, this doesn't require a pattern, although it does later say a pattern is a reason for cause. I would say, well, that's better. But again, the legislation, the policy is this band. Best case scenario, worst case scenario. You have to look at the worst case scenario based on not even a pattern, not even a trend, but just a single recent incident, recent being within the last 6 months. You can take action. And it's very clear. The issue is something we all care about. Credible threat of violence by the respondent against self or others, whether or not violence or credible threat of violence involves a firearm. So the individual may be saying or doing something that would not be consonant with, connected to, there's no firearm as a nexus, but something that is perceived to be a threat and a threatening. But the bill doesn't then, when it goes to seek the solution, it doesn't say take all of those other things by which we've now chosen to issue an order, a knife, a vehicle, anything else that could be a threat to a human being. It doesn't say this person whom we now are taking action on, we're calling them now the respondent, we want an extreme risk protection order against them because they are a threat, not involving a firearm, but they are a threat, but we don't, under the law, go and take all of the potential elements that they could use in the execution of a threat against themselves or someone else. We don't take all of the potential tools, we could say, away from them. We take this very broad definition of how and why we want to go get them, and then what we choose to do is limited to this single thing of a piece of private property, a firearm. And that is a challenge. So the reality is this idea of a data point, a trend, and a pattern, I think that's very, very important. Under this law as proposed, this bill as proposed, you don't have to have a trend, you don't have to have a pattern, you could simply have a moment of hyperbole, not even associated with a firearm, that causes a threat to something that we all hold dear, a constitutional right. We all would stand in unified support of the First Amendment. We believe that we should have the ability to speak against our government if we are disagreeing with what our government is about. That's the miracle, that's the exceptional nature of America. It's the First Amendment, something that we protect dearly. The Second Amendment, I believe, is there to support the First Amendment. It has to do with the right to keep and bear arms. And so we have this critically important element of protecting a constitutional right, and we're using this incredibly low standard of the preponderance of evidence on a single risk that may have nothing to do with a firearm as the action upon which we take it. One more support in terms of the breakdown, I would argue that this bill begins to create in our trust of the therapists and the mental health professionals that we all need as a society is on page 13. And again, I understand why you would do this. If you're trying to expand something, put greater protections around it. On page 13, line 7, there is no requirement for a bond to obtain relief in any proceeding pursuant to this section. So what's a bond about? Well, a bond is about something, if you're going to do something that may or may not work out the way you think it's going to work out, for instance, in the land of construction, if you're going to build an extremely complicated project that's millions or tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars, and it may take years to do it, and it's uncertain because it's going to take years to do it and it's incredibly expensive, the tradition is to require a bond. You have to put a bond in place that says if you fail to finish this project, there will be enough money on deposit at a bank somewhere by virtue of the bond to fund the completion of that project. And we require that of things as simple and mundane as building roads and building bridges. But here we are, taking away potentially a constitutional right of individuals, and we are not requiring any kind of protection against. We are not requiring a bond. We're specific in saying, and oh, by the way, although as a matter of general business behavior, we require bonds on things as mundane as bridges and roads, there is no bond to protect the fact that we are choosing to take away one of your constitutional rights. So I think we perhaps have some further thoughts about this. We have some amendments that we believe might improve this, but I really want to call out and make sure that we're contemplating what we're doing here. Relatively new law, 2 years in place. In the land of law and societal change, that's early. That's nascent. It's just beginning to develop. We're just beginning to understand it. We're tossing in a whole bunch more people that would have the ability to issue these orders, and those people that we're choosing to give that authority to, quite frankly, putting a burden upon them, are people that we actually want broadly to be able to trust to look out for our interests, because in emotional crisis, we want to reveal to them with trust the most precious and private thoughts we have. I think this bill, with this expansion, this change in the law, does more violence to mental health broadly across society than it would gain in benefit by potentially reaching out and gathering a few additional extreme risk protection orders against individuals by virtue of requiring these therapists and other healthcare professionals to participate. Mr. Chair, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, I appreciate your attention to this matter, and I look forward to continued discussion of Senate Bill 170.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we've had some really good dialogue this morning, and I certainly appreciate the words that I've heard today. One of the things I wanted to share with you is John Lott, Jr. He's the president of the Crime Prevention Research Center, and he makes the case for a mental health hold instead of a ERPO when an individual is deemed dangerous to themselves or to others. But that being said, I know that that's not going to change many minds in this room, but I did want to point out that on page 19, when we are talking about service of protection orders, the permanent ERPO, there's nothing in there about what would accompany that document. Now, if you go back and look at page 9, and it's under a different statute, and it has to do with the temporary risk, which is 13-14.5103, it does mention that they would give notice, and it would include referrals to appropriate resources, including domestic violence, behavioral health, and counseling resources. But when you get back to the service part, that's not there. Now, as a member of the Statute Revised Committee now, I could see that if we leave this out, that there will come a time when we will be visiting this in our committee. So, in an effort to keep that and to present a friendly amendment, I would like to permit L006. Oh, I need to give an extra copy.
There's an amendment at the desk. Would the clerk please read L006?
Amendment L006 by Senator Richmond, printed bill page 19, line 6, strike 1, and substitute 1A, page 19 after line 9. Insert B, the service of an extreme risk protection order issued pursuant to section 1314.5105 must be accompanied by a written statement encouraging the respondent to reach out to a mental health provider or a trusted
Senator
community
Rich.
of faith.
Raise my hand.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This, I really believe, is a friendly amendment, and it is just allowing that when one of these ERPOs is served, that be accompanied by a written statement encouraging the respondent to reach out to a mental health provider or a trusted community friend or a faith leader. I hope that you'll join me in supporting this. I don't consider this a hostile amendment, and thank you for your time.
And Senator Rich, would you like to move your amendment, please? L006.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L006 to Senate Bill 170.
Is there any further discussion on L006? Senator? Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate this amendment. I was just trying to place it where it is in the bill. Oh, okay. I see. I'm not sure what this in practice would do. I'll be honest, I'm a little uneasy about putting in statute that someone needs to be, the government needs to require a letter be given to someone that they should go see a faith leader. Maybe that's just me. But I'm happy to have this conversation. It's first we've seen this. I wouldn't want to accept it as a friendly amendment right now, given I'm not totally sure what the impact is, but happy to keep chatting either throughout the evening, throughout the weekend, if we're still here, which we may be, or after seconds.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment 6. I talked about this exact issue when we heard the bill the first time, and I expressed my concern with what happens afterwards, okay? And I walked through, I'm sure many of you remember it vividly, walked through the hypothetical example of law enforcement coming to somebody's home who they have already deemed, per the provisions within the law, that this person is an extreme risk. Right? We already know, or at least the proponents already know, that this person is deemed an extreme risk. They're an extreme risk as it relates to firearms. So what they're going to do, ostensibly, is to go into somebody's home and retrieve all the guns. Okay? As if there's a sign when you enter somebody's house that says, here's where all the guns are. Okay? With like maybe flashing lights and an arrow saying, these are the guns, come grab these. Or maybe they're just assuming, well, we found the gun safe or the gun cabinet, so therefore, obviously, we've taken the guns. Colleagues and citizens of Colorado, I think that's ridiculous. Somebody who the state or authorities have deemed to be an extreme risk as it relates to firearms, I can tell you with a reasonable level of certainty that finding their guns is not as easy as going to the gun cabinet or going to the gun safe. So maybe you look in the bedside drawers, maybe you look under the beds, maybe you look under the mattresses, and you can quickly start to see where this goes, right? We then are going to take apart the closets and open every drawer and dump everything out. Then we're going to go into the basement. We're going to go into the garage. We're going to look inside all the vehicles. We're going to look in the wheel wells of the car and the spare tire and in all of the camper at the storage unit. Colleagues, short of taking a house down to the studs, we all know people where we can comfortably say, you are not going to find all the guns. So now we've entered somebody's home who we deem to be an extreme risk, and to pour a little gas on that fire, we're taking their property. I'm guessing they might not feel great about that. And we've left them with, realistically, some guns, at least a gun, Talk to your friends who are avid gun owners and ask them what the odds are that a stranger coming into their home are going to find each and every one of their firearms. It's just not that easy, colleagues. So follow along with me. If we've done this, we've entered their home, an agitated person, we've taken some, maybe nearly all of their firearms, and now what are we going to do, colleagues? We're going to close the door and we're going to walk away. No consultation, no recommendation for treatment, no next steps. Are we really helping the situation? Colleagues, are we really helping the situation once we've done that? Left an agitated person in their home with no consultation and at least one gun? This, to me, is the least intrusive, most common sense way of saying, why don't we do at least something before we close the door and walk away? How about we leave them a little note that says, hey, neighbor, sounds like you might be going through a rough period. Here's a couple of suggestions of maybe some things that you might want to consider. Consultation with a community leader, consultation with a faith leader, consultation with a mental health provider. That's what this amendment is doing. This amendment isn't saying that this person has to take advantage of that. This seems like the smallest ask that will save a catastrophe, a tragedy from potentially happening. So I appreciate the Senator from West Slope even bringing this up, because I would have liked to have brought this when the first bill was introduced and passed, because that's exactly my concern and, candidly, my fear. My fear is that we're setting ourselves up by potentially stopping one tragedy and now opening the door to another. Can we not do one small step to try to help somebody who's obviously in crisis? Ask for your aye vote on Amendment 6.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the Senator from Parker. I wrote down when the sponsors came up to talk about this bill, I wrote down what the president said. And he said, in an effort to improve the extreme risk protection orders, this is to create a safe community. These people could be in a moment of crisis. If this person is in a moment of crisis, the last thing we want to do is confiscate their personal property and walk away. And that is why I put this amendment together. It wasn't to be hostile in any way. It was just something that I thought would help the situation, because it may not have happened yet. So it's not about if, it's about when. So I'm asking for your support for Amendment L006.
Seeing no further discussion, division has been called.
excited. This is the first time they've had to do this year.
It's Frank that gets excited.
Exactly. Frank's ready to go.
Rod's here. Rod's here. We're good. Rod's here. One more. Too late. Oh, yes, ma'am. I got that.
What? Did you go? Oh my God. I know. You lucky dog. I know.
A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of Amendment L006 to Senate Bill 170. All those in favor, please stand.
Sit down. Sit down.
Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. Stop moving, please. I was told to say that. I don't want to get in trouble. The chair is not endowed. That amendment is lost. Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'd like to kind of go on to the comments of the good senator from Monument earlier about how mental health care, we need to make sure that mental health care is really paid attention to. And especially when you're dealing with something like this part of the ERPO order. One of the things that bothers me about this, and I said earlier in my concerns, is in rural Colorado, it's very difficult to find these professionals out in our communities, and it's very frustrating with some of the things that we deal with out there. So I'm going to offer an amendment to actually hear my concerns. Yes, I do, and I have a copy for the sponsors.
There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L007?
Amendment L007 by
Senator
Senate.
Pelton, R.
Thank you.
Or B?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this amendment
Please
does...
move the amendment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd like to move L007.
It's a proper motion to the amendment. Senator Pelton, B.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this does is it strikes the healthcare professionals or mental health professionals out of the bill. One of my concerns is that we need to have a safe space for people to come to have these discussions. And in rural Colorado, if there's such a stigma with mental health, if you don't have that safe space, I have a feeling, and I have a good feeling, that we're not going to see very many people going to their mental health professional, going to their doctor and talking to them. I just don't think it's going to happen. And my other concern is especially with our mental health professionals, we don't have them in rural Colorado like we do in other parts of the state. And if we have to go to, let's say, Boulder, like people have been going to, I want to make sure there's the same values and everything is represented when it comes down to possibly taking somebody's guns. And I just want to make sure that is not going to happen compared to rural Colorado or the Front Range. So this amendment right here, I just want to make sure that I preface it by saying this is because of the behavioral health system currently that we have is not working for the entire state. If we had a better system, I might not do this, but the system now, we need to focus on building a better system before we start doing this. So I ask for an aye vote on L007.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President Pro Tem. I rise in support of L007. You heard my comments earlier about the chilling effect I think this is going to have when we start to break down or erode the necessary trust relationship between a patient and their therapist, their patient and their mental health provider. The fine point of this argument is don't dishonor the distinction and difference of experience in rural Colorado. It's very different there. Access to care isn't as broad. There aren't as many people per square block, per square mile, quite frankly, per square township is the language we speak in rural communities, in order to provide the level of service. And so the problem, the chill, the difficulty that I was arguing previously, I think will be even more acute and more damaging in rural Colorado, which is why this amendment is so critically necessary. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Pelton, R.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The R stands for refined. Now you'll remember. I come down to speak in favor of L007. The good senator from Sterling and I, both in our former occupations as county commissioners and then now here at the Capitol, we've done a lot of work around behavioral health, and he's exactly right. In rural Colorado, especially my county and most of my counties are frontier counties. It's a long ways away from professionals and not necessarily the same kind of standards apply. So I'm very much in favor of L007 for the reasons that were stated before, and I'd ask for your yes vote.
Is there any further discussions, Mr. President?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Appreciate the sponsor before offering it came up to me and said, this one's not going to be friendly. So I didn't have to do that much work in figuring out what I thought about it. But this is counter to the reason why we're running the bill. And I understand the concerns. We talked about this concept that someone might not be willing to go see a therapist. We talked about that at length with the providers, the actual therapists and counselors, et cetera. And we worked through it, and they are comfortable with the language that's in the bill. And you know, keep in mind, this amendment is not just mental health professionals. This would also exclude healthcare professionals. So an emergency room doc that saw something very concerning and felt like someone was on the verge of doing something horrible, and they know they have access to a firearm, and let's say for whatever reason, the local law enforcement was not willing to go to a court and ask for an extreme risk protection order, this gives that doctor the option. If this amendment passes, that would not be the case. The point of this bill is to improve the law so that more people who come in contact with individuals that may be exhibiting signs that show that they may be doing harm to themselves or others very soon, to allow those individuals to do something about it, to prevent a tragedy. So I ask for a no vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is where the fine points of policymaking really gets important. And I appreciate the engagement with the therapists, the medical health professionals, or the behavioral health professionals. But the real question is not how they perceive it. It's how their clients, their patients would perceive it. And so the stakeholding questions I would love to have heard the answer to is not the therapist's perspective, but did the therapist reach out to their patient body and say, hey, if I did something that broke my trust with you in a meaningful way, would that have a chilling effect on our relationship? That's the challenge, is how do you really get at that? Not the first order effect. What do the therapists think? No, I think my practice could sustain that. I think my patients would still generally broadly trust me. It's what the patient community feels and senses. That's where I'm afraid the chill happens. So I'm kind of curious what level of definition and how deep we were able to dive into that set of questions in the stakeholding, as it's called, process. I rise in support of the amendment. I believe we're on 07.
Seeing no further, Senator Pelton, beautiful.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and sorry I ran down here, I'm out of breath, so thank you very much. And one other thing I'd like to add is that not only what the good senator from Monument said, the minority leader, but the other thing is that in rural Colorado, everybody knows where the therapist office is. Everybody drives by, everybody knows whose car's in front of there. We even heard in a different meeting, or not a different, but a different committee meeting that I was in, where they were talking about addiction specialists. Everybody knows whose car is in front of that addiction specialist. Everybody knows what's going on. That's the other thing. I don't want people to get nervous about it and, and making jokes or making light of it. I don't want that to happen, and that's going to be the hard part. That's why I'm offering that. So thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L007. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Division. A division has been requested. We'll take a senatorial 5. We're in the middle of a vote. It's at the chair's discretion on whether or not we acknowledge the division, given we were in the middle of a vote. But I'll allow it. I'm going to be removed from this chair seat pretty soon. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of Amendment L007. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not endowed. L007 is lost. There is an amendment at the desk.
Sign it.
Will the clerk please read L008?
Amendment L008 by Senator Smallwood, amend printed bill page 34, strike lines 12 through 19, renumber succeeding sections accordingly.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am so glad the senators from Boulder and Aurora are here to hear this, because I think, I might be off base, I think this is the amendment that they want to see.
Senator Smallwood, would you mind moving the amendment?
Yeah, actually, I think I will, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 8.
It's a proper motion to the amendment, Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Amendment 8, as you will see, is very, very simple. We're looking in the bill on page 34, striking lines 12 through 19. Everybody know what those lines are? They are referencing a little place called the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. And if I heard the bill sponsors correctly, we have a problem with gun violence in this state, according to the sponsors. When I'm looking at the statistics that you probably heard, violent crime, 2019, 25,163 reported cases. 2022, 31,361 reported cases. Murder in the state of Colorado, as reported by the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, 2019, 228 reported cases. 2022, 368 reported cases. Assault, 2019, 14,152 reported cases. 2022, 20,499 reported cases. Robbery, 2019, 3,727 reported cases. 2022, 4,315 reported cases. Colleagues, violent crime is up 24.6% in our state. Murder is up 61.4%. Assaults are up 44.8%. Robberies are up 15.7%. We do have a violent crime problem in the state of Colorado. When Colorado lawmakers vented about the lack of progress at the Gun Violence Prevention Office, this is per an article about 40 days ago. So this is not ancient history. This isn't even from last year. From 40 days ago, Scott Franz, KUNC, reports Colorado lawmakers are growing increasingly frustrated with an office, which is being referenced in this amendment, they created a year and a half ago to prevent gun violence. And they are vowing to increase legislative oversight of the office and better track its work. The Office of Gun Violence Prevention launched in July 2021 with a $3 million budget, and I think almost half a dozen people, but it has still not distributed any grant money to help communities curb gun violence. Lawmakers used an accountability hearing at the Capitol last week to vent and put more pressure on the leadership of the office to start delivering. In front of cameras and microphones and an audience of dozens, they did not hold back. Somehow it's a bottleneck. This is in quotes. Somehow, it might sound familiar to one or more of you here. Somehow it's a bottleneck, and you have what? $3 million? And none of it has been allocated to the people who are trying to keep our community safe. State Senator from Aurora told the office's leaders. Hopefully that's an accurate quote. The issue is personal for this particular senator who might be my chair on Health and Human Services from Aurora. She got into politics to pursue gun reform after her son and fiance were shot and killed driving through Aurora in 2005. Gun violence, it needs to be addressed, and it needs to happen like yesterday, the senator said. And I'm retracting the senator's name, right, out of decorum and respect. Another senator, whose name is misspelled in the article, from Boulder County, also blasted the leadership of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention for a lack of progress. I am extremely disappointed in the rollout of the Gun Violence Prevention Office, extremely, because it started in July of 2021, and we do not have a single dollar that has gone out the door, she said. The office appeared to anticipate the public grilling it was about to get from lawmakers. Less than 24 hours before the accountability hearing, it announced it is launching the grant program many lawmakers have been demanding for almost 2 years. Applications are open through early February. Initially, lawmakers created the Office of Gun Violence Prevention to effectively find ways to address and fund initiatives that could prevent gun-related deaths and incidents in the state of Colorado. The money that should be coming out of this office is designed to help cities educate residents on topics such as safely storing guns and the use of, quote, red flag laws to remove weapons from dangerous people. Jonathan McMillan has been leading the office since May. He said groups can apply for a maximum of $10,000 each. The projects that are eligible range from purchasing gun safes to holding community events to raise awareness about Colorado's, quote, red flag law. And we're working already with community partners, are involved with community crime prevention efforts, community violence intervention efforts, and crime victim support, he said. The representative from Aurora, which the article says representative, obviously I know you're a senator, I don't know why they said representative. The representative and gun safety advocates say the money might be too little, too late. She questioned how impactful a $10,000 grant could be and accused the office of focusing too much on data and not involving community groups in the decision-making process. And not engaging the community for 18 months, she added. And when you do that, it creates doubts and questions about what they are doing. KUNC reached out to McMillan for an interview, so on and so forth. Personally, I feel like we've moved a little bit too slowly. I've skipped 2 paragraphs. Said Representative Jennifer Bacon, a Democrat from Denver. And unfortunately, when you see this kind of pace, you question how important is the topic, you know, and why isn't there the urgency that we hope to see? I think we can safely say, colleagues, that there is a concern about the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. Now, sadly, and I don't know why, I didn't see any representation from our side of the aisle in addressing this, but if I were questioned by the news, I would absolutely repeat what my colleagues here in this chamber said in this article. Whatever this office is supposed to be doing isn't working. They haven't even distributed any money yet. They haven't even hired the FTEs that they asked for. It's been almost 2 years. They haven't even hired anybody yet. Excuse me, they haven't hired the people yet. And what are we doing in this bill now? If you look on page 34, lines 12 through 19, this is the office roundly and, in my opinion, fairly criticized. Line 14, 25-12.5-1205, federal grants dash other funds dash gifts, grants, and donations. Number 3, the office shall expend funds annually on a public education campaign regarding the availability of and the process for requesting an extreme risk protection order pursuant to Article 14.5 of Title 13 and as described in Section 25-20.5-1203, number 2, lowercase a. So colleagues, what we're doing is we're basically saying that instead of giving this $3 million, that's what we're giving this office, $3 million and the associated FTEs, we're going to, instead of focusing this money on programs that I feel earned it, like the Community Crime Victims Grant Program, they're out there working, they're spending their money, and guess how much we gave them? $880,000, and it's working. $880,000. We're giving this office $3 million, and they're not even doing anything with it. So in this bill, instead of realizing that we've got an office that is ineffective. Crime is going through the roof. Violent crime is going through the roof. Gun crimes are going through the roof. And we have a finite amount of money, colleagues. We know that. That's why our JBC members aren't here. They're supposed to be figuring that out. So when we've got $3 million and something to do with it, do we want to maybe consider giving it to the Community Crime Victims Grant Program? That's what my vote would be. Or do we want to keep trying to drop it into this whirlpool that hasn't done anything in almost 2 years? We need to strike these folks, first of all, out of this bill and take any money that we were going to allocate towards this office, in my opinion, and instead give that to the programs across our community that are working, that don't take 2 years to even hire the people, the FTEs that they were allocated, and a year and a half before they even spend any of the money. This should be, I mean, I don't know if you're going to view it as a friendly amendment or not. Those people who like the bureaucracy and it might feel very differently about it. I think that this office has proven itself to be ineffective, and I would like to start taking this money and putting it towards places where they have a track record of success. Ask for your aye vote on Amendment 8.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to ask for a no vote on this. The Office of Gun Violence Prevention is an office that, and a bill that I brought forward. Following the Boulder grocery store shooting, the majority leader and the speaker got us all together and said, okay, this just happened. What can we do? What should we be doing? And there were all kinds of ideas, and some of them were quite extreme. And my idea came based out of what's happening across the United States, what they are talking about in Washington, D.C., that there should be an Office of Gun Violence Prevention in Washington, D.C., so that they can put together the funds, they can put together the education process to come and find out the answers to the questions. And that's the question that I'm always dealing with. Every time there's another shooting here in the state of Colorado, I get calls, national calls, and they ask me, Senator Sullivan, why Colorado? Why is this always happening in Colorado? I don't have an answer. I don't have an answer for them, but I can tell them what we're doing. And a program like this, and listening to the senator from Monument, our minority leader, who's talking about not wanting to make any changes to our extreme risk protection order because it's still a new and novel bill out there. The Office of Gun Violence Prevention is even younger than this bill. It took them a year to get themselves a director in there. It took them, and apparently that's how governments work. Apparently that's how government works here in the state of Colorado. Things take time. But what they have done since they've gotten in there is hired the director. They've gotten together with the Anschutz Center to be able to start doing the policy work and trying to find answers to those questions. They've gotten together with a advertising agency. I know I got a call a couple of weeks ago and spent about 45 minutes on the phone with an ad agency who was asking particular questions pertaining to gun violence and how it impacts our people here in the state of Colorado. I am assuming that others in this room or across the hall who also are in this space on a daily basis like I am were asked the same questions. They're going to be coming out with a advertising campaign in August of this year. And again, this is just from what someone has told me. Also, with the bill that was passed in Washington, D.C., and I was there in Washington when President Biden and Vice President Harris talked about the SAFER bill and the money that was all coming in. And one of the parts of that was that there was going to be upwards to $200 million to be spent on things like educating people on extreme risk protection orders. And while I was sitting there listening to the president, behind me, a father just like myself, a father whose son was murdered in the Parkland massacre, stood up and started screaming at the president, telling the president of the United States, "Sir, you're not doing enough for gun violence. You need to do more because this continues to impact all of us." And the thing that this father told the president to do, you need to start an Office of Gun Violence Prevention here in the United States so we can get the information out, we can get people going so that we can find out and answer some of these questions. When I came back to Colorado, I told my friends back here, you know what? Not a single father in the state of Colorado will ever have to stand up and raise their voice like this. You know why? Because we already did it. We put together an Office of Gun Violence Prevention. And by putting together that Office of Gun Violence Prevention, and I'm not surprised that this side didn't have any complaints about it being in here, because none of them voted for it. They didn't vote for it in this house. They didn't vote for it in the house over there across the way. And what I've always learned is, and that's what you do when you vote. That's why you tell somebody, if you don't vote, you can't bitch about it. And that's the thing. I am involved in this. The parents over here are involved in this, and we're going to keep on these people to make sure that they do what they need to do. And what they actually did was, from that $200 million that is sitting out there, they got Colorado an additional $4.7 million to go in and work on our Office of Gun Violence Prevention and work on getting the word out to people about extreme risk protection orders. That's what they're doing. They're in the very infant stage. They can do better. We need people like the senator from Aurora and the other senator that was there talking to him, the senator from Boulder. You bet. You tell these people, I'm not happy with what you're doing, and I'm going to keep an eye on you. I've told them that, and they're on call. And we need to make sure that they continue to get the funding that they need, and they do the work that we ask them to do. I'm asking for a no vote on this.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the comments from the senator from Centennial. And I think rightfully people should be agitated. This office was created, it will be 110 days, and this office will have been in existence for 2 years. And as of 40 days ago, unless the news is wrong, they have spent $0 of the $3 million allocated to them. And what were they supposed to be doing? Launched in July 2021 with a $3 million budget, but has still not distributed any grant money to help communities curb gun violence. I understand it takes some time to get things going. Things don't happen overnight. We're coming up on 2 years, colleagues. At what point do we say, you know what? Maybe you like the idea of the office. Maybe you felt like they'd be more effective, more efficient in getting things put together. But I've been involved in a lot of legislation here over 7 years. And when something rises to the level that it has in our state, like violence, to have an office that pretty soon will have gone 2 years and not expended a single dollar to the communities that they're supposed to, should be upset. So what are we going to do with that frustration that we're feeling? Are we going to say, you know what? Let's double down. I'm sure the next 2 years will be better. Or, in a world filled full of finite resources, do we instead say, we have programs out there that work? Like the Community Crime Victims Grant Program that we allocate $880,000 to. Be great to do everything, right? Be great to have unlimited money. We can do whatever we want. But we have a decision to make, colleagues, because there is no money tree anymore. So what are we going to do with that money? We're going to keep feeding it into organizations who, after nearly 2 years, have failed to hire the folks that they were supposed to hire, have failed to distribute a single penny of that money, or are we going to make better decisions with that money? At what point do we say this just isn't working? Because it's not. I read you the statistics regarding violence in our state. It is going the wrong direction. So I understand the optimism in wanting something that's supposed to work, supposed to help our communities, but I would hope that on both sides of the aisle, people share frustration when bureaucracy grinds to such a pace that communities that need things the most aren't seeing a nickel after nearly 2 years. And I would ask for your aye vote.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank the bill sponsors for bringing to us Senate Bill 170. So I want to circle back to the intent of this bill, which is concerning extreme risk protection orders. Please, colleagues, don't get distracted. This is not about Gun Violence Prevention Office. That's an issue that deserves our attention. We're working on that. But this is not about that. To be honest with you, it is about protecting people, families, specifically women, children, when they're in their home and there's a gun. And whenever you mix domestic violence and a gun, you can look up the statistics. The likelihood of someone getting killed or murdered or harmed, the rate goes up. This is about removing that gun. When there is an extreme situation, emotional situation, it could be a mom who can't handle what's going on with that son or daughter, and they know that there's a gun in that home, and they want to get the gun out. This is about prevention. This law was already in place in 2019 by my colleague, and what we're trying to do is to strengthen it. And you know why? Because of the Q Club situation that happened. Someone came up here, it was a senator, reading about this bill is not going to do anything. Well, tell that to the 5 victims of Q Club. I have their names right here. Tell them that it wouldn't have done anything if law enforcement would have confiscated that gun and got that gun out. They had opportunities to do so. My understanding, and I heard a lot of misinformation in reference to the monies that was spent regarding gun violence prevention, but we won't talk about that. But what I do know is that there were some court documents that were sealed in the case in Colorado Springs regarding the Q Club. There was an opportunity for us to save lives. But law enforcement didn't intervene. Not trying to place no blame, but the law was intact. But I've seen reports where some sheriffs pick and choose, boldly saying, I'm not going to comply with the red flag law. Boldly, I'm not going to do it. And normal citizens don't get a chance to pick and choose what laws they want to follow. Or else you go to jail. Or there's consequences. I have some statistics. Someone was up here talking about statistics. Domestic violence fatalities in the state of Colorado where a gun has been involved is very, very high. It is off the charts. And if you're a woman and you're in that home and you know your spouse or your partner has a gun, why wouldn't you want that person to pick up the phone, call the authority, there is trouble over here, there's a gun, help me handle it. That's what law enforcement is about, is to serve and protect. And we're up here talking about the gun violence prevention office. This is about families. And some families are dealing with family members that are troubled. They're troubled and they don't know how to handle it. So they call law enforcement. And law enforcement can come there. That's how the bill works. It temporarily removes that gun, temporarily removes that gun. There's all kinds of measures where you can petition to get the gun back, but it's held. It's a holding period if you want to call it a holding period. You can call it a waiting period, whatever. But during that time, the gun is no longer a threat to that woman, to that family, to that child, to that partner. And it's not anything that's just done loosey-goosey. A judge has to determine that. There's criteria and measures that are put in place. This is a good bill. And many states have adopted it. This is a good measure. And this is something that we should all be supporting. So the amendment that we have, I would say vote no on that, but I'm saying vote yes on Senate Bill 170. It is about the extreme risk protection orders. We're not talking about gun violence prevention and what they've done in that. We're talking about making our community safer. This is about safer communities, specifically for women. And I have statistics about how many African American women are murdered and harmed as it relates to domestic violence when a gun is involved. It's the right thing to do. Let's pass this bill.
Before I call on Senator Smallwood, members, I want to make sure that we continue to speak specifically to the topic of discussion, in which case this is L008, and after that, any further amendments to the amendment, and of course to the bill. So moving forward, I will ask if I feel like you're not speaking to the amendment. If you do, please do that. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate you bringing that up, because this amendment only speaks to one part of the bill. That's it. It speaks to one part of the bill. It speaks to continuing funding and expanding the role of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. That's what this amendment does. It is the only thing that this amendment does. So this is what we should be talking about. Whether or not we want to give more authority and continued funding to this office. And I appreciate more than you would believe the comments from the senator from Aurora, particularly when she talks about violence perpetrated on women, particularly when she talks about violence perpetrated on women of color, because it's like 11x. She knows the statistics, I think, and I do too. And we're going to spend a lot of time talking about it today, because, in my opinion, she is spot on. So, this is what this office is supposed to be doing. This office that I wish to strike out of this bill because, in my opinion, they haven't done anything in 2 years. They haven't done anything. And we hear in committee other programs that do, that are working. Here is what, in current statute, this office is supposed to be doing today without this bill. Without this bill, this is what this office is supposed to be doing. 25-20.5-1203, Gun Violence Prevention Awareness and Education - Violence Intervention Grant Program - Rules. The office shall increase the awareness of and educate the general public about state and federal laws and existing resources related to gun violence prevention, including the following. What do you think the very first thing they list is? A, the availability of and the process for requesting an extreme risk order protection pursuant to Article 14.5 of Title 13. It is the number one thing that they're supposed to have been doing for the last, what is that, 17 months, 19 months, almost 20 months? That's what they were the number one thing that they were supposed to be doing. And they spent $0 doing it. Number two, the availability of and the process for requesting a protection order pursuant to Article 14 of Title 13. Again, haven't spent a penny. C, how to report a lost or stolen firearm, including reporting requirements in state law. Haven't spent a penny. D, best practices for safe storage of firearms, including safe storage requirements described in Section 18-12-114. Colleagues, the point I'm trying to make is this office has been here specifically for the point that the bill sponsors and the proponents are talking about, and they have not done it. So why are we going to capitalize it, put an exclamation point behind it, and say, let's keep doing it. Let's keep funding money towards it. E, accessing available mental health and substance use resources and how to refer people to needed mental health and substance use treatment services, including suicide prevention. That sounds pretty important to me. They haven't spent a penny, though. F, safe and responsible gun ownership, including increasing awareness of compliance with state and federal law. That's what they're supposed to be doing today. They aren't doing it. This amendment gets rid of it. Number two, to promote awareness and education as described in subsection 1 of this office. The office shall, Roman numeral 1, conduct awareness campaigns directed towards gun owners, parents, and legal guardians of children and professionals that provide services to people and communities disproportionately affected by gun violence. That's what they're supposed to be doing today and what they haven't done yet after nearly 2 years. Develop and provide materials and training resources to law enforcement agencies, healthcare providers, and educators to assist those agencies, providers, and educators with educating the public about the laws and resources described in subsection Roman numeral 1 of this section and effective gun violence prevention strategies. Haven't done it yet. Letter B, the office may focus public awareness campaigns in communities identified by the office as disproportionately affected by gun violence. Don't think they've done that. C, the office shall conduct awareness and education campaigns in a culturally competent way. My words, I guess they actually have to start the campaigns in order for them to consider doing them in culturally competent ways, which they haven't done, including by providing materials and resources in multiple languages. D, the office may use television, messaging, radio broadcasts, print media. We're giving them the broadest swath of options that a human being can imagine to do anything. Print media, digital strategies, other forms of messaging deemed effective and appropriate by the office to achieve the goals of this section.
Senator Smallwood,
Mr. Chair.
I am having trouble understanding how your comments are directed to L008. I would ask if you could make your comments directed to L008.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amendment L008 removes the references in Senate Bill 170 to the Office of Gun Violence Prevention because, in my opinion, and I don't think that I'm alone, unless the news is just way off base, and I know some people feel like the news might be a little, I'm going to err on the side of thinking the news is accurate, which would tell me I'm not alone in feeling that the Office of Gun Violence Prevention has not lived up to the expectations of the proponents of creating the office in the first place, and I would guess probably not the proponents of now doubling down, providing more responsibilities that we're going to assign to this office under the assumption that they are all of a sudden, after 2 years, going to start expending any of the money that has been budgeted. Mr. Chair, I see a direct nexus between talking about what this office was supposed to have been doing for, I want to be respectful to the senator from Centennial. It takes time to get these things going. I get it. Like, if we were talking 6 months, a year, maybe I wouldn't be this disappointed and disillusioned by the organization. But we're coming up on 2 years, colleagues, and they have yet, as I read it in the news, to spend any of this money doing anything. And it's not like we wanted them to put people on Mars. The bill allows them to send out some emails, do some digital marketing. My teenagers could do this over a weekend. They got $3 million and FTEs. Digital marketing's part of what they can do already. And in the height of the worst crime wave in the state of Colorado in my lifetime, they've spent $0. Haven't even sent an email. Where's the website? Come on. We only have so much money, colleagues. These folks have not proven to be the partner that we can rely on, in my opinion, to help move an agenda forward that I'm hearing from all of you is exceedingly important. Why don't we pick the right partner instead of saying no to all the grant programs out there that I've seen? How about $5 million towards school resource officers? No. How about more than $880,000 to the Community Crime Victims Grant Program? No. But here we go. We'll just take $3 million and send it to these folks. We'll see what happens over the next 2 years.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is a debate that is very close to absurd, in my opinion. It doesn't do pretty much any of the things, this amendment pretty much doesn't do any of the things that we are talking about right now. It doesn't provide more money, doesn't double down, doesn't take money away from crime victims, or say that we're going to send money here for this instead of crime victims. It strikes 7 lines, which essentially says that the office shall expend funds annually on a public education campaign regarding the availability of and the process for requesting an extreme risk protection order. So if we adopt this amendment, if you vote for this amendment and be my guest, you are saying we should not educate people about the red flag laws in the state of Colorado. And the Office of Gun Violence Prevention should not be doing that. You're not voting against giving them more money, because this bill doesn't do that. You're not voting against crime victims, because what I just read to you has nothing to do with that. It's an education campaign by an office to prevent gun violence about preventing gun violence. And I appreciate the anger that my friends on this side of the aisle apparently have about this office right now, not doing its very important work that they never supported in the first place because they voted against the creation of the office. This isn't a joke. We are saying there are people that would have gotten involved, they would have intervened, they would have done something to prevent a tragedy or the death of their loved one if they knew about the availability of the tools. If you vote for this amendment, you are saying, I don't want them to know about the availability of the tools to save lives, because it will send a message saying the Office of Gun Violence Prevention should not run a campaign to educate people about the extreme risk protection order in Colorado. That's the message we want to say right now? You might disagree with it. You might think it doesn't have quite enough due process. But you really want to say, let's not tell people about this law. Let's not educate the public that there are tools to save your loved ones if you think they're at risk of doing something horrible to themselves or others. That's what this amendment does. It doesn't provide more resources. It directs them how to spend their existing resources and their time and effort. Exactly what I think the purpose was of the sentiment in that article that was read from this well. To say, we want more oversight. We want to be more involved in telling them what to do with their resources and their time and effort. That's what this bill does. Voting for this amendment removes that and says, please, Office of Gun Violence Prevention, don't tell anybody about the Extreme Risk Protection Order. That's absurd.
Take a senatorial 5. We are here debating L008. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So appreciate the debate on this and appreciate the request to maybe be a little less verbose, and that's fair. I take exception to two things. One is that we're, in a very redundant way, repeating what the Office of the Gun Violence Prevention should have been doing over the last nearly 2 years and hasn't. There's nothing in my amendment that would strike out what that office is currently doing. If anyone here heard, and it's very possible that I misheard this, if anybody here says that by voting for this amendment, we are no longer allowing the Office of Gun Violence Prevention to do the awareness educations, all you have to do is open your statute books and go to 25-20.5-12.3. And then look at this bill and see if there's anything in this bill that strikes 25-20.5-1203. And you will see that it doesn't. So everything that the office is supposed to be doing stays intact with my amendment. Secondly, when you hear, if you heard, the way I did, that spending money towards the Office of Gun Violence Prevention doesn't take money away from other programs, where are my JVC members? If we take money away from something in government to give to something else, we can't raise the debt ceiling here in the state of Colorado and borrow more money. Every dollar that we put someplace else suffers. And when we choose to spend $3 million to an office that hasn't allocated a nickel of it, hasn't deployed a nickel of it into the communities, that is, in my opinion, $3 million that could instead go someplace else, like, and the people said, a crime victims grant program, for example. Community crime victims grant program. Every dollar that we put towards this office is a dollar that they don't get. So I would ask for an aye vote on the amendment. Thank you for your indulgences, Mr. Chair.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do think this is a good amendment, so I thank you for bringing it to the good senator from Douglas County. As we know, an advertising campaign which is proposed here could present problems. We know, and this is not my statistic, this is from Channel 9 News, who is using the state data, that 70% of red flag orders submitted by non-law enforcement are fraudulent. And we know that among those, there are actually claims of the stalker trying to take the guns of the stockee. That is a problem. I ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L008. The division has been called. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of L008 to Senate Bill 170. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is endowed. The motion for the adoption of L008 is lost. To the bill. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, members, we've had a somewhat abbreviated debate on this bill. And some of that debate has been labeled as absurd, unfairly so, because at its core, this debate is about both the rights of our citizens and the efficacy of extreme risk protection orders, commonly referred to as red flag, and I will do so. Let me come back around and remind you of what the concerns really are. We are extending the numbers of people, the kinds of people that can apply to the court for a red flag order. Not report to the sheriff, not encourage a family member, but themselves in their own right to apply for a red flag order. Teachers, mental health professionals, as the Senate President pointed out, just healthcare providers, emergency room doctors. And the scenario that I have described to you is a very real one. That someone appears at your door, tells you that someone has filed a petition for a red flag order against you, and they would like to come and take possession of your legally obtained and legally owned firearms. It will not do for you at that moment to protest that you haven't done anything wrong, you haven't said anything wrong, you haven't behaved strangely, and that law enforcement officer really has no authority to do anything other than take your weapons. When they do, best practices would dictate that they not say, would you bring me all the firearms you have in your home? In fact, if a law enforcement agency has been the requester, they are supposed to get a probable cause warrant. Probable cause for what? I don't know. Because if they have probable cause of a crime, then they have very likely, on a factual basis, have the ability to go and get a warrant. and make an arrest. That's a different thing. And it complies with the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution, the one that protects your property and effects and papers. Prevents the state, through one of its agents, law enforcement, but just doing their job, doing what they were instructed to do, but nevertheless, the state. I don't mean the state of Colorado, I mean the state. To come into your home and take a gander while they're doing that at whatever else you might have there and whatever else you might be doing and what shows you might be watching and what books you might be reading and who your guests might be. What is so interesting to me, interesting and frustrating, is that in any other context, based on my experience here in the legislature with my friends across the aisle, they would be expressing concern about cops coming into your house, looking around, confiscating some stuff without probable cause, you having never had any notice. And again, I posed a scenario to you of well, if you were a person that illegally possessed a firearm and there was reason for law enforcement to believe, because a neighbor reports that to them or something, that you're in possession of a firearm illegally, they have probable cause. They don't need an ERPO. It's not even the right vehicle, if you will, not the right procedure. Is it illegal to use it? No. But I would say, why tie your hands? If you have evidence of a crime, there's a procedure for that. That's called filing a criminal complaint, asking a judge for a warrant. Notice you got to ask a judge for a warrant. In the ERPO, the red flag, you go and ask the judge for the order, and then he just kind of looks at what the citizen says and then says, okay, officer, go and collect the weapons here. This is a violation of citizens' constitutional rights. I'm not talking about Second Amendment rights. I'm talking about something less controversial, frankly. That is the right to be secure in your persons and property and to not have them invaded without probable cause. I mean, probable cause comes out of the Constitution. This standard is something that the Colorado General Assembly has come up with to justify an invasion of your home and the taking of your property. I don't know that the comment that the debate was absurd extends to the debate about the bill itself. I hope not. Because this is a serious issue, wherever, whichever side you come out on it. We're talking about rights of citizens, very real things. it is an infringement upon your Fourth Amendment rights. It might be legal. I mean, it's an infringement. If a law enforcement comes into your home, it might be a justified infringement, if you will. This is an infringement, though. And as legislators, we're charged with ensuring that those kinds of compromises, if you will, are justified. The efficacy of red flag is a big question as well. We've already seen why it has gaps and holes, and this is an attempt to close an imagined one. I think it's imagined. Imagined because it wasn't the case that had a DA been able to ask for a red flag order, there would have been a red flag order in place. There wasn't the basis for a red flag order. There was a legal basis for the search and seizure of weapons, and they had been searched and seized. And then someone who didn't care what the law was one way or the other went and got weapons, illegally, I think, and used them to commit a violent crime. Legislatures are reactive places, reactive institutions. Often people come up to me on the street, I'm sure they approach you in the coffee shop or at church or school or wherever you might be, and where people know you're a legislator, and say, why don't you do this? And if enough of them do, and it makes sense to you, you react. Or if something happens out there in the newspaper, bad news, you yourself read the story, say, we've got to fix that. Got to fix that. We'll pass a law and fix that. I think proponents would say, well, nothing's perfect. You're being absurd. Not only is it not perfect, it's an invasion of rights and liberty that does not deal with the issue. The bill itself makes a reference to the section of our statutes on 72-hour holds for people with mental health issues. Why don't we start there? It says if you ask for an ERPO, you can ask for a 72-hour hold as well. I suggest to you that it ought to be the reverse, that if there is a basis for what is very serious, it's depriving that person of his or her liberty for 3 days for the protection of themselves and others. Why not make that the basis for a red flag order, not vice versa? I have said repeatedly, and I said to the prior governor when there was one more school shooting and the hue and cry was, do something, do something. And I got a call from the governor's office and said, would you join us in dealing with these problems? And I said, I will, if this was before 2019. I will if you will lead with mental health. And you will lead with criminal penalties for the illegal possession and use of firearms. But we didn't. We started with red flag. We started with limiting the access of law-abiding citizens to weapons, firearms, for self-defense, for hunting, and we'll continue to do so. And I most likely will be gone, but others of you will be here. And you will come down here and you will say, when will we deal with violence with the existing criminal statutes we have to take those who are violent off the street? I ask for no vote.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I concur that this should be a no vote. Community violence is a problem, and it seems to be lost when we talk about the tool. But what are other states doing? What are other states doing on the same subject? There is a state that's operating almost in perfect tandem to the state of Colorado. In 2019, the state of New York issued its first extreme protection order bill. It was actually put into effect just a matter of weeks after the state of Colorado's bill, and they came back in the year 2022 and expanded it in a very similar way and manner to what we are doing here today. This expansion of the original ERPO bill in New York was outlined and expanded who may and must file for an ERPO, almost identical to what the path that the state of Colorado is on now. Now that case, that was actually tried in a court of law, the follow-up in the underlying ERPO law, and was found to be unconstitutional. On August 30th, 2022, and let me just read from what the Supreme Court had to say on this matter. On August 30th, 2022, petitioner G.W. filed with this court an application for a temporary extreme risk protection order, or TERPO. In his application, G.W. alleged that his estranged girlfriend, Miss N, was a threat to herself, the petitioner, or another person. In support of this ERPO request, G.W. submitted various statements in which he alleged Miss N indicated that she would harm herself by means of the use of a gun or firearm, that should she be able to gain access to one. However, the allegations submitted to the court in the accompanying ERPO request were statements allegedly made by Miss N from December of 2020, so earlier, up through and including February of 2021. Regardless, Mr. W's petitions allege Miss N's acts occurred less than 6 months from the time of the ERPO. In an abundance of caution, as we've heard that judges almost feel that they must do, on August 30th of last year, the court issued an ERPO order which prohibited Miss N from purchasing or possessing any firearms, rifles, shotguns, or otherwise, and ordered her to surrender any that happened to be in her possession. The matter was then adjourned in September of last year for purpose of a hearing on its merits. Additionally, Miss N held a pistol permit that had previously been issued by a Monroe County judge, and on September 7th of last year, that judge suspended the pistol permit and required the pistol to be turned in upon allegations based on the ERPO position in the issuance of that ERPO order. Therefore, Ms. W. submitted a supplemental affidavit in October in support of his request for the final extreme risk protection order. Mr. W's affidavit alleged that Ms. N was attempting to access his safe at the house that was presently occupied by her. Further, Mr. W alleged that the safe contained weapons or guns that could be used by Ms. N to hurt herself, petitioners, or others. Prior to being held on the issuance of an ERPO and detained a lawyer. We did talk earlier today about leaving a note behind when the police or law enforcement enter the household and take all the guns but leave everything else behind, including the very probably distraught person who's getting the red flag. It probably should have been included in that order for also access to legal counsel. Anyhow, back to what the Supreme Court has had to say on this issue. In November, the attorney moved on behalf of Ms. N before the court to declare the law unconstitutional. He had previously disclosed to the Attorney General that he would be filing this motion, as is required by law, and tasked the court with reviewing the propriety of the statute. That is, the first red flag that was passed in New York the same year as us, and the second red flag which was passed last fall. The question presented is whether ERPOs sufficiently protect a citizen's due process rights when, as here, the state denies a fundamental right by infringing on that citizen's right to keep and bear arms under the Second Amendment of the state constitution. I actually think this law, and this is separate from this, and the Fourth and 14th Amendment has very serious concerns, but those have been outlined by the good senator from Colorado Springs earlier, so I won't rehash them, and we'll stick with the Second Amendment arguments for now. The court holds that the ERPO law does not sufficiently protect a citizen's rights and therefore is unconstitutional. Again, this court holds that ERPO laws does not sufficiently protect a citizen's rights and therefore is unconstitutional. Prior to addressing the constitutionality of an extreme arrest protection order, the court looked for guidance from the Supreme Court's recent decisions, mainly New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Brune, which was just last year. In Brune, the court recognized that the Second and 14th Amendments protect an individual's right to keep and bear arms for self-defense. Further, in following the lead of District of Columbia versus Heller in 2008, the Brune court reiterated that when the Second Amendment plain text covers an individual's conduct, the Constitution presumptively protects that conduct. And to justify a firearm regulation, the government must demonstrate that that regulation is consistent with the national historic traditions of firearm regulation. That's from Brune. Also, it is of import for the present discussion to the review of the United States Supreme Court's interpretation of the value of the Second Amendment in McDonald versus City of Chicago, that the United States Supreme Court declared that the Second Amendment is not a, quote, second-class right, subject to an entirely different body of rules than the other Bill of Rights guarantees. Most notably, the New York Rifle and Pistol Association versus Brune, the Supreme Court reaffirmed McDonald. Here, the court stressed that, quote, the constitutional right to keep and to bear arms in public for self-defense is not a second-class right subject to an entirely different body of rules other than the Bill of Rights, other than those others that the Bill of Rights guarantees. New York's extreme risk protection statutes, which are strikingly similar to our own, became effective in 2019, again, the same year as us, and was amended with this follow-up bill in 2022. Of great importance to this court is a recognition that the ERPO essentially affects a person's Second Amendment rights to keep and bear arms. Second Amendment rights are no less fundamental than, for example, the Fourth Amendment rights, the right to liberty, and must be provided the same level of due process and protections, which can be found if you're looking up and following at home at McDonald versus City of Chicago. Let me read what the court had to say. As such, this court holds that under red flag laws, in order to pass constitutional muster, the legislature must provide that a citizen be afforded procedural guarantees. Another section of red flag laws which troubles this court concerns the possibility that based upon the opinion of a non-physician, a court may be permitted to issue a search warrant to confiscate a respondent's guns, but which may also result in certain circumstances of the confiscation of guns owned or possessed by non-respondents, people not even mentioned in the claims, in the complaint. Under our law, possess has special meaning. Our law meaning the laws of the United States. It does not simply mean to own. It holds an expanded meaning. A person has tangible property in his or her constructive possession, when that person exercises a level of control over the area in which the property is found sufficient to give him or her the ability to use or dispose of property. In situations where many people live in the same residence, a resident is simply one of the residents, the respondent is simply one of the residents, a court could order a search and seizure of all guns in possession of the respondent, including guns owned by other residents, on the theory that those guns are in the constructive possession of the respondent. In this instant, red flag laws offer no due process to the non-respondent resident prior to the guns being taken. As a result, the non-respondent residents have become victims of search and seizure, conducted against them without any probable cause whatsoever, and in complete violations of the non-respondent's Second and Fourth Amendment rights, which we have thoroughly examined already today. In this instance, the non-respondent must take affirmative steps in order to regain their own firearms and thereby reestablish their fundamental Second Amendment rights. As detailed above, the Second Amendment establishes the exercise of fundamental rights shall not be infringed. However, red flag laws do exactly that. Let me quote the New York Supreme Court once again. Red flag laws do just that. Significantly, Bruin speaks to history and permits courts to analogize when analyzing and determining the constitution of present-day law by placing that law in historical context. In mental illness cases, which involve the deprivation of liberty, that state has taken a long history of providing a base level of procedural due process to citizens when the state undertakes to deprive a citizen of their fundamental rights. Extreme risk protection orders undertake an evaluation of a person's mental health to determine whether depriving the person of their fundamental right to bear arms should be suspended and constitute the means to ensure the safety of himself, herself, or others. However, history shows that an argument can be advanced that procedural due process is lacking regarding the procedure for granting in ERPO and the final hearing itself. As a necessary, constitutional safeguards or guarantees to protect a person are absent from the law, as in, it's backwards. The person doesn't have a chance to defend themselves until after their personal possessions and property have already been taken. An example where due process guarantees are employed on mental health issues can be seen in the Rivers hearings, Rivers versus Katz, which was 1986. The court addressed the ability of a state to force medications upon a hospital patient refusing those medications. The court held that a judicial determination was required to determine if the patient had the capacity to make a reasoned decision with respect to a proposed treatment before the state could administer medications over the patient's objections. At the judicial determination, the state would bear the burden, this is important, to establish by clear and convincing evidence the patient's incapacity to make a treatment decision. If after duly considering the state's proof, again, when it goes to the mental health and forcing medications upon a mentally ill patient, the court thinks all the processes are held first. This bill has it completely backwards. This policy has it completely backwards. It is the state's burden to establish that. After duly considering the state's proof, the evidence offered by the patients, and any independent psychiatrist, psychologist, or medical evidence that the court may choose to procure, quote, the court shall determine a patient's capability or incapability to make his or her own treatment decisions. In the Rivers setting, the state always provides proof from a physician at the hearing. Additionally, from the Rivers setting, also held that due process is demanded that the respondent be entitled to representation before any action is taken. To further illustrate procedural guarantees for the mentally ill are prominently included in the process of involuntary admissions of a person to a hospital or of treatment. At the hearing, the court shall hear testimony. Let me move on here because we already covered exactly how mentally ill folks can be treated under the law and still be given procedural administrative rights. Where mental illness forms the basis for the denial of a fundamental right in this state, the state of New York has historically employed substantive and procedural due process rights to respondents before the state can take those fundamental rights away. The examples cited above clearly set forth the type and extent of due process afforded to citizens when the state denies that citizens of a fundamental right, either a fundamental right to movement, fundamental right to arms, or otherwise. First, in these historical instances, any deprivation of a fundamental right must be based upon a mental health professional's expert opinion as to the respondent's mental health condition. Second, every respondent is entitled to representation, and if the respondent cannot afford an attorney, the state will provide an attorney at the state's expense. Third, petitioners are always represented by counsel, thereby avoiding the practice of law by non-attorneys and helping those who are being accused of or being threatened to have their rights taken. Why should a respondent subject to a red flag proceeding not be afforded the same constitutional protections as the aforementioned cases, when all are based on allegations of mental illness? This court believes a potentially mentally ill citizen should enjoy the rights and privileges as any other person of this state. However, this is not the standard employed with TURPO or ERPO determinations, as they deprive a citizen of their constitutional rights. This court is not unmindful of the dangers firearms may pose when possessed in the hands of a person suffering from mental illness, harboring a criminal intent, or both. However, when viewed objectively, red flags law's goal of removing weapons from otherwise lawful possession of them by their owners without adequate constitutional safeguards cannot be condoned by this court. And again, it's the court of that Republican bastion of New York. While some may advocate that the ends justify the means, this is a court in support of red flag laws where those means violate a fundamental right under our Bill of Rights to achieve their ends, then the law on its face cannot stand. Let me repeat. While some may advocate that the ends justify the means in support of red flag laws, where those means violate a fundamental right under our Bill of Rights to achieve their ends, then the law on its face cannot stand. Therefore, the temporary extreme risk protection order and the extreme risk protection order, TURPO and ERPO, are deemed unconstitutional by this court. It cannot be stated clearly enough that the Second Amendment is not a second-class right, nor should it be treated as such. Accordingly, ordered that the red flag laws of New York civil practice and rules is deemed unconstitutional, and it is further ordered that the above titled person is hereby dismissed in its entirety, and any temporary order or final order issued by the court pursuant to the instant action is hereby vacated. This shall constitute a decision of the court December 22nd, 2022. So just 3 months ago, this was ordered. I think we could take the words of wisdom. Again, this is from the state of New York, who is following a very similar path to us here in Colorado in terms of the first red flag law and the second. And the problem with every slippery slope argument when it comes to the Second Amendment in this building is that they all eventually are proven correct, unfortunately. But I suppose by bringing the second bill, there may be some in the state of Colorado that would think, maybe some pro-Second Amendment advocates who would thank us for passing this bill because it will open the state of Colorado to a very similar case to the one that New York has just gone through, not just only 3 months ago. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the time.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. A little brevity this afternoon. Thank you. Glad somebody was paying attention. And he's not here. We're getting close. Again, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do rise in opposition to Senate Bill 170, and the gist of my conversation is really about this is a policy we've had in place for a couple of years now, and I'll walk through this, but I can't completely grasp the magnitude of what we're about to change, the number of petitioners now that become eligible to petition the court. So I wanted to look back a little bit and review with the body the statistics from 2021 and 2022 from emergency ERPOs. So this is from the Colorado Judicial Branch Annual Statistics Report. This is FY 2021. It's not clear whether these are total, temporary, or permanent, or one or the other results, but it just outlines kind of the magnitude. So I wanted to share with you, and they're reported by judicial district. So for 2021, in the 1st Judicial District, Gilpin County had none, Jefferson County had 12. In the 2nd Judicial District, this was referenced this morning, by far the most, there were 33 in 2021. The 3rd Congressional District, Huerfano had none, Los Animas County had 1. In the 4th in the 4th Judicial District, El Paso County had 22. That's been pretty well publicized as maybe not as interested in pursuing ERPOs than maybe some other instances. So they had 22. Teller County had 1. In the 5th Judicial District, Clear Creek had none, Eagle County had none, Lake County had 1, and Summit County had 1. In the 6th Judicial District, Archuleta County had 0, La Plata 0, San Juan County had 1. Noteworthy there, colleagues, San Juan County is the least populated county in our state with like 650, somewhere in that neighborhood of Coloradans in San Juan County, and they had 1. That makes quite a ratio indeed. In the 7th Judicial District, Delta, none of these had a filing or an order in 2021. Delta, Gunnison, Hinsdale, Montrose, Ouray, and San Miguel. In the 8th Judicial District, Jackson County had none. Larimer County had 1. In the 9th Judicial District, Garfield had 2, Pitkin none, Rio Blanco 0, and in the 10th Judicial District, Pueblo had 1. So that's, again, interesting comparison of the ratio of Pueblo with, 100,000 plus constituents with 1, and San Juan County with several hundred also had 1. The 11th Judicial District, Chaffee had none, Custer had none, Fremont had 1, and Park County had none. In the 12th Judicial District, in my home county in Alamosa, we had 1. That was another instance where we were pretty public, commissioners and the sheriff, about not crazy about enforcing the order. And in 2021, we had 1. Caneas with none, Costilla with none, Mineral with none. Likewise, Rio Grande County, another pretty conservative county in my district, had 1. Saguache had none. In the 13th Judicial District, Kit Carson had none, Logan had none, Morgan had 2, Phillips had 1, Sedgwick had none, and close to Peltonia, Washington County had 0. Yuma had 0 as well. The 14th Judicial District, Grand County had 1, Moffett none, Routt none. In the last page, in the 15th Judicial District, none of the counties, Baca, Cheyenne, Kiowa, or Prowers, had an order. Likewise, in the 16th Judicial District, which is Bent, Crowley, and Otero, the 17th Judicial District, Adams had none, Broomfield had 1. The 18th Judicial District, Arapahoe, had 7, Douglas County with 8, Elbert with 1, and Lincoln with none. In the 19th Judicial District, Weld County had 4. In the 20th Judicial District, Boulder had 1 in 2021. The 21st Judicial District, Mesa, had none. And lastly, in the 22nd Judicial District, Dolores had 1, Montezuma had 1. Again, pretty small counties. So that was from the Colorado Judicial Branch's report of statistics for 21. I am going to share with you also then follow up with the only other year we have information for 2022. In the 1st Judicial District, Gilpin had none. Jefferson this time had 10, so a reduction from the prior year. And ironically, again, what's being reported anyway in 2022, Denver had exactly the same, 33 again. In the 3rd Judicial District, Huerfano had none, Los Animas had none. In the 4th Judicial District, El Paso had 15, Teller had 1. In the 5th Judicial District, Clear Creek had none, Eagle had 1, Lake had none, Summit County with 1. In the 6th, Archuleta had 2, La Plata had 3, and San Juan this time with none. But that's a significant increase in the 6th Judicial District from the year before. In the 7th, Delta, Gunnison, Hinsdale, Montrose, Ouray, and San Miguel again had 0, just like they did the year before.
Hey, colleagues, our conversations are starting to creep up just a little bit, and out of respect for the speaker, could we please try to keep that down a little bit? Senator Simpson, my apologies. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pause for effect. Thank you very much. In the 8th Judicial District, in 2022, there was 1 in Jackson and 3 in Larimer, again an increase over the prior year. In the 9th, Garfield had 3, Pitkins none, and Rio Blanco none. In the 10th, Pueblo had none in 2022. In the 11th, Chaffee had none, Custer had none, Fremont this time had 4, and Park had none. And again, a highlight in the 12th, again, these are all counties in my district. Alamosa this year in 2022 had 2. Conejos 1, Costilla 1, Mineral none, Rio Grande again with 1, and Saguache with 1. In the 13th district, Kit Carson with none, Logan with none, Morgan with 1, Phillips with none, Sedgwick none, Washington County none, and Newman none. The 14th, Grand none, Moffett none, Route at 2. And then, colleagues, the last page for 2022 that I have statistics for. In the 15th, Baca, Cheyenne, Kiowa, and Prowers were all at none. Likewise, in the 16th with Bent, Crowley, and Otero with none. 17th, Adams had none, and Broomfield had 2. In the 18th, Arapahoe 2, Douglas 7, Elbert 2, Lincoln none. In the 19th, in Weld County had 3. In 2022, Boulder had none. And in 2022, the 21st Judicial District had 2. Dolores, in the 22nd, Dolores had 1. Montezuma had none. Totals for each of the years were about the same, really. In 2021, there were 107, and in 2022, there were 104. So I wanted to highlight the difference, the potential difference, again, in the petitioners. And I'm trying to wrap my head around what the magnitude of that change is. Under the current policy, family or household members and law enforcement officers or agencies are the only ones that can petition the court for the order. Under the new policy, we add community member, which has a couple of sections to it. Can be a licensed healthcare professional or a mental health professional. And then we define those. And it can also be an educator, which means a teacher employed to instruct students or a school administrator, and or a faculty member at an institution of higher education. So then we define faculty member means a president, a dean, a professor, administrator, instructor, or research worker at an institution of higher education. So, and I am reading from the pre-amended version of the bill, so these haven't been, the amendments from committee haven't been adopted yet. So again, I'm trying to really grasp the magnitude of what we're talking about, going from family or household member to the much more exhaustive list. I don't have an appreciation whether that's 10 times more folks or maybe 100 times more folks. So that raises, for me, some opportunities to think about, again, how many folks we're going to be impacting and what the expected results are. If we exponentially increase the number of petitioners, is there an expectation that we exponentially increase the number of orders or not? My point is, it's still just, for me, a little early in this process to make the kind of changes, the magnitude of changes that the bill and the policy is attempting to make. So I'll take a seat and listen to the rest of the debate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Simpson. The question before the body, Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We engage in this debate and create mental images of what we perceive the policies about. And the image we create is the perfect example of the perfect application of the exact, precise desire of the first order effect of the bill. We create in our mind, in this exact perfect circumstance, this benefits society in a meaningful way because an individual who truly would want us to intervene, and there are people in that individual's life that can take access to this policy that we put in place in order to get a better outcome. That's what happens, I'm pretty sure, on much of the room here. But the reality is that's not the way lawmaking and policy works. We create this construct, and it has a broad array of effects, some positive, some negative. This is critically important on this particular issue because this particular issue bumps up against constitutional rights. The Second Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the 14th Amendment. The constitutional rights and the Bill of Rights are there for uncomfortable circumstances to provide uncomfortable protections for people and circumstances we really aren't quite comfortable with. The First Amendment doesn't exist so that we can all sing Kumbaya all day long every day. It exists so somebody who disagrees with you in a profound and perhaps profane way has the opportunity to speak and therefore be heard more broadly in society. This particular bill creates some really significant challenges. We all want to be safe and secure, but Coloradans should be able to secure themselves from harm in the absence of meaningful protection afforded them by the government. Government can't always be there, doesn't always get it right, but we hope that it's there on our behalf. The circumstance in which we find ourselves today is statistically more challenging than the summer of crime. Way back when, I believe it was Governor Ritter, convened a special session to deal with significant clampdowns on crime that was running amok in the city and the state of Colorado. With violent crime now on the rise, the state should not, as this bill would, take away or restrict a person's access to a legal means of defense. I would argue that that visual image I was talking about a few moments ago for the perfect application of this law, let's consider the other end of the spectrum. An individual who might need to be unfettered by and not have their rights intruded upon the way this ERPO law might in fact do it. The purpose of the ERPO law is to protect people from the actions of ostensibly dangerous people. However, if abused, and there is room for abuse in this law, as there is in any law that is written, the law could leave vulnerable individuals at greater risk. An angry ex-boyfriend, spiteful acquaintances, and other nefarious individuals in a position to petition for an ERPO law or an ERPO order can effectively disarm potential victims, leaving them vulnerable. Think of a single mom. Think of a single mom who's been through a relationship that didn't go quite well and is wanting to be free and safe in her person and has a means to do that. She has learned that there is an equalizer, and she's trained herself to handle that equalizer that gives her the power and authority far beyond the strength that she holds just physically in and of her own being. She's learned to handle a firearm and uses that firearm for personal protection. Well, if things go awry, as we heard the good senator, the simple country attorney, actually expound on some of the legal realities of what happens, this individual in a moment of pique says something that is incendiary. It's threatening. It's profane. It's enough that someone could claim, I feel there's a risk here. And that single mom could potentially, you have to go through a process, I acknowledge that, but the process isn't always perfect, we know that. She could be at risk of, in fact, losing that equalizer that she has in her life, a firearm that she uses to protect herself and remain and feel safe in her person. Disarming individuals, such as the one I've just described, is not the ideal or intended outcome of this law. But it very well could be the potential outcome of this law. Why? Because, as we were talking, this law potentially intrudes, and it would be too late in the circumstance of this young woman that I was just describing. The case law, the intrusion into the Second Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the 14th Amendment could be litigated after the fact, but it doesn't do that individual any good if, in fact, she's lost the access to what she considers to be an equalizer that gives her protection and safety. So, we need to, especially in this environment where crime is significant, more meaningful, more threatening than it's been in years, we need to make sure that we are living through and finding the pathway through and writing policy that is narrow enough that we don't have unintended consequences such as those that I just described. I'm afraid that this bill is written is too broad. It's broad enough that I believe it will bring court challenges. We just heard of an extended case from the Supreme Court in New York. It's possible that other court cases would be brought here. It would be my hope that we actually litigate the law before a horrible set of facts that are the exact opposite of the intended desired effect of this law happen, and it has an impact that's negative in a person's life, where someone actually loses their constitutional rights and loses their life because of that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues, for participating in this debate. I urge your rejection of Senate Bill 170.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 170. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 170 is adopted. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar to later today.
The motion before the body is to lay over the balance of the calendar until later today. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. That you can only vote once, Assistant Minority Leader, and the ayes have it. So the body, or the motion, the remainder of the calendar will be laid over till later today. Rise and report. And the committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order, and the coat rule is relaxed. For the Democrats. Just joking. Huh? The coat rule is relaxed for everybody, including you, Frank. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a bill under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President. Mr. President, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 170 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Beasley, Gardner, Rich, Minority Leader Lundin, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Smallwood, Pelton R, Pelton B, Simpson. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 170 is amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Your preference.
Okay. Committee reports.
March 6, 2023, the Committee on Judiciary, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 109 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole. Favorable recommendation.
Somebody that would keep people talking to the bill would be better up there. I can do it. I know.
Introduction of memorials.
Senate Memorial 2, Senator Roberts memorializing former Senator Richard Dick Soash.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Memorial 2 lay over until Monday, March 13th.
The motion is to lay over Senate Memorial 2 to Monday, March 13th. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it. Senate Memorial 2 will lay over until Monday, March 13th. Signing of bills.
March 13, 2023, the Speaker has signed Senate Bill 23, 48, 73, 84, 95, and 100.
Majority Leader Moreno. Or who's chair? Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of second reading of general order, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the general order, second reading of bills, and Senator Henriksen will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed for everyone. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 168?
Senate Bill 168, Senators Hawkes, Lewis, and Coker, Representatives Mabry and Parenti, concerning gun violence victims' access to the judicial system.
Senator Hawkes Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 168 and the corresponding Judiciary Committee report.
To the committee report.
We basically did not have any amendments on this bill,
We presented the report.
and we present you the report.
Seeing as there is no committee report, to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colorado is one of only 3 states, Arkansas and Indiana are the other 2, that have an extreme anti-victim law that includes a punitive provision that can bankrupt gun violence victims and their families if they take bad actors in the gun industry to civil court. In 2012, Jessica Redfield Galway was one of 12 people killed in the Aurora Theater shooting. And with deep respect and care for the senator from Centennial, his son Alex was also lost that day. Their deaths could have possibly been prevented. The companies that sold the gunman thousands of rounds of ammunition, large capacity magazines, and body armor failed to do a background check. When Jessica's parents sued in civil court, Colorado's decades-old law forced them to pay more than $200,000 to those negligent companies' legal fees. Current Colorado law makes individuals responsible for legal fees of the gun industry in cases dismissed under immunity law. No other industry has this kind of protection. Colleagues, this bill has 3 parts to it. The first part repeals the extreme punitive language that prevents gun violence victims from having their day in court. The second part of the bill establishes a cause of action to ensure victims of gun violence or the Attorney General acting on their behalf can seek fair justice and compensation in court if they can prove they were harmed as a result of the gun industry's member knowingly violating responsible conduct.
Senator Coker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In addition to the details described by my co-sponsor, this bill establishes reasonable precautions and controls for fire industry members and to implement and apply these precautions and controls within their distribution and retail network. Colleagues, this bill is meant to fit the exceptions allowed in the federal law known as PLACA, which includes language specific to state firearm laws and industry misconduct. Make no mistake here, we're talking about misconduct of the firearms industry. That is when victims can seek justice. The bill seeks those it impacts to put in place procedures and controls to protect the life of others. In summary, this bill seeks to increase safety in the firearms industry with responsible business practices. It only applies to those engaged in the manufacture, distribution, importation, marketing, wholesale or retail sale of firearms. Under this bill, no business that establishes and implements reasonable safe controls, practices, and precautions related to the product it sells would be held liable.
As we demand the same from other industries, let us hold the firearms industry to the same standard of responsibility to protect victims.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, it is good to continue the dialogue with you today. I am going to borrow heavily in my opening comments from a article, I guess I'll call it, an opinion piece written by a former member of this body, a former treasurer of the state of Colorado, Mark Hillman. He insightfully notes in this article that last year, the Colorado General Assembly demonstrated the good sense to pass Senate Bill 115. It's now an act. It's got a lot of our names on it. Senator Jaquez Lewis and Gardner were the prime sponsors. Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Janal Gonzalez, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Liston, Lundin, Moreno, Priola, Simpson, Smallwood, Winter, Zenzinger, representatives as well, but we'll just stick with this chamber for the purposes of this conversation. Senate Bill 115 recognized that property owners are not liable for actions committed on their property by criminals. 115 had to do with the heinous events that happened at a Planned Parenthood clinic. And in fact, the law made it really clear the property owner is not responsible for the idiotic or heinous acts of another individuals. Didn't matter, legislators agreed if the property owner operated a controversial business. I have to tell you, I'm not a fan of Planned Parenthood, but in fact, I was a co-sponsor on that bill because a principle is a principle. Logical responsibility resides where logical responsibility resides. The ultimate responsibility for harm rests with the person who pulled the trigger. This bipartisan legislation, which passed the Senate 34-0, must have been somebody excused on that day, and it passed the House 64-1, came in response to a lawsuit arising out of the 2015 shooting at Planned Parenthood facility in Colorado Springs. A 2021 shooting of the Boulder King Supers provided further context, reassuring legislators that it is unreasonable to hold any business responsible for, in the words of Justice Melissa Hart. We've got the third branch involved in this conversation. Justice Hart said the irrational acts of a mass murderer. Lawmakers wisely concluded responsibility for criminal violence rests with the perpetrator and shouldn't fall on the property owners just because they may have deep pockets. Well, here we are, less than a year later, and some of the same legislators now propose that Colorado turn the logic we all agreed in unanimity just a year ago, turn that logic on its head in order to make another controversial industry, for some, firearms manufacturing and retailing, quite frankly, wholesaling and distribution and transportation, and we'll get into the details of how this net that is created by this particular product liability law catches just about everybody in the supply chain. And supply chain is something we've all been paying attention to here over the last number of months, so that should be something that is familiar, and we'll all pick up and understand just how challenging it can be to start pulling out the links of the chain in the supply chain. This is akin to holding car manufacturers, and this is part of what I heard in some of the testimony I sat in on part of this bill the other day. It's akin to holding car manufacturers responsible for drunk drivers or worse, for a deranged individual, and tragically, we have seen this, a deranged individual who might use a vehicle to run down pedestrians or people or parade goers. Guns are, by definition, a deadly weapon. In my comments earlier, I said there are those who respect firearms, those who fear firearms, and those who don't respect the people or the weapons, and certainly don't fear the people or the weapons. They're a deadly weapon that citizens have a right to use for self-defense, hunting, target practice, and other legitimate lawful activities. In self-defense, firearms are considered the great equalizer. It was a comical moment where one of the larger, stronger, physically stronger members of the body stood on a stool and was even taller. In the moment I said, it looks like Andre the Giant has joined us. Well, Andre the Giant has physical strength, had physical strength, probably unsurpassed by others, but an equalizer would give, I'm trying to think of the name of that incredibly talented gymnast, couldn't have been more than 5'2", 5'3", would give that young lady the same ability to protect herself and project force as Andre the Giant has when he walks into a room. Mary Lou Retton, we'll go with that one. That's probably, us older guys, that's kind of more from our, there's one more recent that was probably even more spectacular.
Simone Biles.
There we go, Simone Biles. Thank you very much. The great equalizer can make an individual such as Mary Lou Retton or Ms. Biles equally able to fend off a powerful attacker. Sometimes that defense requires actual use of deadly force, a legitimate, lawful purpose for which firearms were designed. It would be irrational for Colorado to authorize lawsuits against a legal product that functions as designed. And yet that's exactly what this bill would do. What a difference a year makes. Senate Bill 115, brought by Jaquez Lewis and Gardner. Senate Bill 168, brought by Senator Jaquez Lewis and Colker. It would repeal an existing law that acknowledges that firearms are inherently dangerous. Back to that idea of respecting these tools, and so protects sellers and manufacturers from lawsuits except when their product is truly defective. The bill would allow sellers and manufacturers of firearms to be sued for the unlawful actions of a third party. It sets up a list of ill-defined requirements that firearms dealers and manufacturers are expected to follow. If an anti-gun activist lawyer can convince a jury that in perfect 2020 hindsight, somehow in the chain of commerce violated any one of those requirements, then SB 168 creates a legal presumption that the violation in that chain of commerce across distribution, wholesaling, manufacturing, transportation, rather than the actual shooter, is the proximate cause, specific language from the bill, of harm. That is the opposite of last year's common sense legislation, which recognized that the shooter is precisely the person of responsibility. Senate Bill 168 would create a storm of liability that would make it nearly impossible for anyone involved in illegal gun sales to obtain insurance. But maybe that's the purpose, to break an industry that provides incredibly useful and important protections for so many people. Reputable manufacturers of guns and ammunition would stop selling their products in Colorado to avoid liability. That would also make it impossible for law enforcement to buy guns and ammunition, which could be icing on the cake for some of those who have tried to restrict or in their most bold moments defund law enforcement. This bill amounts to an abuse of our court system by lawmakers who don't like guns and want to unleash a swarm of lawsuits upon already heavily regulated businesses that manufacture a legal, popular product. Honest citizens will be punished despite having done nothing wrong. Understandably, lawmakers are desperately searching for an elusive solution to the tragedy of mass shootings, That's where we started this conversation, what, 7, 8 hours ago? We all want to know what can be done. I'm here to say in an opening comment, 168 is not anything that is beneficial in any way to that question that we are trying to answer. It may feel good in the heat of the moment, but this bill will do nothing to stop criminals or mentally ill from harming citizens. I will, at a future point this evening, speak into this chain of commerce. It's really, I think, incredibly interesting. A couple of the ascending industries that are blooming and bringing us solutions to our lives, to make our lives more convenient, to make medicine more effective in our lives, how this bill could, in fact, take down not just the gun industry, which may be its target, I don't know, and I don't want to imply anything that is not represented on its face by the sponsors, but it would take down for sure interesting industries that are bringing us remarkable things in the optical world, in the printing world, three-dimensional printing, changing lives. They're talking about being able to print organs in the future. This bill could, in fact, intrude on the progress that those nascent industries are developing right now. Mr. Chair, thank you for your attention to these opening comments. I look forward to talking further about the bill as we move forward.
Thank you, Minority Leader Lundin. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, bills can be deceptive. And I want to be really careful about this. I'm not suggesting that the sponsors or the drafter have in any way intended to be deceptive. When I say bills can be deceptive, I just mean that you can take a quick read of them and say, oh, this bill does that, and miss something else that it does, or miss how it operates. It takes a lot of practice. Those of you who have served here know, to read a bill and really get the gist of it and what it's doing and how it operates. Even those of us who had to struggle through law school twice have to take a good hard look. And in some ways, that's the case for this bill. The bill summary, which is not the bill, is something we rely on. And those bear careful reading, not because there's anybody hiding the ball, but all things that are of the law require very careful reading. So the bill summary starts, current law. That always, when I see that, that means they're going to tell me that current law is something and this bill is going to do something else. It's going to change current law. Current law limits product liability actions against manufacturers of firearms and ammunition to situations in which there was a defect in the design or manufacture of a firearm or ammunition. That's an interesting statement to me, because when I took first-year torts, well, a lot of years ago, longer ago than some of you are old, I took product liability from one of the leading lights of that discipline. And I learned that there were two kinds of product liability cases. One was design defect, and the other was manufacturing defect. So when I read this and say, current law limits product liability actions against manufacturers of firearms and ammunition to situations in which there was a defect in the design or manufacture of a firearm or ammunition, I go, well, that seems sort of tautological. Of course. So what would the statute current law be limiting if it was in terms of product liability? And then I remember that there's this other theory about strict liability, which product liability is a strict liability theory. In other words, you don't need to be at fault, per se. It just has to be. And that is inherently dangerous products. And so I realized that this bill must have something to do with a limitation that I'm vaguely familiar with, that with regard to firearms, that really prevents them from being held by a court to be inherently dangerous products. Which is a controversial notion in the law about what is an inherently dangerous product. What is a product that has so little utility in society that it'll be called inherently dangerous and be treated that way. And so I went looking for this change. And of course, it's there. And the reason I say it's sort of deceptive is you flip the page and you're in a hurry. You got 500 bills to read between now and appropriations on next Friday morning. And you kind of start to get to the meat of the bill. But when you do that, you skip past something here. Section 1 of the bill. Section 1 of the bill is 2 lines long. And it says, in Colorado revised statutes, these red books, back there on the shelf. In Colorado revised statutes, in bold, repeal Part 5 of Article 21 of Title 13. Now, I don't know why it is that our bills are written like Yoda would talk. Instead of saying, repeal Title 13, Article 21, Part 5. But I guess it's so that they don't get confused and say repeal all of Title 13. So it's, because it's only Part 5 of Article 21 of Title 13. So you have to reverse that in your head and you go 1321, 5. Well, Part 5 will be 501, 502, etc. So I go there, because this is to the bill, Mr. Chair, because the bill repeals all of Part 5. And it's like, well, I need to understand what we're repealing there. First thing I do is say, well, I wonder when we did Part 5, when we, the institution, did Part 5. And I look at the end and it says source, big L, 2000. So that was the 2000 session. And if you wanted to find it in session laws, it would be entire section added at page 1058, section 1. And it was effective on March 26th that year. So this is 2023. It's been around for nearly 23 years. So what are we repealing? And why? And why are we going to, in the next section, add in the Colorado revised sections, add an Article 27 7 to Title VI. Now, who knows what Title VI is? Anybody know off the top of your head what Title VI is? See, it's commerce, but what you find there is deceptive trade practices and all sorts of things like that. So when you see that, you ought to go to the Red Books, or you ought to go to that tab in the General Assembly thing where you get the statutes and go look, because it'll tell you something about what we're doing here. But what's Title 13? Well, Title 13 is courts. And I happen to know that Article 21 has to do with damages. That's because, as simple as I am as a country lawyer, I've been in here a lot, seeing what kind of damages I could get or what kind of damages my client might have to pay. And it turns out that Part 5 is product liability actions, firearms, and ammunition. And it starts with a legislative declaration. Now, what's interesting about this legislative declaration is we do legislative declarations in bills a lot of times, and they don't go into the CRS. And we do them other times, and they go in the CRS. They go in the CRS because we want the court and citizens who are affected by this to see what the policy of the state of Colorado is. So in 2000, the General Assembly, that's us, institutionally that's us, hereby declares that it shall be the policy of this state that product liability for injury, damage, or death, that's pretty much all you can do to somebody is injure, damage, or kill them. You could lock them up, but that's something, that's damage. That's damage or an injury. Caused by the discharge of a firearm or ammunition shall be based only upon an actual defect in the design or manufacture of such a firearm or ammunition, and not, oh, here we go, not upon the inherent potential of a firearm or ammunition to cause injury, damage, or death when discharged. So, if I buy a firearm and it has a faulty, help me out, firearms, trigger mechanism, and though I have it on safety, it goes off anyway, and injures, damages, or kills someone, I would have a cause of action here, because that's probably a manufacturing defect or a design defect that would allow it to do that. But if I'm a careless person and I'm cleaning my firearm and I do something stupid and look in the barrel to see if it's loaded and it goes off while I'm squeezing the trigger, that's not a design defect. That's just thank you. Stupidity. And the manufacturer is not liable for that and shouldn't be liable for that, any more than the hammer manufacturer ought to be liable for when I rear back and hit my thumb, even though they have to warn me about that. Product liability law has led us to put a hammer and say, you know, you could hit your thumb with this. You ought to be really careful. I went years and years of my life just based on what my father taught me, that and experience. I banged my thumb before I was strong enough to swing a hammer very hard, so that wasn't too bad, and that was a pretty good lesson learned about a lot of things in life when you think about it. What else are we repealing here? Because this is our legislative declaration. This is the policy of the state of Colorado. The policy in this state. The General Assembly further finds that it shall be the policy of this state that is civil action in tort. What's a civil action in tort? Well, a tort is a private wrong. If I get mad at you and walk up to you and pop you on the nose, there's crime there and there's tort there. The crime for which the good senator from Avon might, if you were in his jurisdiction, might file charges on you would be an assault. And but you know, if you broke my nose, I would have a civil action against you. Now I might collect in restitution, but that's another story. So a tort is that kind of thing. Automobile accidents are torts. Thousands of things. Any kind of a thing where you fail to behave as the reasonably prudent person and you damage someone else, and the law holds you to that standard, and does for the most part, that's a tort. So right now, the General Assembly finds that a civil action in tort for any remedy arising from physical or emotional injury, physical damage, or death caused by the discharge of a firearm shall be based only upon an actual defect in the design or manufacture of such firearm, or upon the commission of a violation of a state or federal statute or regulation, and not upon any other theory of liability. Well, think about that. So if I shoot you, can you sue me? Well, yeah, because I violated a state law. But if that's not the case, I mean, if there wasn't any law violated, then we're not going to allow it to be a tort case. And then here's another interesting thing, and ought to be really interesting to the sponsor and senator from Longmont. It says, the General Assembly also finds that under no theory shall a firearm or ammunition manufacturer, importer, or dealer be held liable for the actions of another person. The reason that should be so interesting is because the good senator and I carried a bill last year concerning liability of property owners, and liability of property owners where someone might show up while their clients, customers, parishioners, or others are there, and a shooter walks through the door and shoots everyone. And there was some confusion in the law about whether or not that property owner ought to be liable. And we carried a bill that clarified that to ensure that the proximate cause of that injury was the person who pulled the trigger, not the person who owned the property. Now, what's interesting about this is there's an implication, there's been an implication, that there's something terribly, terribly wrong with the current law in Colorado, that our predecessors in 2000 were just, I don't know, ignorant, stupid, bought and paid for. I don't know. I mean, this was a thoughtful and considered policy. You might not agree with it, but it is based upon policy considerations that are important, unless, of course, you think that firearms altogether are evil, inherently dangerous, and then the rest of the bill would make sense. Because what the bill does in in its next couple of pages, and it really is only 2 pages, and well, really 2 pages. It extends over 3, but the content itself is 2. It defines what a product liability action is for this part, and it means a claim for damages brought against the manufacturer, distributor, importer, seller, et cetera, of firearms or ammunition alleging a defect in the design or manufacture of firearm and ammunition. And it says what you have to prove a determination of defect. And I read that, and by the way, I kind of, if I wasn't familiar with all the background of all this, I read this and I go, well, why did you have to rewrite the common law into statute? Because it says in a product liability, whether a firearm or ammunition shall be deemed defective in design shall not be based on the potential to cause injury, damage, or death when discharged. Kind of irrelevant as to whether there's a defect. The burden shall be on the plaintiff to prove, in addition to any other elements to be proven, in a product liability action alleging a design defect, that the actual design was defective and that such design was the proximate cause of the injury, damage, or death. That's the common law, frankly. But what is it getting at here? I don't know. I mean, it goes on and says, so that deals with the design defect. The next paragraph deals with a defect in manufacture. And the difference is this, just for people to distinguish this in their mind. A design defect in manufacturing and in product liability is something where the design of the product itself, it is built exactly to the design, and even though it's built properly, the way the engineer said to do it, there is something about that design that is inherently dangerous. Rollovers. The whole rollover thing with SUVs was about the design, center of gravity, and so forth. You know, was it designed in a way that was too prone to rollover, given all of the economic pros and cons of it? I owned an SUV not long ago that on the visor it said, you know, you ought to be careful if you take the curve too fast on this thing, you might roll over. It's kind of like putting a warning on the hammer that says if you're not watching when you do this, you might hit your thumb. But that's the design defect concept. The manufacturing defect concept is something that happens in manufacturing processes. I mean, we all know, because we buy products, mass-produced products, that out of, you know, a run of 10,000 whatever, widgets, some number of those widgets are going to have a defect. The design was a good design for a widget, or a car, or a firearm, but when the machines start running and they start manufacturing, something about that 151st unit didn't happen right. And that's why there's quality control, and things still slip through the quality control. And this is the kind of the black bean, if you will, of the manufacturing when you buy one of these things. And by the way, I've bought manufacturing defect products. You have too, probably, and a lot of them are just products that don't cause any damage at all, and they just break, and you take them back and say, it wasn't made right, give me a new one, and they give you a new one. But if the product's one that caused death, damage, or injury, you have a product liability case. And the product liability action alleging defect in manufacture, we said in 2000 that the firearm or ammunition was manufactured, and this is the legal definition, at variance from its design, and that such defective manufacture was the proximate cause of the injury, damage, or death. Proximate cause being the legal requirement for connecting the injury to the breach of the duty. Because after all, if there was a design defect in the car, but the thing that caused you to be killed in the car was that somebody T-boned you, then it didn't matter that the rollover was a problem, or that, and it gets complicated because sometimes manufacturing defects are affected by some other misuse or damage or injury, and when they work together, it's like a trial lawyer's dream, by the way. Trial lawyer's dream to argue about whether a manufacturing defect in a tractor or something like that, when there's an accident, what was it? Was it the negligence of the operator or the person who ran into your equipment, or was it a manufacturing defect? Anyway, that all seems pretty normal to me. Then the third paragraph says, the inherent potential of a firearm or ammunition to cause injury, damage, or death when discharged shall not be a basis for finding that the product is defective. In other words, it's not a basis for product liability that a handgun does what a handgun does when you pull the trigger. It was designed properly, it was manufactured properly, and when you pull the trigger, a bullet comes out the barrel. That's a product that operates as it's designed and properly manufactured. In fact, one could imagine a product liability case, however, or the manufacturing defect where I pull the trigger and it doesn't go off like it should, and I'm, as a result, killed myself. That might be a problem. Well, we're going to repeal that. Then we get to proximate cause, and I'm thinking to myself, well, proximate cause, I mean, there's years of common law around that. Why do we have to say that? It says here in a product liability action, this is for firearms, the actual discharge of a firearm or ammunition shall be the proximate cause of injury, damage, or death resulting from the use of such product, and not the inherent capability of the product to cause injury, damage, or death. After all, it is the inherent nature of a handgun to cause injury, damage, or death. Now, you're not going to like that definition, and you don't like that definition if you're someone who doesn't think handguns ought to exist, essentially, because they cause injury, damage, and death when discharged. But there are good and legitimate reasons. Self-defense, protection of your family, your property, law enforcement, the military. I want to go on because it's really important. Because those two lines, remember, in the bill, they repeal all of this language. There's a provision here that says that the manufacturer, importer, distributor's placement of a firearm, and this is really important, their placement of a firearm or ammunition in the stream of commerce, even if such placement is found to be foreseeable. In other words, I look at that and I go, well, you place it in the stream of commerce, that is, out there to be sold and passed on and sold, wholesale to resale to customer who might resell it at a gun show. That's all foreseeable in the firearms industry. People know that that happens. None of that shall be, it shall not be conduct deemed sufficient to constitute the proximate cause of injury, damage, or death resulting from a third party's use of the product. This goes back to the concept that the good senator from Longmont and I had in our bill with regard to property owners, that it's not the fact that someone sold a product or conducted a business or did something that causes the injury. It's the person who pulled the trigger. In accidental discharge of a firearm, the placement of the product in the stream of commerce is not conduct to constitute proximate cause, even if accidental discharge is found to be foreseeable. It's kind of like, you know, if I sell you a motor vehicle and I sell a bunch of them, it's foreseeable. It's foreseeable that some of those cars that the auto dealer sells are going to be in accidents and cause injuries. It's probably even foreseeable that one of those purchasers is going to be such an angry person, he might try to run somebody over with his car. I don't know. I mean, a court and a jury could decide that and argue it around, but I know that it happens. I know that people buy vehicles and then sometime later get mad at their brother-in-law and try to run him down or do something. The point is that it's not the firearm manufacturer who manufactures and sells a properly functioning product that they put out there for wholesale and retail that is responsible for what that gun does. That's what this Part 5 is all about, really. Here's a really important one. And we're repealing this. We're repealing this, and this is really important for manufacturers and people who own gun shops. It says, in addition to any limitation on the action in product liability, in a product liability action brought by the criminal, it shall be an absolute defense that the injury, damage, or death immediately resulted from the use of the firearm or ammunition during the commission of the criminal act, which is a felony or a Class 1 or Class 2 misdemeanor. In other words, if a criminal gets injured and all this stuff, criminals don't get the benefit of the tort law. Now, if they were just a small misdemeanor, well, they might, but if it's a felony or a Class 1 or 2 misdemeanor, criminals are not going to get the advantage, even if the gun blows up in their hand. After all, they were criminal engaged in a criminal act. It'd be a strange world indeed if we allowed them to shoot somebody, and while they were shooting somebody, the gun also exploded in their hand, and they got injured, and they got to sue the manufacturer while they were sitting in Canyon City. Now, here comes something that the sponsors introduced their bill with. And this is a limitation on action and award of fees. Keep in mind, this was passed in the year 2000. Says a person or other public or private entity may not bring an action in tort other than a product liability action against a firearms or ammunition manufacturer, et cetera, for any remedy arising from physical or emotional injury, physical damage, or death caused by the discharge of a firearm or ammunition. So basically, no one's going to be able to bring an action against a manufacturer except in product liability. They can't say, well, you were negligent in putting your firearms out there, you sold them negligently. You know, we could talk about whether or not that was legitimate or not, if you think about it, but we're not just talking about that, we're repealing the whole thing. In no type of action shall a firearms or ammunition manufacturer, importer, or dealer be held liable as a third party for the actions of another person. This goes back to the car dealer isn't responsible for the person who goes out and commits a bank robbery in his car and runs down some people. Even though when you sell a bunch of cars, you know that somewhere along the way somebody's gonna buy your car and misuse it. Now we get to the crux of what seems to be the deal, if you will, because the sponsors talk about this on the outset. The court, upon a filing of a motion to dismiss pursuant to Rule 12B of the Colorado Rules of Civil Procedure, shall dismiss any action brought against a firearms or ammunition manufacturer, importer, or dealer that the court determines is prohibited under subsection 1 or 2 of this section. So, I'm a very simple country lawyer. I've known that this is in my Colorado Revised Statute since 2000. And someone comes to me and says a loved one, a family member, was injured or killed by another person by using a firearm, and the person who sold that firearm to the perpetrator knew that was a shady character, a bad guy, or whatever, and they shouldn't have sold it to them. I want to sue them. This is wrong. Mr. Gardner, will you take my case? I don't know what that means. That's what people say. When I say I don't know what it means, it's because, will I advise you about your case? I certainly will. And what I would have advised you in 2010 or 11 or 12 or 14, I would have said, you know, we have this statute in Colorado, and it's to deal with who's really responsible for the damage done by firearms. Is it the manufacturer or the seller, or is it the person who pulled the trigger? And we have made a choice, our legislature has made a choice that third parties, that manufacturers and sellers and those folks are not liable. It's a matter of statute. And my client says to me, well, that's just wrong. And my answer to them is, well, it may well be wrong or not, but it is the law in the state of Colorado and several other states. And if I file a suit for you, even if you got a lot of money to pay me, that'd be great, but I have to advise you, I think we will lose that case. Our chances of winning, somehow overturning a properly adopted statute of the Colorado General Assembly, is very, very slim, like none slim. And if we file that case, the first thing that the defendants are going to do is file a motion to dismiss. That is a motion pursuant to Rule 12B of the Colorado Rules of Civil Procedure. And we might lose. And they say, well, it's okay, we don't care. We are angry. We think this is wrong. What happened when the manufacturer did that or the retailer did that? And that's not a settled question, by the way. That's probably a subject of what did the person know and so forth. But the statute here is dispositive. And I say to them, well, it's all well and good that you have the money to do that and you want to go after them, but are you also prepared, if you lose, to pay the fees of the other party? This is the point at which my client, I hope, looks at me and says, well, they might say yes. They may say, well, we have unlimited resources and we want to do it. Okay. I like that kind of client. But in 40 years, I've seen very few. And it would be my duty, my obligation, ethically, professionally, to say to that potential client, understand, if we pursue this based on the facts, this is going to be dismissed on a 12B motion. And you're going to have to pay the other side's attorney's fees. And I really, to be honest with you, that's a case I wouldn't take. Because I wouldn't want to be sitting there with the client explaining to them that you just lost your 12B motion. And even if I'm willing to cut you a break on my fees, the other side has just handed you a bill for, I don't know. I'm a simple country lawyer and I can't afford me. Imagine 17th Street, K Street prices, and a case that goes to the core of public policy. So that's been pretty clear since 2000 and pretty clear law. And when I heard that story, by the way, members, in a similar bill, when I heard that story in committee a couple of years ago, I thought to myself, and the folks who told the story, they had a grievous loss, and I feel terrible for them, but and it happened some years ago. I'm sure they've talked to other lawyers. I want to say, did somebody tell you about this risk before you went down this road? Because if they didn't, in my opinion, that's malpractice. You've been taken advantage of. Now, should that have been the policy or not been the policy? Well, that's another thing. I mean, we can talk about that tonight. But the fact that someone got tagged with attorney's fees on a 12B motion on the facts of this case only speaks to their being victimized another time by people for whatever their motive was, and I'll speak to that in a moment. Anyway, the thing concludes here on the limitations and award of fees and says, notwithstanding the provisions of subsection 1, which is about bringing an action in and tort, it says that manufacturer dealer may be sued in tort for any damages proximately caused by the act of manufacturer or dealer. In any action brought pursuant to the provisions of this subsection, the plaintiff shall have the burden of proving by clear and convincing evidence that the defendant violated the state or federal statute or regulation. So this is about the violation of statute or regulation, that being sued for violation of a state or a federal statute, and it's possible, but it does require clear, convincing evidence. That may or may not be a policy we want to maintain, but what we're doing is we're wiping it out altogether. Now, I'm going to talk just a moment, and then I want to give others an opportunity to speak. The night grows short before the midnight hour, and there's only 6 hours left. I don't want to take all that time. I want to give others an opportunity. And thanks to David Kopel of the Independence Institute, professor of law, for the information I'm about to provide you. That statute in Colorado law comes as a reaction to something that began to happen in the late 1990s. In the late 1990s, a firearms prohibition or anti-firearms group adopted a strategy that was previously used and, of all things, used by government officials in the Jim Crow era against free press, and particularly free press published by African Americans. And it was to sue them and expose them to litigation and lawsuits to the point of putting the publishers of African American newspapers, community newspapers, the only source of free information that they had. And in the South in those days, the truth was not something that the establishment wanted told. And so they were nearly put out of business. And this strategy has been used in various other places, but one of them is with the firearms industry. Sue them out of business. In response to that, in response to abusive lawsuits that would cripple businesses by the sheer cost of litigation, because let's face it, firearms are involved in things that cause injuries and damage. Not the majority by any means. Most of them sit on people's shelf or in their rack, and other than for target practice, they're never fired. But there's enough out there that litigation abuse occurred. And so most states, Colorado included, enacted legislation such as I've just reviewed with you to protect firearms manufacturers from just being sued out of business. By the way, if you think that, well, this is, special protection for firearms people, and that's just wrong, similar things have been done for manufacturers of vaccines. There's a special federal program that shields them from liability. Now, the social utility of immunizations are for most, though not all, by the way, for most much better and stronger than that of firearms. I don't necessarily agree with that, but if you're inclined to say, well, we don't do this for anybody else, the answer is, yeah, we do this for a lot of industries. Industries that are subject to abusive litigation in various ways. We do it for newspapers in another way, in another context, but discussion for another day. So this case that you've heard talked about, this horrendous case of folks who sued and this terrible thing happened to them, of getting stuck with the attorney's fees and cost, just understand that it was in the books, it was clear, it was there. In 2014, these folks who had had a terrible loss and believed that, I think it was manufacturer, but manufacturer or retailer, perhaps both, were responsible, that the nature of the weapon was such that maybe it shouldn't have been sold or existed or manufactured or whatever, were convinced to bring a suit. And the organization that encouraged them to be their plaintiffs, because you need an injured person, you can't just go sue. The folks who convinced them to do this and said, yes, 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 when we know the lawyers to do this, they inevitably lost, because even a small firm practitioner like myself can read the statute. But it was a gun prohibition organization who wanted to make a point and see if they could make law on the long shot. The worst that would happen to them is that maybe years later, people would be standing up in the Colorado General Assembly talking about their case and using that case as the cudgel, without disclosing that, in fact, these people were victimized, in my mind, a second time. In fact, it was the U.S. District Court that dismissed the case. It was in the U.S. District Court. And they awarded attorney's fees. Now, the organization that convinced them to bring this case has annual revenues reported at over $40 million, but they didn't help the family out with their attorney's fees. The law firm that filed this, they had to know what the law is. It was Arnold and Porter. That's a Washington, D.C. law firm with, I don't know how many lawyers, hundreds, might be thousands now. A lot of lawyers. They didn't take any responsibility, as I understand it. Their annual revenue is over $1 billion. So that's the first two lines of the bill. The argument for the bill is based on a premise that a section of the Colorado Revised Statutes, which provides protection for an industry that frankly needed protection from abusive lawsuits, it repeals that. And you say, well, you know, guns are bad. I don't agree with that. But let me say, all of that's to make the point that what this bill is about is ensuring that those who manufacture and sell firearms small gun shop owners, are driven out of business, and that the access to firearms for everyone who might buy one for hunting, might buy one for self-defense, might buy one for recreation of target shooting, will not be able to do so. You might find that a greater social good, and if you do, please come to the well and let's talk about whether that's a greater social good. But let's not demonize the manufacturers, and let's not hide from the fact that what's going on here is an attempt to sue them out of existence. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that was the first two lines of the bill. It might be the best words of the debate all day. We frequently say that the legislative declaration doesn't matter. It's just kind of a statement of intent. But in this particular instance, because the whole point of the bill is to create a cottage industry of lawsuits, the legislative declaration matters a lot, because in the course of those cases being litigated, the understanding of the law and the understanding of what the legislators were thinking, what their legislative intent was, becomes very, very important. I'm going to spend a little bit of time looking into the next few lines of the bill, the legislative declaration. The General Assembly finds and declares, it says, standard language, that's the way it always begins, that the state of Colorado, this is sub A, has a compelling interest in protecting the life, health, safety, and well-being of Colorado residents. In the broadest understanding of those words, we would all agree. Now, I believe that at times the way to protect the life, health, safety, and well-being of Colorado residents, especially when crime is running out of control, is to make sure that an individual can be secure in and of themselves and their family by possessing an appropriate self-defense mechanism, which may be a firearm. So I want to be really clear that I agree with lines 13 and 14, and the way I interpret that for the purposes of legislative intent is that means that I should be able to have a firearm to protect myself, that my young daughter who needs a force equalizer at times if she's threatened to have access to a firearm. The next couple lines of the bill, sub B, cause me, in the margin of my notes here, I have just written, wow, exclamation point. The Leg Deck says, unlawful and irresponsible conduct by the firearm industry pose, not may pose, not could pose, might pose, not perhaps would pose, or under specific circumstances could pose. It's a simple declarative statement, active verb, present verb. It says unlawful and irresponsible conduct by the firearm industry pose significant risks to the life, health, safety, and well-being of Colorado residents. I could not disagree more strongly. In fact, as in the case that I just mentioned, it is the exact opposite of that the firearms industry, doing what they do in the framing of the laws and policies of the country and the state as they are, provide protection and, in fact, enhance an individual's ability to avoid risk, to protect their life, to maintain their health and safety, and their well-being as a Colorado resident. So to be clear, I could not disagree more with that particular statement in the legislative declaration. Sub C, our state and our nation have a long-standing historical tradition of prescribing standards of responsible conduct and accountability for industries whose business practices may cause harm to the public. Again, on its face, that's one we can all agree with, but the unpacking of that, to be specific about what the prescribed standards of responsible conduct are, is somewhat problematic. We just had a substantial debate around some policies with regard to the ability of individuals to file a restraining order, a extreme risk protection order against another individual, and the details, the nuances, the specifics of how that happens, the possible intrusion of this onto the Fourth Amendment and 14th Amendment protections that are guaranteed under the Constitution are difficult and problematic. So sub C is questionable and needs further elucidation to understand exactly what it might be, so I challenge that subsection. Sub D, the Federal Protection of Lawful Commerce and Arms Act preserves states' critical authority to enact laws prescribing and enforcing standards of responsible conduct and accountability for firearm industry members. That is, again, acceptable on its face, but it matters what the prescriptions, as allowed for under the prescribing or called for in the prescribing of this legislative declaration. It matters what the prescriptions are, what the enforcement mechanisms are, what the standards are, and the definitions of responsible conduct. So that's questionable as well. Goes on, sub E. It is the policy of this state, Colorado, that the firearm industry members have a lawful duty and responsibility to take reasonable precautions to prevent foreseeable risks to life, health, safety, and the well-being of citizens of Colorado. And it goes on. That is impossible to allow that to just stand on its face. The industry is responsible for foreseeing, foreknowledge. There is only one entity, one being that has the ability to foresee with the level of clarity this would require, and that is God Almighty. The ability to foresee every potential outcome is impossible, and yet this legislative declaration seeks to put an industry in a place where they're responsible for foreseeing every potential outcome, every potential use, every potentiality. Impossible. On its face, absurd. We've heard that that comment, the word used earlier. I'm not sure that it was appropriate then. It is absolutely, I would argue, appropriate here. Absurd to demand that a weapons manufacturer, that a firearms manufacturer take upon themselves the responsibilities and capacities of an omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent presence. Can't be done. Rejection on its face. It's further, sub F, it's further the policy of this state that victims harmed by firearm industry members' wrongful and unlawful conduct, wow, there's a stretch, and public officials acting on behalf of the people of Colorado shall not be barred from pursuing civil actions seeking appropriate, while that's a loaded word, justice and fair remedies for those harms in court, including, and here's the crux of the bill, including civil actions. Can you say cottage industry? Can you say go get another law degree? Can you say, boy, that is an entire new subsector of the legal economy. Civil actions for harms caused by, and I'm going to leave this question on the table. If the sponsors want to answer it, I'd be curious what their perspective is. I would also call out to the Simple Country attorney. I am incredibly interested in his perspective. What on earth are the two words negligent entrustment? I'm not quite sure what that means, but it's in this ledge deck, and I think we need to ferret that out before we go too far. I would accept an answer as I move forward. Madam Chair, thank you for this parenthetical moment.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the good senator from Monument, the concept of negligent entrustment, it's a theory of liability, best explained by a motor vehicle kind of set of facts. If you had a cousin or a brother-in-law who was had a serious drinking problem and didn't.
I don't.
Well, knowing your brother-in-law, no, you don't, as a matter of fact. But I'll choose my brother-in-law. But I don't. But this person, a friend, a church member, whatever. I had somebody who did this one time. They loaned a vehicle to someone who had 2 prior DUIs and was trying to get their life back together, and had no insurance, by the way. And they said, "Can I use your car?" And this is the point at which you're going to entrust this thing to them. And a reasonable, prudent person would not say, "Oh, here's my keys, just bring it back." They'd say, "Can I give you a ride somewhere?" Because that'd be the charitable person. But they wouldn't put the keys in their hand. And if you're acquainted with a person, as you aren't, but if you were acquainted with a person who had a prior felony and couldn't own a firearm, and came to you and said, "I'd like to borrow your, I'd like to borrow your Glock to go elk hunting," then placing that in their hand might be negligence on your part and might render you liable because you've put the instrumentality in their hand of that, and it was unwise for you to do so. A reasonably prudent person wouldn't do that because without the Glock, without the vehicle, whatever harm occurred wouldn't have occurred. So there you go.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So now, with that understanding, let's go back to sub F. It's further the policy of this state that victims harmed by firearm industry members' wrongful and unlawful conduct. Now keep in mind, doing business as they do business is now being defined per se in this bill as wrongful and unlawful conduct. And public officials acting on behalf of the people of Colorado shall not be barred, we're accelerating lawsuits here, from pursuing civil actions seeking appropriate justice and fair remedies for those harms in court, including civil actions for harms caused by negligent entrustment and expansion of a new area where you could bring potential legal action of firearm industry products consistent with any limitations, immunities otherwise provided in state or federal law. So it goes on, and we get to the declarative clause here. Therefore, the General Assembly declares that it is the policy of this state that product liability for injury, damage, or death caused by the discharge of a firearm or ammunition is not based upon the inherent potential of a firearm to cause injury, damage, or death when discharged. It shall be further the policy of this state that civil action in tort for any remedy arising from physical or emotional, again, we're loading things into this that create enormous financial capacity to go after the deepest possible pockets and pursue the broadest possible financial remedies. Emotional or physical injury, physical damage, or death caused by the discharge of a firearm is not, again, here's this interesting phrase, it is not based upon the inherent potential of a firearm to cause injury, damage, or death when discharged. Well, what is it based on? It simply is saying the risk, the liability, the ability to proceed forward with a lawsuit just exists because it wants to exist. And I would ask again for legal counsel on exactly how that goes. But this is incredibly interesting language to me. What we're doing is seeking to, in this legislative declaration, disconnect firearms from exactly what they are. It simply says it doesn't matter that this tool is, in fact, a tool that must be respected. It must be used in a specific way. It simply says, because it exists, you can file the suit. An incredibly difficult and challenging legislative declaration. And it matters because this bill is designed specifically to create lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit. That will be the net effect. I am more than happy to dive into further explanation of this. I don't know if anybody else wanted to get into the ledge deck. All right, I'm going to go into where we go. So let's get on into the active parts of the bill. But before I do that, I want to talk a little bit about definitions. Because, again, the breadth of the individual scooped up into this net by virtue of the definitions is critically important. A firearm industry member. Now, if I just said you, write on a sheet of paper, you know, who you think a firearm industry member might be, you would probably come back with some well-known names of those folks who fabricate either firearms or ammunition. You'd say that's what it, well, those aren't the names here that we're going to get. It means a person, anybody, any individual, so you got a firm or a corporation, so again, you've got unnatural or non-natural persons as well, or other entity engaged in, and here's where it gets really interesting, the manufacturer, okay, that you would think that would make sense. They're manufacturing either the firearms or the ammunition. The distribution, well, that's again fairly connected to what's going on. The importation, well, that would be if it's coming from overseas, other shores. The marketing or wholesale retail of the marketing or wholesale or retail sale of the firearm industry product. Well, now it just got really broad. I mean, it basically scooped up everybody who's in commerce. Marketing, well, it's an advertising agency. That's a point of purchase distribution or a point of purchase signage company. It's a printing company. It just cascades. It involves everybody in commerce when you start talking in these broad ways. So it goes on, a firearm industry product means a firearm is defined in section 1801, ammunition, completed or unfinished frame or receiver, getting broader here, a firearm component or magazine, a device marketed or sold to the public that is designed or adapted to be inserted into, affixed onto, or used in conjunction with a firearm. And this is where it gets incredibly interesting. I think I've said that a couple of times now. This bill has a lot of elements that are interesting. If the device is reasonably designed or intended to be used to increase a firearm's rate of fire, concealability, magazine capacity, or destructive capacity. Now, these are the folks we're scooping up, that we are putting at risk of a lawsuit. And I think I'm going to take just one aspect of this particular element and expand on it a little bit. Reasonably designed or intended to, or increase the destructive capacity. I'm a hunter. I also am a 63-year-old hunter. I had 20/10 vision until about 42, meaning I could see at 20 feet what an average or normal person could see at 10 feet. I had great eyesight. Well, I got to my mid-40s, my eyes started failing. So in order to increase the destructive capacity of my ability as a hunter, I need to wear contact lenses. Okay, the contact lenses have just become part of this equation. And further, even with the contact lenses, the iron sights that I use in my .32 lever action, which is a good deer rifle if you're hunting near camp, don't get me what I need to do when I'm out hunting elk and I need to be able to see farther. So I use optics on my firearm. And these optics give me the ability to see more clearly at a greater distance, 150, 200, 250 yards. So the optics, the scope that goes on to my weapon, and all the scope designers, developers, and manufacturers, they get swept up into this conversation. Well, let's think about that. Scope manufacturers and optics. What does that account for? Well, there's a few companies. If we were on a tight timeline, I'd just give you a summary. But the reality is, I think the depth and breadth of this list, because there's going to be a lot of names here, that you recognize is very important. These are optics manufacturers. Accuracy International, American Rifle, ATN, Atlas Bipods, Anschutz, Armalite, Aimpoint, American Defense Manufacturing. Alex, this is halfway through the A's. I may come back to the entire list, but I'm going to jump ahead to the concept that I'm trying to get you to see here. Optics are critical to what's happening in our society in how we see and engage with so many elements. I ate some popcorn earlier and the hole is giving me trouble right there. So many elements of what's going on in our lives with regard to optics and photonics. Now, you say, what on earth are you talking about, Lundeen? Well, what I'm talking about this is the reality that we're going to begin to impinge on this industry that is so critical. Have you ever heard of fiber optics and what fiber optics is beginning to bring to our life? Well, a lot of these companies that are engaged in providing optical lenses that bump up against scope manufacturer, or they are legitimate scope manufacturers just directly, that's a revenue source that feeds into the broader ability they have as a company to develop a lot of other things that are critically important to us. So I've got this, I don't know, it's a 60-page report here from McKinsey & Co. that talks about how critical optics and photonics are into the future of what we will perceive and live with in society. Einstein laid the foundations for laser technology in his groundbreaking article, The Quantum Theory of Radiation, published in 1917 after years of development. The first widely commercialized lasers hit the market in the 1960s, when they were used for applications ranging from science to surgery. Since those early days, the unique ability of lasers to create a narrow focused beam of light has enabled many other use cases, including barcode scanning, DNA sequencing, semiconductor chip manufacturing. In one of the most novel applications, the NASA rover Curiosity used laser-enabled equipment to blast rocks on Mars, allowing scientists to analyze chemicals in the resulting vapors. Now, you're getting a sense of where I can go with this. The fact that this particular bill would put manufacturers of optics, scopes, and other things that are used with regard to weapons at risk of lawsuit begins to have a negative impact on things like DNA sequencing, semiconductor chip manufacturing. It's going to intrude into commerce in so many unintended ways that we can't even begin to understand how difficult it is. I'm going to pause on optics and jump back to the bill here, because it goes on to say, or it calls out others who in fact would be scooped up into this net. If a machine, any machine or device that is marketed or sold to the public or reasonably designed or intended to be sold to manufacture or produce a firearm or any other firearm industry product as described in this subsection. Well, Okay, that sounds pretty innocuous. Any machine or device that's marketed or sold to the public or reasonably designed or intended to be sold to manufacture or produce a firearm or any other firearm industry products is described in this subsection. They're being scooped up. Who is that? Well, that's a great question. Let's think about that for a second. Increasingly, three-dimensional printing is an area that is changing society. In fact, there is, well, don't listen to me. Listen to what the leaders in that industry say about three-dimensional printing. And again, the point of contact here is this bill has a direct negative impact on those who would potentially produce 3D printers. Now, they might produce a lower receiver for a firearm, but they also might produce, someday in the near future, a synthetic organ that would save a human being's life. And we are choosing to, by virtue of an act that will take away the protections of these industries and put additional liability risks on them and say, sick 'em to the trial attorneys industry, we are going to intrude onto these people that are bringing so much societal good. As 3D printing continues to mature, its practical uses are seemingly infinite. Well, not if we can help it here in Colorado. We're going to try and shut them down, or at least damage their revenue streams so they don't have capital to deploy into the research and development they're currently spending it on. From artwork and toys to entire buildings and even transplantable organs, this technology can go as far as our imaginations will allow. While 3D printing may be most exciting for companies looking to streamline their prototyping technology, its potential for the non-tech consumer world is growing and evolving. That's why we asked members of the Forbes, this article that I'm reading from, Forbes Technology Council, what potential uses of 3D printing non-tech companies should be excited about and why. Keep an eye out for the use in the future of your life of these 10 applications, but probably not here in Colorado, because we are telling these industries, you're not welcome here. Because you could potentially be used for something that we don't want to have happen, and we're writing a law that is so broad that you can't escape it, stay out of Colorado. That's what we're saying. Do-it-yourself product prototyping. Prototyping of products has long been a barrier to innovation because inventors could do little more than dream about a product or an idea. I mean, you're all creative. You've thought about, gee, wouldn't it be cool if I could do this or that? And maybe you drew a sketch, you lined out what you might want to do. Well, now you can actually print a three-dimensional version of that dream. A friend's 12-year-old son ordered a 3D printer on the internet, set it up without any parental guidance, and started manufacturing fidget spinners. Boy, so many of you would be more grateful if I spent more time with a fidget spinner and less time talking to you, I suspect. For a couple of weeks, this kid was making a killing until all of his classmates bought 3D printers. So that's one potential use. Additive manufacturing, at risk in Colorado if this bill passes. Additive manufacturing is an important supply chain management tool that's currently helping the U.S. Army enhance readiness to support soldiers on the battlefield because it relies on digital blueprints. The authenticity, confidentiality, and integrity of the digital thread is critical to mitigating risk while achieving successful outcomes. All right, rare parts replacement. Do we have any antique auto restorers or people that are always, how about if you want to repair a tractor, you might be able to print the part to replace it. But not in Colorado. If this bill passes, those industries are no longer welcome here. You can't have your 3D printer, don't bring it here. The potential of metal-based 3D printing will allow for the creation of rare, discontinued replacement parts in a wide variety of applications. Repair shops could handle a much wider variety of clientele, and online retailers may be able to print unique parts, provide more products through a just-in-time inventory approach. Automotive prototyping. Wouldn't it be great if we brought an auto manufacturer into Colorado? Maybe we ought to get OEDIT involved in this discussion. Hey, we've got a great bill, 168, that will make it harder for commerce in Colorado. What do you think, OEDIT? Want to get on board? I think an automotive prototyping 3D printing outfit would be better, and that's one argument against this bill. 3D printing has overcome the hype and is now broadly adopted by non-tech businesses. Automobile industry is using it to rapidly prototype new cars and models. All right, I'm going to move on through these a little more quickly. I'm more than happy to come back to them later if we need to. Fraud prevention. 3D printing is showing promise in terms of preventing card-present fraud in things like point-of-sale systems and ATMs. For example, banks are now using 3D printing to design and produce ATM components that prevent credit card skimming. You've all heard about credit card skimming. 3D printing can help manage that. As the digital and physical security worlds meet, 3D printing will play a vital role in creating hardware to fight fraud. Customizable solutions. Shift from broad one-size-fits-all solutions to more customizable and personalized offerings has been a major trend in recent years, and 3D printing has the potential to take it a step further. Companies will be able to offer greater flexibility. Manufacturing and logistics, lowered production costs, apparel printing. Ooh, that's interesting. We've got an international brand management company headquartered here in Denver. Those who have an interest in the political future of Denver, or might have a political interest in the future of Denver, or might be interested in a political future in the city of Denver, might be interested in this. I think the apparel industry is ripe for disruption with 3D printing. With 3D, customers can print their own gloves, belts, and glasses to meet their needs. This can provide co-creation opportunities for retailers and provide personalized design for customers. But not in Colorado. If this bill moves forward, it will certainly be more difficult. So back to the bill to call that out. What we're looking at here is this intrusion into not just firearms. The bill starts out saying it's about firearms, but the next thing you know, you're talking about optical opportunities in the industry that would provide greater opportunities, and we're intruding into their ability to do so in Colorado by virtue of the fact that we're now putting them at risk of a lawsuit. 3D printing. Because a 3D printer could potentially be used, it puts those who are engaged in that industry of providing the printers, supporting the printers, at risk of lawsuit, and therefore they would be less inclined or disinclined to participate in business, commerce here in Colorado. So the point I'm making with all of this is the bill starts out, as so many of the pieces of legislation we deal with an intention that we really want to get at and make society safer, but this particular bill is too broad, dramatically too broad, because it has all of these negative consequences on commerce that go far beyond the firearms industry that it seeks to get at. So I urge your opposition to Senate Bill 168. I have a couple of amendments I'll bring later, but I'm not sure whether I am going to bring those right at this moment or not. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, returning to the bill itself, I appreciate the senator from Monument going through the legislative declaration. It is interesting that what the bill does is repeal something in Title 13 having to do with court procedure and cases, and then replaces it with something that is in Title 6, and that's about commercial practices, although you do find torts in Title 6. And it creates Article 27, Now, in terms of reading statutes, sometimes when it gets late at night and I've been reading them and I yearn to go do something else, I come to things that just puzzle me and I don't know what to make of them. That would be the last few lines on page 3 and beginning of page 4 in the legislative declaration. It says, therefore, and I think that's interesting, therefore, because that must be all of the things that go before it must cause you to conclude. And right before that is part of the declaration that says, if this were passed, it says it's further the policy of the state that victims harmed by firearm industry members' wrongful and unlawful conduct and public officials acting on behalf of the people of Colorado shall not be barred from pursuing civil actions or seeking appropriate justice and fair remedy for those harms in court, including civil actions for harms caused by negligent entrustment of firearm industry products. We talked about negligent entrustment, consistent with any limitations or immunities otherwise provided in state or federal law. The significance of that is that the so-called Protection of Lawful Commerce and Arms Act, which is addressed in the legislative declaration and so causes one to have to go and look at that and think about it. Because it says the Federal Protection of Lawful Commerce and Arms Act preserves states' critical authority to enact laws prescribing and enforcing standards of responsible conduct and accountability for firearm industry members. That's, interestingly enough, if I found that in a court pleading or a brief or the opinion of a court, I would say, well, that's a conclusion of law. That's not a statement of belief. Because the Protection of Lawful Commerce and Arms Act has been cited by other states who have enacted laws similar to the one before us, similar to the bill before us, as preempting under the Dormant Commerce Clause, and we could talk about that for 3 or 4 hours, has been held by one court to preempt state laws on this topic. A federal district court in New Jersey held that a bill that is applicable to the sale or marketing of firearms was directly in conflict with the intention of Congress. And basically, what's referred to as the PLCAA has a stated purpose to prohibit causes of action against manufacturers, distributors, dealers, and importers of firearms or ammunition products and their trade associations for the harm solely caused by the criminal or unlawful misuse of firearm products or ammunition products by others when the product functioned as designed and intended. Of course, there are courts, and then there are other courts, and there are federal district courts and federal district judges, and it turns out that at the same time a New Jersey federal judge held that their statute was in conflict with the federal statute. A New York district court judge held that their statute was not in conflict with the PLCAA. And so, is it or isn't it? Well, I guess some people will make a lot of money arguing that case at the various appellate federal circuits, and then maybe there will be a conflict between the two of them, and this will be before the United States Supreme Court someday. But what I think you can't really conclude is that the Federal Protection of Lawful Commerce and Arms Act preserves states' critical authority to enact laws. I think that's up for grabs. I think that's undecided. Has the Congress occupied the field with this bill, the PLC, how do we say this, the PLCAA? If they have, then under the so-called dormant commerce theory, they've fully regulated in a way that states are not allowed to do so. Courts disagree with each other on that. Now, I've been so busy talking about what the repeal bill does, or the couple of two lines, I started wondering, well, what does this bill do? So I started to look, and then I thought, well, I'll start with the therefore, and it says, the General Assembly declares that it is the policy of this state, so we got a new policy, that product liability for injury, damage, or death caused by the discharge of a firearm or ammunition is not based upon the inherent potential of a firearm to cause injury, damage, or death when discharged. And I kind of read that and I say, well, why did you say that? Because, I mean, I think you're trying to defy logic in the legislative declaration. Because the rest of the bill, I think it's trying to not conflict with the PLCAA by legislative declaration, but it doesn't work. I mean, I don't know. I haven't discussed it with the drafter. I come to these definitions, and I decided I wanted to skip them for the moment, because I just really got anxious to know what the bill did. How does it operate? Turns out you don't know that till you get to page 6 and what is denominated as 6-27-104. That's where it'll be found in the CRS if this bill passes, called Firearm Industry Standards of Responsible Conduct. It says this section applies to a firearm industry member. Now, this is where you have to go back to the definitions, which the good senator from Monument did. Because it says, this section applies to them. Whoever they are, it applies to them. It makes me say, well, if I represent a gun shop owner, am I a member of the firearm industry? Am I a firearm industry member? It says firearm industry member means a person. I'm a person. A firm, well, I have a firm. Corporation, I don't have that. Or any other entity engaged in the manufacture, distribution, importation, marketing, or wholesale or resale of a firearm industry product. Well, I don't think I'd do that. But if I was a firearm association, a shooting association, would I be? No, let's see here. I am an association that represents those who own firearms and support the Second Amendment. Would I be a firearm industry member? I'd be an entity engaged in the I don't manufacture, I don't distribute, I might be marketing. I might have a magazine, and that magazine might take ads, might be promoting ownership. Yeah, might be. Well, that's probably the length of this. But of course, if I'm sitting in my office and somebody comes in and says, I got shot, I just recovered, I spent months and months in the hospital, we got huge hospital bills, and emotionally I'm a wreck. Will you take my case? Who can we sue? We can sue a firearm industry member. And so we potentially can sue. Now, we have to figure if we have a cause of action, but let's first of all figure out who we might name in the complaint. There are two ways to go at this. One is to figure out if you have a cause of action, and the other is just figure out who you can sue first. Because if you have a cause of action against somebody that doesn't have any money, well, that's, you've wasted your time. But if you find some deep pockets, so you got shot on the street, South Tejon, by somebody, and so I think you can sue the person, the company that sold the gun, the retailer. I think you can sue the manufacturer of the gun, maybe. I think you can sue the distributor or whoever was in the chain there of the gun. I think you can, if it was imported, if there's a firearms importer, I think you can do that. Now, let's see if we've got a cause of action against them. So we need to go on into the bill. So it applies to anybody that is of those people that does these things that look an awful lot like the industry member does. Manufactures, distributes, imports, markets, wholesale or retail. A firearm industry product. A firearm industry product. Have to go back. Firearm industry product means a firearm is defined in section 18.1901. I don't have time to go back and get 18.1901. And that's okay, because handgun's probably in there, but it might be useful. Ammunition. A completed or unfinished frame or receiver. That would be like if you go online tonight and you wanted to manufacture your own weapon, you can put it together from parts, and you can buy those online. Save a lot of money. A firearm component or magazine. So a component might be a barrel, it could be a lot of things. A device marketed or sold to the public that is designed or adapted to be inserted into, affixed onto, or used in conjunction with a firearm, if the device is, so I guess if it was just a plate that made your gun look like it was gold-plated or something, maybe not, I don't know. Because it says if the device is reasonably designed or intended to be used to increase rate of fire, concealability, magazine capacity or destructive capacity, or reasonably designed or intended to increase the firearm's stability or in handling when the firearm is repeatedly fired. You know, I remember when I was a kid, we had a shotgun, it's a 12 gauge. That'll kind of knock you over if you're a small child. And you could buy this cushion that went over the stock, gave you a little cushion. The manufacturer of that probably was not a big conglomerate, not a big corporation. It was probably somebody who just small business that manufactured these things that stretched over the back. But that would be something that was reasonably designed or intended to increase the stability and handling when it was repeatedly fired. And any machine or device marketed or sold to the public are reasonably designed or intended to be used to manufacture or produce a firearm or any other firearm industry product. That's like anybody who sells any kind of machinery that might be used to make guns, but in many ways, firearms are just machines of a sort. And if you sold another machine or device that's reasonably designed or intended to be used to manufacture or produce a firearm, then you're looks like you've got a firearm industry product. It's pretty far out there in the reach. And I'm not even to what this bill does to you if you're one of these people. I just know it's a lot of you. Almost everybody that has anything to do with firearms. Whether you publish a magazine about firearms or whether you manufacture trigger locks. So it applies to the firearm industry member who manufactures, distributes, sells a firearm industry product that meets any of the following conditions. Now, we have three contingencies here. That's a lot of balancing of stuff. So, if you're a firearm industry member and you manufacture, distribute, import, market, wholesale, retail, a firearm industry product that meets any of the following conditions, well, what are the conditions? The product was sold, made, distributed, or marketed in this state. Oh, well, we're at least not trying to tell them what to do in Texas. I gather there are objections to Texas telling us what to do. There's another bill for another time on another subject about Texas trying to tell us what to do, so, or us trying to tell Texas they can't tell us what to do. Anyway, got to have a connection to this state. The product was intended to be sold, made, distributed, or marketed in this state. Well, even if it was manufactured in Connecticut, if it was intended to be sold here in Colorado, this applies, or the firearm industry product was used or possessed in this state. So even if the manufacturer didn't have any intent for me to buy the product in, I don't know, some live free or die state like I don't know, what is that? Vermont, New Hampshire? even if they didn't really intend for you to buy it up there and bring it home here to Colorado, if it was foreseeable that you might, it would be there. So what do you got to do if you meet all those? Well, you got to establish and implement reasonable controls regarding manufacture, distribution, importation, marketing, and wholesale or retail sale of firearm industry products in the state. Reasonable controls. I think I saw something back in the definitions of what reasonable controls were. Reasonable controls means reasonable procedures. So, reasonable controls wouldn't be unreasonable procedures, it would only be reasonable procedures, safeguards and business practices that are designed and implemented to do, all, not just some or some set of them, but all. But only reasonable ones. Reasonable controls that are reasonable procedures. Well, the reasonable can be pretty much in the eye of the beholder and kind of a post hoc decision. It's not supposed to be, but after the machine blows up, what's reasonable looks very different than when it was humming away and doing its job, and then when it didn't, it's like, well, a reasonable person wouldn't have done that without having some sort of cage around it for when it blew up. And it's like, well, but it never blew up before. But now that you know it might blow up, you should put a cage around it so all those pieces won't go in places. So to do all of the following, well, prevent the sale or distribution of a firearm industry product to a straw purchaser or firearm trafficker. Okay, well, straw purchasers and firearm traffickers, those sound like really bad people. Let's see what they are. We have to go back here and find out. So a firearm trafficker, that's a person who acquires, transfers, or attempts to acquire, transfer a firearm industry product. Oh, remember we define firearm industry product. For purposes of unlawful commerce, including but not limited to a subsequent transfer to a person who's prohibited by state or federal law from possessing the firearm industry product. Well, we call that a criminal everywhere else, but I guess for the purposes of this bill, that's a firearm trafficker because it says unlawful commerce, not lawful commerce. So, you know, a firearm trafficker is not a regular gun manufacturer, handgun manufacturer who sells hunting rifles or, for that matter, AR-15s because it's not unlawful, perfectly lawful weapon. What about a straw purchaser? Well, a straw purchaser is an individual who wrongfully purchases or obtains a firearm industry product on behalf of a third party who is the actual purchaser or transferee. That's kind of an odd statement because it sort of over applies, and then the next statement says, well, what it isn't. So it's an interesting drafting choice. The term straw purchaser does not apply to an individual obtaining a firearm industry product. Do we remember that definition still? As a bona fide gift for a person who is not prohibited by state or federal law from possessing or receiving a firearm industry product. For the purposes of this subsection, a gift is not a bona fide gift if the transferee has offered or given the transferor a service or thing of value to acquire the firearm industry product on the transferee's behalf. So if you're going to buy a handgun for your spouse who later does something with it, I don't know. If you just give her the handgun for Christmas, then it'll be a gift. But if you say to her, if you'll let me go hunting and fishing next year without me having to hear you complain about it, and she says, I won't complain, dear. I won't complain about it if you, I'll buy you a handgun. And she says, well, I'll complain. Well, that's a service or thing of value. That's a promise in exchange. You'd say, well, that's kind of absurd. Oh, that's kind of an absurd argument. Well, I'm making a point. The point is, things can be a mix of bona fide gift and not. You might tell your son, if he, assuming he's of appropriate age, if you complete a hunter education course and take out the trash regularly for your mom here, I'll get you a handgun. Well, that's a service. I don't know about the first one. That maybe not a thing of value. It's just a strange drafting choice to me. But anyway, we found ourselves in the quagmire of definition when we really need to go back and see what it is that we're not supposed to do or what it is we have to do. Turns out that if you're a firearm industry member, you've got to take reasonable precautions to assure the firearm industry member, that's you, does not sell or distribute a firearm industry product to a distributor or retailer of a firearm industry that maintains reasonable controls. And reasonable controls was, wow. You don't want to be doing this too late in the day. Because reasonable controls, again, is preventing the sale or distribution of a firearm industry product to a straw purchaser or a firearm trafficker. Well, I'm going to buy a gun from my brother-in-law who doesn't, not supposed to be owning one because he's a convicted felon. Not the case, in fact. This is my hypothetical. And what are the reasonable precautions that you have to take here? The reasonable controls. I mean, person comes in, I go in, I don't have a prior criminal record, I haven't been on a 72-hour hold except here in the Colorado State Senate. And how does the seller make sure that I'm not a straw purchaser? How could that seller even know? So you have me sign, I swear that I'm not buying this weapon for anyone else. Or if I am, it's a bona fide gift. And then I look on this page and go, what's a bona fide gift? So I don't know what that is. I don't know how you protect yourself. Firearm trafficker. Well, I assume firearm traffickers are more sophisticated than small gun dealers. Because a firearm trafficker, that's somebody who let's see what it is exactly. That's a person who acquires or transfers a product for purposes of unlawful commerce, including a subsequent transfer to a person who is prohibited by state or federal law. Well, I guess you'd be a trafficker if someone other than your brother-in-law, could be your brother-in-law still, comes to you and says, I can't buy a firearm because I have a record, but I really would like to have one. You'd become a trafficker if, rather than just saying, well, I'll do you a favor, you'd become a trafficker if you said, well, I'm not doing that for nothing. And they say, no, I know there's some risk to it. Will you go and buy it for me? And then, you don't even have to give it to me. You just might just leave it in your car unlocked. And I'll steal it, and of course you'll report it to avoid the $25 fine. I'm sorry that the senator from Longmont's not here to recall the $25 fine for not reporting. Or you could run the risk and just never tell anybody and just say, well, I lost it and I don't know where. How does that gun dealer know that you're a trafficker, and what reasonable controls would they use to ensure that you're not a trafficker? I mean, I understand if you're buying many, many firearms to sell across the border. If you were truly a trafficker in arms. I knew of a case like that one time, right there in River City, right there in underneath America's Mountain, where a guy made a lot of money selling weapons across the border. Eventually, ATF caught up with that, but this definition doesn't limit it to that kind of person who, I don't know, not sure how you would spot that person, maybe because they bought a lot of, the interesting thing was the person that I speak about dealt in a lot of different firearms at gun shows. There wasn't, I don't know what the reasonable controls would have been. Prior to the time that the ATF arrested him on a sting, they didn't know, there wouldn't have been anything that anybody would have done. What's a reasonable control on that? I don't know how someone can comply with this, and I don't know how you can enforce this. And one of the things we ought to do is not pass laws that you don't know how a person doesn't know how they can really comply with it, and we don't know how we can enforce it. Or maybe we should do that, because I'm a lawyer in private practice, and having things like this are just what make my living, is trying to figure out what they meant and what they said, and people being prosecuted for things that they didn't know they were doing anything wrong. Reasonable controls. All right, well, you got to have reasonable controls. Got to have reasonable controls to prevent something from being designed, sold, or marketed in a manner that foreseeably promotes conversion of a legal firearm industry product into an illegal firearm industry product. I actually kind of think I know what they're trying to get at here. It's just that I don't know what the reasonable controls are whenever you sell the pieces for a 30-round magazine that's otherwise quite legal. What's the legal, what are the reasonable controls to prevent someone from buying parts or buying one set of parts from you and another set of parts off the internet. And by the way, you know, if you really wanted, a short drive to Wyoming is probably in order. In fact, I could be driving to Wyoming tonight and wake up tomorrow morning and go to the gun shop and buy something legally. Would it be legal to bring it back here? I don't know. I'd have to look at all of this again. A firearm industry member shall not manufacture, distribute, import, market, or offer for wholesale or retail sale a firearm industry product designed, sold, or marketed in a manner that is targeted at minors or individuals who are legally prohibited from purchasing or possessing a firearm. Okay. I mean, I saw some handout where there was a advertisement that for an ARJR. I think we ought to prohibit that. But while we're doing this, prohibition of that marketing ploy, I'm not sure what else we sweep in that's perfectly fine and perfectly legitimate. Targeted at minors. Joe Camel was targeted at minors, or was he or wasn't he? Well, some people say yes and some people say no. Don't be selling a G.I. Joe AR. So now that we know the things you can't do, these are responsible conduct. And there's some other things. Says you got to comply with the Colorado Consumer Protection Act, Article 1 of this Title VI. Okay. The Unfair Practices Act, Article 2 of this Title VI. The Colorado Antitrust Act of 1992, Article 4 of this Title VI. And Article 12 of Title 18. Well, it's only 20 minutes after 7. I think if we need to go over Article 1 of Title VI to see what it is that we're imposing here, and Article 2 of Title VI, and Article 4 of Title VI, and Article 12 of Title 18, there's certainly time to do that yet this evening, and even one of me standing up here could do that. We finally get to the cause of action for violation of standards of responsible conduct. And it says, a person or entity that has suffered harm, I don't know what harm is, I mean, I have to guess, as a result of a firearm industry's acts or omissions in violation of Section 627-104, I just went over that, I won't go back over it, may bring a civil action pursuant to this Article 27 in a court of competent jurisdiction. A court of competent jurisdiction means your state district court. Although maybe you can get maybe you could get into federal court on an ancillary jurisdiction with something else. I don't know. It's an interesting thing to think about at 7:20 on a Friday night. It's what I usually think about is, where could you sue someone? Could you sue them in state or federal court? I'm always thinking about that on Friday evenings. Says you can bring a civil action, doesn't really say. I guess we'll get there. The Attorney General or the Attorney General's designee may bring a civil action in a court of competent jurisdiction to enforce this Article 27 and remedy harms caused by any acts or omissions in violation of 627-104. It doesn't, I don't think it says who the Attorney General can designate, and that's really interesting to me because I have seen some opposition to this bill basically saying, you know, the Attorney General can enter into a contract with a law firm or a public interest group, public interest firm, to go prosecute these cases. Now, I worry about the constitutionality of that. Although it's a civil action. When I say prosecute, that's probably not the right choice of word. It's a civil action. I think it invites the Attorney General, invites some law firms to go into the Attorney General's office and say, we want to make a proposal to you for how we're going to help with this consumer protection bill here. And we're going to give a certain amount of money to the state, and we're going to keep a certain amount of the money, and we'll do that. I don't think that's very good public policy. Either the Attorney General is going to do this or not, it would seem to me. But in an action brought pursuant to this section, if the court determines that a firearm industry member engaged in conduct in violation of Section 627-104, the court shall award just and appropriate relief. Well, we wouldn't want them to order unjust and inappropriate relief, so this is good. Including but not limited to, lawyers love that language. Means you could do more than that, than what I'm listing here, if it was just and appropriate. Injunctive relief sufficient to prevent the firearm industry member and any other defendant from further violating this Article 27. Compensatory and punitive damages. Punitive damages on what standard? We got more pages here. I guess we'll find out. Reasonable attorney's fees, filing fees, and reasonable cost of actions. I've always wondered if reasonable defines attorney or reasonable defines fees. Are there reasonable attorneys? And if there are there reasonable attorney fees? No one's awake. It's a joke. Any other just and appropriate relief necessary to enforce this Article 27 and remedy the harm caused by the violation. That's an invitation for someone like me to get really creative on what the remedy would be. You know? In an action brought pursuant to this Article 27, this gets to the really hard stuff. An intervening act by a third party, including the unlawful misuse of a firearm industry product, that means a criminal takes the gun, does not prevent a firearm industry member from being liable for harm caused by the firearm industry member's violation of this Article 27. So, if you think about this, there's a lot of opportunity here for a trial lawyer. I don't work on 17th Street. I just have an office that I rent in another building and share with my associate, and we just do stuff, legal stuff. But, you know, if I was a really thoughtful, brilliant high flyer, I would say, okay, the unlawful misuse of a firearm industry product, which means people getting shot by guns, by criminals, does not prevent a firearm industry member from being liable for harm caused by the firearm industry member's violation of this Article 27. Well, I'm going to start looking at every violation or every firearm death or injury to see where that firearm came from and to see if there were reasonable controls to prevent it from falling into the hands of a criminal because maybe it was purchased by a trafficker or a straw purchaser. And if it did that, I'm going to say you didn't have reasonable controls. And by the way, did the manufacturer and wholesaler, when they put that out there, did they make sure they were selling to someone? Their reasonable control would be to make sure that the people who were distributors of their products had reasonable controls. And now we just have everybody at the courthouse. Notwithstanding any intervening act by a third party, an intervening act by a third party in this case is maybe even someone who's not previously a criminal who gets mad and wants to shoot somebody. Now this is really serious stuff here. Notwithstanding any intervening act by a third party, there is a presumption that a firearm industry member's violation of this Article 27 was the proximate cause of harm suffered by the plaintiff from a firearm industry product if the firearm industry member violation created a reasonably foreseeable risk that the harm would occur. So, I'm a local gun shop, and I sell a weapon to a person, just thinking this through, and the person, let's see, what do they do? They fail to have reasonable controls, is what they do. Reasonable controls of what? Reasonable controls. Well, the most likely thing would be that they sold to a person that they had arguably had reasonable cause to believe is at substantial risk of using a firearm industry product to harm themselves or unlawfully harm another. So somebody goes in and he decides he's mad at his boss who fired him and he wants to what do we got here?
Senator Gardner, can you share?
Thank you. Well, I just wonder, it's just wonderful here. People get visual aids, and I'd like to know what they are. So I thank the better senator from El Paso County for providing this visual aid that says that a dealer in Colorado Springs says this will put him out of business, and I think that's true. You got to have reasonable controls under this bill to prevent the sale to someone that you have reasonable cause to believe is at substantial risk of using the firearm to harm themselves or unlawfully harm another. Well, how do you know? I mean, you run the background check. Is that reasonable controls? I would argue yes. We have a background check system. But I think there's inevitably going to be an argument that that's not enough. And so when that purchaser of a firearm goes home, gets mad because he got fired by his boss and goes and engages in workplace violence the next day, I mean, maybe that person, when they're doing the background check, just says to the guy across the counter, he says, you know, I got fired yesterday, just kind of down, thought I'd buy me a handgun, get me some target practice. People say things like that. Is that reasonable cause? Every one of these mass shooter incidents, maybe not every one, but it seems to me, as you dig at the facts, you find they bought a weapon from someone. There might have, in retrospect, been reason to believe that it was not someone who wanted to simply use the gun for protection, but something else, or they seemed erratic. This is opening the door for lawsuits against small gun shop owners, manufacturers. It's a major reversal of policy. Now, there are some things about this bill that need amending, and talking about those amendments will cause us to think more about what's wrong with this bill. I mean, for instance, one of the large customers of firearms manufacturers and dealers is law enforcement. Think about that. You say, well, would law enforcement engage in improper use of weapons? Well, we've had those cases. We've certainly had those cases, and they're certainly going to be concerned. Our law enforcement agencies find that they, too, are increasingly the criminal defendants and civil defendants. And so when you look at page 4 of the bill, line 11, firearm industry member means a person, firm, corporation, or other entity engaged in manufacture, distribution, importation, marketing for wholesale or resale. And of a firearm industry product. Law enforcement agencies deal in weapons. It's not a business, but they do. And the definition of firearm industry member is so broad here that it arguably includes law enforcement agencies.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L005?
Amendment L005 to Senate Bill 168.
Sarah Gardner.
Thank you. I move L005. I would like to move it, so I did move it. And
To the amendment.
Second?
Don't do I would like to. Nadine hates it.
That's why I moved it first, Mr. Majority Leader, because I would like to. I wanted to do it, so I did.
Senator Gardner, I hope
Thank
that
you.
you're happy.
Madam Chair, L005 excludes, it's very straightforward, it excludes a law enforcement agency clearly so that there's no room to be naming a law enforcement agency as a firearm industry member. There's a very real concern that has been expressed to us about this by law enforcement. Are we a firearm industry member? And does that mean if we place a weapon in the hands of an officer and the officer misuses the weapon or in the line of duty has to shoot someone and then there's a question of whether that was reasonable or not? Should they do that? This seems like a perfectly reasonable amendment.
Is there any further discussion on L005? Sarah?
Apparently there is.
Sarah Hawkes-Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Law enforcement is not a part of the firearm industry, so we urge a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, if law enforcement's not included, then we shouldn't mind saying so to make sure we do. I don't know how many times in my 15 sessions somebody's come down here and insisted that I put something in a bill that I thought was already taken care of, but it wasn't because they didn't think so. And I'm just asking that we make sure, and doubly so, that that is never the case. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's my understanding the sponsor likes the intention of the amendment, argues that the intention of the amendment's already in the bill. If that's unclear, I think the amendment makes it clear. I'd like to either have clarity around that intention being met, or I'd like the amendment to be passed. I think this is worth engaging on further to get to an actual understanding of the policy. I mean, the bill is designed to create lawsuits. Let's not have lawsuits about the lawsuits, about what's being included in the lawsuits.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Colker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's pretty clear that when it defines what a firearm industry member is by manufacturing, selling, marketing, and so forth, it's law enforcement doesn't act in that manner. So I urge a no vote.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, firearm industry member means a person, a firm, a corporation, or any other entity engaged in the manufacture. Well, maybe not, although I know departments have a gunsmith. Distribution. Well, we haven't defined distribution, but they issue weapons. They issue weapons. I would be, I'd be the first after I'm done here and I need to make up for all the lost income. I'd be the first if that case came through the door that I'd be arguing that distribution includes issuing weapons to law enforcement agencies. All of these are or, not and so I think they're engaged in distribution of weapons. Either that or you want some much narrower definition of distribution than is what's implied anywhere else. So I never believed that the sponsors intended to include law enforcement agencies, but I think they may have inadvertently done so. They certainly created an argument for someone like myself to say whenever the law enforcement officer has to use his or her weapon to say, well, did you take reasonable controls? That'd be a fun case. Then you could get into whether the department had properly hired, properly trained, properly done all that. Had they taken reasonable controls? Because we haven't defined reasonable controls. I think just my very discussion here in the well has opened up the possibility and a whole new avenue for liability against law enforcement agencies. I'm sorry I had to do that, but I heard from the agencies themselves that they were concerned about it. I asked for an aye vote.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yeah, I rise to call out another point. I mean, this is becoming increasingly clear in the past 5 minutes that we've been talking about this. You can imagine how this is going to clarify itself as we spend extended time and this engages with the reality of life. It's clear that law enforcement is in the distribution business. They give to their officers, or they assign to their officers, or let's just stick with that. They give to their officers or assign to their officers weapons as part of their job. Now, it goes beyond that, and I've just confirmed in the last short while that a law enforcement officer who has received, as part of his or her duty, a weapon as part of the job, when they leave that posting, when they leave that employment, the weapon goes with them. So it appears that law enforcement is in the business of selling, either at a wholesale level or a retail level, not for a profit. I'm going to say they're not good at making money on this deal, but they are, in fact, selling for zero cost to law enforcement officers a weapon that is in the possession of that officer when they become a private citizen post-employment. So we've got distribution, wholesale or retail sale, just in the last 7 minutes. Without further understanding of this, if we truly, the intention of the bill is not to include law enforcement, then Amendment L005, which simply says on this line where we run the litany of all the people, person, firm, corporation, entity engaged in manufacture, distribution, ergo law enforcement, importation, marketing, I could make an argument there, but I won't, wholesale or retail sale, law enforcement, of a firearm industry product, says the amendment, comma, not including a law enforcement agency. Just make it clear. This is an open and shut case. Let's do what the sponsor says they intend for the bill to do. Let's make it clear and bring it in line with the reality of how circumstances happen. Support, please, L005.
Sarah Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And let's just make it clear, because let me just read this to you. Firearm industry member means any other entity engaged in distribution. So let's be clear. The sheriff's office is an independent elected official who has his own agency and his own entity within government. So he's an entity, law enforcement, distributing firearms. Let's just be clear. If it's not intended to be in here, let's just let the amendment go through and make sure that it's clear so that we don't jeopardize or put in jeopardy our law enforcement agency, our sheriffs and our law enforcement folks, our police officers. I urge an aye vote on L005.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just wanted to come up and confirm what Minority Leader Lundin just said about that, because I'm in possession of 3 of those firearms that I had as a law enforcement officer. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Yes, Minority Leader Lundin.
Not to put too fine a point on it, but from the horse's mouth, you've just heard why this amendment is necessary. Pardon me? Did I say the horse's mouth? From the game warden's mouth. The horse bill is later this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am honestly interested in the sponsor's response. I think we've laid a conclusive case on the table. If it is the intention to exclude law enforcement, let's do so.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of L005 as well. And again, just put a fine point on it. The firearm industry member as the good senator from Weld County pointed out, includes any other entity engaged in distribution of a firearm industry product. Products are listed include ammunition. Certainly, law enforcement distributes ammunition. This is a pretty simple amendment that should be adopted. I encourage an aye vote for L005.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L005? Yes, Senator Linston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I rise in support of L005 just for the standpoint is that let's make it perfectly clear that we stand in support of our men and women in blue. They're out there protecting our lives, everybody's lives, and working against the bad guys and bad girls who may be misusing firearms. This is so simple, it's so logical that let's make it patently clear that we fully support law enforcement because clearly we all know that they are issued their service weapon and ammunition which they need to protect us each and every day. I urge and I vote for L005. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L005? Yes, Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not seeing the sponsors re-engage on this issue to define whether it is their intention or not to include law enforcement, I would lay on the podium the question, what other intentions do the sponsors have that will not be supported or that go beyond the scope of the bill?
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L005? Seeing none, the question for us. Division has been called. Is it on? Yes, I do. Okay. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. Motion before us is Amendment L005. All those in favor, please stand and remain standing. Please be seated. Thank you. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing until the count is completed. Thank you. The chair is not in doubt that amendment is lost. We are back to the bill. Senator Van Winkle and Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have before me here L003, and I move L003.
There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read the amendment?
Amendment L004 by Senator Liston, amend printed bill, page 10, before
Thank
line
you.
10, answer.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what this,
Stand by, Senator Will.
Hold on. Senator.
We'll take a senatorial 5, please. Thank you.
Move it after they read it.
you want to move it again?
The committee will come back to order.
Go ahead and move it.
The clerk, will you please read Amendment L003?
Amendment L003 by Senator Will and Van Winkle.
Senator
amending-
Van Winkle. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L003 to Senate Bill 168.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this does is changes the short title to Access to Justice for Victims of Violence and Firearm Industry Accountability Act. In the bill, Article 27, 627-101, it reads Gun Violence Victims Access to Justice and Firearm Industry Accountability Act. That's page 2, lines 8 through 10. And I'm here to say that there's no such thing as gun violence. That's such a misnomer, that term. We don't have knife violence, car violence, alcohol violence, fist violence, et cetera, et cetera. And firearms are a tool, nothing more. Abusive, evil behavior towards other human beings is a problem, not the tools. It's a tool and used in doing so. So violence is a behavior. Can a gun think? No. When we put a gun before violence, we have to assume that a gun has behavioral tendencies and can take action on its own. That's not true. You can't do that. And, I was taught about the dangers of firearms when I was a little bitty kid, and none of my inanimate firearms have ever killed anyone. And I'm just happy my firearms can't go out and do those evil things. And so I despise the term gun violence because there's no such thing. And so that's why we're asking for this amendment to change the short title.
Thank you. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, simply the amendment just takes the term gun out of the title of the bill and leaves it just simply as violence. And there's a very good reason, as articulated by the senator from the West Slope, which is the term gun violence. It's a very loaded term, members, and especially when we're dealing with something so important to many Coloradans, so important to the self-defense and part of the daily lives of so many Coloradans, words truly do matter. Gun violence, it's now a commonplace term, and it's not one I actually had heard until just a few years ago. But it's now commonplace and it's viewed by many, especially those sensitive on the subject matter, as gun control. Members, guns are around us all day, every day, especially here as we try to do our jobs. They keep us safe. On the newspaper cover of the Gazette right back there, there is, I can't show it to you, but it's on your newspaper today. There's a wonderful picture of a police officer playing soccer with the Wildflower Ducks, the first and second grade soccer teams. And he's got clearly a firearm secured very nicely on his hip, but huge smile on his face. The kids are smiling. They're all playing soccer. That is not a violent gun. That is a very, that's just a fine gun. And the gun on your hip, or if you're in line at King Soopers also, and there's, 4, 5, 6, 7 people in line with you, chances are in the state of Colorado, because we do have such a long gun tradition of ownership here in the state of Colorado and across the West, chances are there is someone in line with you that does have a concealed carry firearm in line with you at Keen Supers or Safeway or going to the movie theater or at church or even in traffic. And those guns are not inherently violent. Guns are inanimate objects or chunks of metal with no will of their own, and they are not capable of doing anything unless a person takes control. Sitting here today, just looking out the door here, I see 3 firearms just right outside here that are keeping us safe here tonight. None of us have entered this room today without passing at least 10 firearms. Those are not violent firearms. They're just simply inanimate objects. And so I ask for a yes vote to this because, like I said, words matter, and there's an awful lot of Coloradans that get uneasy, whether it's fair or not, about the term gun violence. So I ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. Senator Will.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that violence is a behavior, and guns can have a behavior, so that's why we're asking for this.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L003? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption. Division has been called. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion before us is Amendment L003. All those in favor, please stand and remain standing until the count is complete. You may be seated. Thank you. All those opposed to Amendment L003, please stand and remain standing until the count is complete. Thank you. You may be seated. The chair is not in doubt. That amendment is lost. Back to the bill. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I get started, I think somebody's notes are here. Yes. Yeah, it always happens. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I can't begin, nor will I try and begin to follow the good senator, my good colleague, good senator from Colorado Springs, when he was going through point by point about some of the problems with this piece of legislation, Senate Bill 168. But one of the things that he talked about was the implications, maybe inadvertently, the implications, what would happen to, in fact, we kind of touched on it in one of the previous amendments, I think it was L003, about gun sellers, whether it's the police or whomever, which was voted down. Right now, there's a lot of controversy or confusion as to what may happen to people who own gun-related stores. Myself and my good colleague from Douglas County, Senator Baisley, we sat in on the presentation and the hearings the other night of Senate Bill 168. And one of the things that we heard loud and clear from a number of gun store owners is that this a bill like this would literally put them out of business because of the liability that they felt that they would have. And, you know, I'm always believing that show and tell, a picture's worth 1,000 words. Here is one of the gentlemen who came and testified. Nice gentleman from Peyton. I think he's from Peltonia, if I'm not mistaken, but Peyton is near Colorado Springs. It's on the outskirts, on the eastern edge. And this gentleman, his name is Craig Williams. Craig Williams, nice gentleman. He and his wife started a business 5 years ago. They run a good business. They have virtually their entire net worth in their business. And they're law-abiding citizen. He's a retired vet. He served in Afghanistan and Iraq, if I'm not mistaken. And he's very, very concerned. And it wasn't just him. There were other store owners that testified that just one lawsuit would probably put them out of business. And to help clarify things, I would like to offer an amendment.
There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L004?
Amendment L004 by
Thank
Senator
you, Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move L004 to Senate
the
Bill.
amendment.
Yes, to Senate Bill 168. And for everybody out there, I will read the amendment. It's really pretty short. What it says is that when an individual purchases a firearm industry product, the individual shall sign a waiver indemnifying the firearm industry members of any liability resulting from the illegal use of the firearm. What this really means is when I go in and I decide to buy ammunition or a firearm from XYZ gun store, I will acknowledge and sign that this product that I am buying, this firearm, will not be used illegally by me, and it indemnifies the gun store owner because he is selling it to me legally, full disclosure, whether it's ammunition or the firearm, and that I will attest that I will use it legally and not illegally, so that the gun store owner, for instance, will not be sued. So with that in mind, you know, this is the same type of logic that's been repeated often about identifying the automobile manufacturers, that if they sell the car dealer sells the car, and somebody goes out and drag races and plows through and kills 5 people, that's illegal use, but you cannot turn around and sell the sue the auto dealer or the manufacturer. Same type of logic. But once again, I emphasize is the good, honest manufacturers and the store owners, they are doing everything possible that they can to be legal and to make sure. In fact, it was testified numerous times, because I know I asked it of several of the people, Mr. Williams, if somebody comes in and you are not sure about them, would you sell them a product? And several people testified, no, I have turned away people and I will not sell to them if I sense that they are going to, if they really give me bad vibes. So they're doing everything they can to sell a legal product, and they want to do it right, so this just helps clear the process. So I ask for an aye vote on L004. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Coker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge a no vote on this. The industry's liability under this act stems from their own misconduct and failure to establish reasonable steps to prevent harm. So I encourage a no vote.
Thank you, Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, with all due respect to my good colleague from Colorado, yes, good. Down that way. Down south of Denver, just south of Denver. He knows what I'm talking about. Is that, quite frankly, if you go and you buy a box of ammunition, there is a disclaimer on that ammunition that says in so many words that you have to practice the safe use with the ammunition. And if I'm not mistaken, because I have bought a firearm or two or three or so, is that they have safety instructions. It comes with instructions with the firearm, and it comes with a lock. The point is that the manufacturers, whether it's ammunition or it's the firearm itself or whatever, they are doing everything possible. They preach safety, 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 because they want their products used in a safe and legal manner. So I vote on L004. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L004? There's been division called. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L004, please stand and remain standing until the vote or the count is completed. Thank you. You may be seated. All those opposed to Amendment L004, please stand and remain standing until the count is complete. Thank you. You may be seated. The chair is not in doubt. Amendment L004 is lost. Back to the bill. Yes, Senator Smallwood. There's amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L012?
Amendment L012 by Senator Smallwood.
Thank
Amend
you,
Printed Bill.
Senator
Page
Smallwood.
You can go ahead.
For line 21, strike magazine capacity or unsubstitute or magazine capacity, or page 4, strike line 22.
Thank you, Senator Smallwood.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. You'll notice, colleagues, how little time it took for the clerk to read that amendment.
Please move the amendment real quick, Senator Smallwood.
You got it. Let's move Amendment 12, please, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 12.
Thank you. To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, colleagues, you've already heard at length the 30,000-foot concerns about this bill. I'm going to get a little bit more granular because there's a couple of words in here that might seem innocuous, at least initially, but I want to spend a little time making sure we understand exactly who all we are opening up to liability with this. So you'll see Amendment 12 is really working on line 4, line 21, which is talking about destructive capacity. So going back to the legislative declaration, so back to page 2, the General Assembly finds and declares that the state of Colorado has a compelling interest in protecting the life, health, safety, and well-being of Colorado residents. I would say that's pretty easy. The General Assembly also finds and declares that unlawful and irresponsible conduct, and this is what's important, by the firearm industry pose significant risks to the life, health, safety, and well-being of Colorado residents. So if you just read that as a layperson, it seems like it makes sense, because I would guess that people are assuming they know what the firearm industry is, and therefore we're making sure that irresponsible conduct by that industry does indeed maybe pose significant risks that we want to address. Page 3, our state and nation have a long-standing historical tradition of prescribing standards of responsible conduct and accountability for industries whose business practices may harm the public. Again, we're talking about the business and industries again. D, the Federal Protection of Lawful Commerce in Arms Act preserves states' critical authority. Yes. E, it is the policy of this state that firearm industry members, which I don't believe has existed as a definition until this bill, firearm industry members have a lawful duty and responsibility to take reasonable precautions to prevent foreseeable risks to life, health, safety, and well-being of the citizens of Colorado. And it is further the policy of this state that victims harmed by firearm industry members' possessive, wrongful, and unlawful conduct and public officials acting on behalf of the people of Colorado shall not be barred from pursuing civil actions seeking appropriate justice and fair remedies for those harms in court, including civil actions for harms caused by negligent entrustment, again, of this firearm industry and their products, consistent with any limitations or immunities otherwise provided in state or federal law. So what we're hearing over and over again in the legislative declaration is that we need to protect the public from the firearm industry, which, again, to the best of my knowledge, until Senate Bill 68 wasn't really defined. So again, laypersons reading this thinking, seems like it might make sense to me. So then when we get into the definitions, page 4, and I believe again for the first time start to define firearm industry member. This is a person, so meaning a single individual, firm, corporation, or any other entity engaged in the manufacture, distribution, importation, marketing, or wholesale or retail sale of a firearm industry product, and in order to be a member of the firearm industry, that you have to be involved with this product, and the product is clearly defined on page 4. It is either the firearm itself, ammunition, a completed or unfinished frame or receiver, and we're going to talk a lot about unfinished frames today too. We've got amendments for that, because I don't see anywhere in here where we've actually defined what an unfinished frame is. Is that a chunk of polymer? Is it a receiver that's 79% of the way completed? Is it liquefied plastics that have yet to become polymer? I mean, what exactly is an unfinished frame? I'd love to hear the bill sponsor's definition of what an unfinished frame is, because those of us who are around firearms know that there's a huge difference between liquid polymer and a 99% completed frame. But what we're going to focus on, what I'd like to focus on, is when you get down to 21, line 17. This firearm industry product is a device marketed or sold to the public that is designed or adapted to be inserted into, like a magazine, affixed onto a scope, a flashlight, a laser dot, strap, maybe a sling, a bipod, tripod, lens caps. I mean, there's a lot in this, especially when we say, or used in conjunction with a firearm. Colleagues, any device that is used in conjunction with a firearm now becomes a firearm industry product under this bill. So, I don't know about you, but when I go target shooting, I use hearing protection. Hearing protection is a product that is used in conjunction with a firearm. I only use my shooting hearing protection when I'm shooting. It is used in conjunction with that firearm. So one can reasonably assume that if you sell hearing protection, it would be very easy. I'm not an attorney since the incident. That was also facetious. But I think it would be pretty easy for an attorney to say, well, obviously, this is used in conjunction with the firearm. It says right on here, shooting hearing protection. Therefore, this is now a firearm industry product. And anybody engaged in anything in the orbit of hearing protection is now a firearm industry member. And what I'm proposing, colleagues, is I'm not sure we really mean that. I mean, if we do, and the bill sponsors want to come up and say, you know what? Anybody who is selling hearing protection, marketing hearing protection, communicating around hearing protection really needs to be part of this industry, then I guess I'll stand corrected. When I'm shooting, I use eye protection. My eye protection clearly states in the marketing, in the advertising, in the packaging, this is eye protection while shooting. Therefore, this is a product that is used in conjunction with a firearm. But to get to the meat of the amendment itself, we're saying that all these are used in conjunction with the firearm if the device is, and so it has to be both, used in conjunction with the firearm, and either used to increase the firearm's rate of fire. That makes sense. I can see why a proponent would want that in the bill. Concealment, that's pretty vague. Does that mean spray paint that's camouflage spray paint? I think you can make that argument. Helps with the concealment, at least when I'm in the woods. Why else would I spray paint my rifle? Magazine capacity, which we've already addressed in previous legislation, or destructive capacity. That is the word that I'm looking to strike. That is a word that's so ambiguous and so vague, I think we need to ask ourselves, what is destructive capacity? Okay? If we're talking about a firearm, I would submit to you destructive capacity means one of three things. Whatever this product is either going to increase destructive capacity, decrease destructive capacity, or do nothing to destructive capacity. So for example, if you have a rifle and it's painted black or it's painted brown, I think we could reasonably say that that particular feature does not impact the destructive capacity. So that one's pretty easy, right? Like the color. There would be some that I think you could argue would reduce the destructive capacity. Like, let's say, something that closed the muzzle completely, sealed it, never to be opened again. So some device that welded the muzzle closed. If somebody were to mark that, I would say, you know what? This is clearly a device that reduces the destructive capacity of a firearm. I can't really think of anything else. What's challenging, though, is to me, that means that virtually every other product sold in the United States of America would, by process of elimination, increase the destructive capacity of a firearm. So, for example, I have a bipod. When I do long-range shooting, and I do a lot of it, a bipod I use to stabilize the weapon so it doesn't move around too much when I'm shooting at a target that's 400, 500 yards away. It would be very hard for me to stand up here and look you in the eye and say that my bipod decreases destructive capacity of that weapon. I just wouldn't be being honest with you, colleagues. Of course it increases the destructive capacity. Why else would I have it? Would I have it because it does nothing and I just like wasting money? Does it reduce destructive capacity, meaning I want to shoot worse? Of course not, colleagues. That only leaves one choice. It increases the destructive capacity. Therefore, anybody who manufactures, distributes, sells, markets, advertises, packages, ships a bipod is now, welcome to the club, you're part of the firearm industry. You are now a member of the firearm industry because you, Cabela's, Shields, Walmart, because you sell bipods which clearly increase the destructive capacity of my weapon, you are now welcome. You're a member of the firearm industry. Congratulations. I have a sling to carry my rifle with me. Why would I buy a sling? Because it makes it harder for me to carry my weapon? Because it does nothing? I just like wasting money and putting something on my rifle that is made of fabric? Or perhaps, is it something that people use in order to be more effective with that firearm? You can walk longer distances. That's why the military uses it. There's a reason why I have a sling. So if you sell slings, like Walmart or Cabela's or Shields or Dick's Sporting Goods, congratulations. According to this bill, you are now a member of the firearm industry. If you sell holsters, now the bill clearly talks about concealment, so I'm not even talking about concealed carry holsters. I'm just talking about a holster. So that, I don't know, so you don't have to carry your gun around like this, right? Most people who have firearms purchase a holster. If you only have three choices, and a holster is used in conjunction with a firearm, and it has to either decrease the destructive capacity, do nothing to the destructive capacity, or increase the destructive capacity, which of the three would you say that it does? Why do people have holsters? I would say because it makes it easier to transport, probably in this case your handgun, longer distances. Again, I'm not an attorney, but it seems pretty easy that a holster is increasing the destructive capacity of the gun because it's not doing any of the other two. We already talked about hearing protection. Why in shooting courses, in shooting classes, do they always have you wear hearing protection? And while we're at it, let's talk about eye protection as well. Have you ever shot a gun without hearing protection? Have you ever shot a high caliber gun without hearing protection? How do you feel after that first round goes off? Are you ready immediately to go ahead and maybe fire another round? Maybe after the ringing in your head stops and your eyes recenter after that? I mean, it is traumatic on the body to shoot a weapon without hearing protection. Does it decrease the destructive capacity? Because again, I only use it in conjunction with my firearm. I don't walk around with hearing protection. Does it do nothing to the destructive capacity, or does it increase the destructive capacity? This one, if I was an attorney, it's not even close. Anybody who shoots multiple rounds knows that if you want to increase the destructive capacity, you have got to protect your hearing and you've got to protect your eyesight. But the way this bill reads is that now anybody selling hearing protection, anybody manufacturing hearing protection, anybody marketing, advertising, packaging, transporting, shipping, hearing protection, or eye protection, welcome. You're now a member of the firearm industry. Many of my weapons have rails that I put flashlights on, or laser sights, or red dots. Why would somebody put that on a weapon? Why would somebody put a flashlight on a weapon? Because it makes the weapon less destructive? Because it does nothing, it's just pretty? No, people put flashlights and lasers and red dots on their weapons because it increases the destructive capacity. Clearly. That's why you buy it. So again, using the logic of this bill, because again, we're talking about any device marketed or sold to the product that is designed or adapted to be inserted into, affixed onto, or most importantly, used in conjunction with a firearm. It doesn't have to be on the firearm. It's simply used in conjunction with the firearm. If it increases destructive capacity, it is now a product of the firearm industry, and if you're involved in the manufacture, distribution, importation, marketing, wholesale, retail sale of this firearm industry product, congratulations, you're a member of the firearm industry. I have to say, you can think what you want about the bill and about big picture, the problem that you're trying to solve with the bill, but I honestly have a very, very hard time believing that anybody, whether you love this bill or hate this bill, really truly feels like anybody who sells, manufactures, advertises, packages, ships a bipod, a sling, a holster, optics, which we've already talked about ad nauseum, lens caps for those optics, by the way. I think the minority leader made a really good argument. When you buy optics, you're not doing it because you want to decrease the destructive capacity of your weapon and be a worse shot. And you're certainly not spending $1,200 because you think it looks nice. You're doing it because it makes the weapon more effective. It increases the destructive capacity. I do not think that anybody reasonably who looks at this language thinks that people who sell hearing protection, manufacture hearing protection for shooters, eye protection for shooters, flashlights, laser sights, red dots, really, really believes that these people now need to be lumped in. And I don't think it's what the public thinks either, by the way, colleagues. I don't think that the public is thinking about hearing protection manufacturers when they think about supporting restrictions, potential legal liability to anybody in the firearm industry, a member of the firearm industry. So with that, I would ask for an aye vote on Amendment 12.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment 12? Yes, Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to come up in strong support of this Amendment 12. And I won't reiterate all the things the fine senator from Parker has talked about because I'm in total agreement with everything he said. He did mention concealability, and a lot of that was on holsters and that type. I mean, even just a boot holster, they sell them at the stock show, you know, for concealability. But there's a whole lot of other businesses. And when this bill and this amendment, where a firearm industry member means an entity that's reasonably designed to increase concealability. There's lots of wall clock safes. There's cereal boxes in the pantries that you can get for conceal your gun. There's false bottoms and bedside drawers. Furniture companies that make those. They make them for your desk in your office that looks like a printer or a scanner. That's a concealed handgun safe. I mentioned the wall clocks. There's hideaway picture frames that furniture companies call tactical walls, and many of you have heard of tactical walls, and they make those concealable for that. They have pizza box safes. They have trophy safes that are on the mantle, big enough for a handgun. Big trophy that's also concealable for handguns. Electrical boxes. The other one is Bible cases, and many of you have seen those. That's actually cut out and hollowed out in the Bible. It's a Bible cover, also concealable. Wall mirrors, the full-length wall mirrors used for rifle concealment. In those cases, they have companies called Tactical Traps. I think it's Freedom 52s, and they have the concealable shelves, and you can put rifles and handguns in those concealable shelves in your case. So that you're also opening all these companies up for liability when you're referring to them as a firearm industry member. So I'm in strong support and ask to vote yes on Amendment 12. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on Amendment L012? Yes, Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise likewise in support of L012, thinking about, you know, the weapons that I've owned for safely, might I add, for over 50 years, and the implications, kind of the broad net that the policy is about to cast upon us. I think about reloaders. You know, folks that, I've never been one that reloads ammunition, but there's an abundance of folks that take great pride and interest in reloading. And much like the good senator from Parker was talking about, they don't reload just because it's fun, and or because it is less destructive. They do this in a very tactful way to increase the destructive capacity. I know people that are just beyond fascinated with it, counting individual grains of black powder to assure accuracy and precision in the bullets they load. I think about growing up and my guns and cleaning my gun. Again, that was a whole effort. I didn't do it not to make it less destructive, and indeed, at least to keep it as destructive as it was when I started the process. There are so many other instances of businesses that will be caught up in this policy that now become a firearm industry member, whether they really thought they were or not. They're about to become one if the policy gets enacted. So I rise in strong support of L012.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on Amendment L012? Yes, Senator Hawkins-Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, with this bill, we're trying to encourage the firearm industry and firearm companies to abide by reasonable precautions, so we urge a no on this amendment.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L012? Division has been requested. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L012, please stand and remain standing until the count is completed. Thank you. Thank you. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing until the count is complete. Thank you. You may be seated. The chair has no doubt Amendment L012 is lost. We are back to the bill. Senator Smallwood? I'm sorry. Senator Sullivan, come on up.
Great, thank you, Chairman. And this has been a real interesting conversation about this. And I'll tell you the one thing that I'm really offended by is when we talk about gun violence and saying it's not something that's real. On the night of July 20th, 2012, a gentleman walked in with a Smith & Wesson M&P 15 Sport with a 100-round magazine hooked to it and opened fire on the 300-plus people that were in there, including my son Alex. And had that man walked in there with a box full of bowling balls, which also kill people, Alex walks out of that movie theater. If he drove his pickup truck into that movie theater, Alex walks out of that movie theater. If he has knives and starts throwing them at people in that movie theater, Alex walks out of that movie theater. But because that man walked in with a Smith & Wesson MP 15 Sport with a 100-round drum attached to it with armor-piercing ammunition and pointed it at those people and started pulling the trigger, not giving anybody, it took less than 72 seconds to get off 76 rounds, murdered 12 people, injured 70 others. It was because he had a gun in his hand. That's what happens when we allow them to drop ship 4,000 rounds of armor-piercing ammunition to a FedEx store at the corner of Potomac and Colfax without even checking this man's ID and let him pick it up in the next morning. That's how that type of armament gets into. Not a theater of war. It gets into our local community theater. And he opens fire, and the bullets are flying everywhere, and they're going through walls. They went through the wall and hit moviegoers in the other theater. They did that, he did that with a gun. Not a bowling ball, not a flamethrower, not with some rope that also kills people. He did it with a gun. Gun violence is a public health crisis in this country, and it has devastated my life. My life will never be the same because of a family in San Diego who wasn't keeping track of their son, didn't think it was important enough to come to Colorado when a doctor said, ma'am, your son just left my office and we are very concerned about it. And she didn't do anything about it. And weeks later, my son, 11 other people are murdered, never to